Chapter 141. The source of this drop of golden liquid. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, Klein held the goatskin parchment, held the virtual golden liquid, and leaned back in his chair. He didn't know if he could perform a divination by relying purely on his senses. All he could do was make a bold assumption and carefully seek confirmation. In just a few seconds, Klein's eyes darkened, turning from brown to black as he entered a cogitation state. His eyelids drooped as he saw an illusory and hazy dream. In the blurry and fragmented world, a golden, dazzling sun suddenly leaped out. A deep snort came from across countless voids, and a pure and bright light instantly ignited everything. Golden and scorching flames swept outwards in a frenzy. Boom! Klein left the dream as his body trembled and tumbled to the side. His body had already turned into a burning torch. At that moment, his thoughts were in complete chaos. Not a single normal thought surfaced in his mind. Rumble. The mysterious space above the gray fog shook violently, and the magnificent palace collapsed inch by inch. The ancient and mottled bronze table was smashed into several pieces, leaving holes in it. This terrifying change only lasted for 3 seconds before the world above the gray fog returned to silence, as though nothing had happened. The golden flames on Klein's body gradually extinguished as he rolled on the charred ground, screaming in pain until he regained his ability to think. He held onto the armrest of the high-back chair and stood up with great difficulty. He was horrified and confused by what had just happened. Before this, he had never imagined that a single divination would bring about such an outcome. He took a few breaths and looked up to survey his surroundings. He realized that the towering palace and the ancient table that had never changed had been destroyed. This was unprecedented damage to the world above the gray fog, which had never been abnormal. What's going on? Did my divination point to an incredible existence? Klein recovered a little as he let the charred parts of his body fall off as he made guesses. If it wasn't for the mysterious space above the gray fog, I probably wouldn't even be left with ashes. Could that drop of golden liquid be the blood of a god? Did I just see the eternal blazing sun or a powerful angel under him? No, it's a Sunday. I feel like it's more like the former. Damn, did I look directly at a god? The more Klein thought about it, the more scared he became. He felt that he had almost died. The ignorant are truly fearless. If you don't court death, you won't die. In the future, I can't use everything for divination. Who knows what I'll see? If it happens again, I really don't know if this mysterious space will be able to help me block the most fatal damage. If that happens, I'll really die. Yes, if I continue trying with the golden liquid, it definitely won't work. The existence that I suspected to be the eternal blazing sun was also affected by the mysteriousness, strangeness, and suddenness of the divination above the gray fog. He didn't have the time to react. If he was prepared, this mysterious space probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Klein's figure returned to normal. It was no longer char-black, but compared to before, it was dimmer and more illusory. He raised his hand to rub his sun acupoint and suggested the idea of restoring the palace and the long table. The palace that looked like a giant's residence and the long bronze table were instantly restored. Everything was back to its original state. Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. This isn't entirely a bad thing. At least I've figured out the limits of this mysterious space. I have a definite goal. Only an angel that's close to a god can fully activate the power above the gray fog, right? Sigh. I need to add another rule to my seer's code of conduct. Do not randomly divine matters that might involve high-level creatures. Yes, don't randomly activate your spirit vision. If you look directly at something you shouldn't look at directly, it might be game over on the spot. In the outside world, there isn't this mysterious space that can help me resist most of the negative effects. After a few seconds, Klein's expression suddenly turned odd. This was because some knowledge was reverberating in his mind. Yes, knowledge. In a short moment of contact with the existence that was suspected to be the eternal, blazing sun, Klein had been in a state of divination. Therefore, He had instinctively divined some matters and knowledge from the other party. He quickly used the technique of dream divination to recall and organize what he had gained that wasn't part of his original goal. He picked up a black fountain pen and wrote one by one. 1. Do not look directly at God. 2. Pure white angel. 3. The creation technique of the flaring sun charm. This is a relatively high-level charm in the domain of the sun. Its effects can last for a year before weakening. There's no need to hold a ritual to pray to the eternal blazing Sunday. Instead, sealed artifact 3-0782 can replace it and steal its power from the mutated sacred emblem of the sun. 4. Extremely hostile towards the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. 5. Bard Potion Formula. Main ingredient: 1 crystal sunflower or the tail feather of an adult flint bird or a pyromancer bird. 1 siren stone or 1 singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: 1 midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, 1 elf dark leaf. 6. Light Suppliant Potion Formula. Main ingredient: 1 radiant stone or the powder of a dazzling soul, or the blood of a mirror hedgehog or the heart of a lava troll. Supplementary ingredients: 1 golden edge sunflower, 3 drops of aconite, juice 7. Priest of Light Potion Formula. Missing main ingredients. Supplementary ingredients are 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juice, rock water, 8. Sequence 4 Unshadowed Potion Formula. Main ingredient can be extracted from the mutated sun sacred emblem. In addition, 3 tail feathers of an adult sun divine bird and a piece of holy radiant stone can be used as a substitute. Supplementary ingredients are lacking. After writing the above 8 lines, Klein couldn't help but tap the edge of the long bronze table. This harvest was much more than he had imagined. To him, he was already very satisfied with surviving that rash divination. Who knew that there would be an additional survival reward? From the internal information of the Nighthawks, he knew that the sequence pathway of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was called Sun, and Sequence 9 was barred. It was a job that used their singing to bring courage and strength to themselves and their companions, bringing about piety and obedience. Their slogan was, "Let us praise the sun." The corresponding Sequence 8 was Light Suppliant. It could cast spells and rituals in the sun domain, and it was very effective against corpses and ghosts. Sequence 7 was called High Priest of the Sun. Its spells and sacrificial abilities in the domain were greatly enhanced. In other words, I've obtained the complete potion formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 of the Sun pathway. Yes, it's different from the previous ones. This time, the potion formula even lists the names of substitutes or ingredients from different periods. As expected of a formula that was divined directly from the eternal blazing sun, Klein thought in relief. As for the request from a youth in the City of Silver, he had originally planned to see if the Hanging Man could resolve it. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun were the most ancient Orthodox religions. They sometimes cooperated and sometimes resisted each other for tens of thousands of years. It was perfectly normal for the former to have the starting sequence of the sun pathway. The Hanging Man might not have paid attention to such matters in the past and hadn't applied for access to the corresponding information, but with his identity as a Sequence 7 seafarer, it would be relatively easy for him to obtain it. However, there's no need for him now. I've resolved it myself. I've resolved it in an unbelievable and extremely dangerous manner. Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, son, your fool nearly turned into a charred corpse. Klein lampooned in his heart with lingering fear. He lowered his head to look at the records on the goat skin and thought about the other formulas. Could Priest of Light be the ancient name for High Priest of the Sun? No, the Nighthawk's internal information didn't mention it at all. Furthermore, the contents of my divination didn't indicate. Is this Sequence 6 or Sequence 5? Sequence 4, Unshadowed. This is the first high sequence formula I've obtained. It's a pity that I lack the names of the supplementary ingredients. I wonder if there's any way to make up for it. That drop of golden liquid is indeed the blood of a god. Sealed artifact 3-0782 is probably more powerful than anyone imagined. In my opinion, it's enough to become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, it should be, because the Nighthawks in the past only verified whether this item has living characteristics, how dangerous it is to the humans around it, how difficult it is to control its influence, and whether it can be used against corpses and ghosts. There's no way to figure out the source of that special characteristic. This mutated sun's sacred emblem is probably able to fight against evil spirits. How could the personnel back then easily find an evil spirit to experiment on? As a qualified Nighthawk, I can't become the owner of sealed artifact 3-0782, but yes, I can find an opportunity to create a flaring sun charm and steal its power. Besides, it's impossible this time. I didn't prepare the corresponding ingredients. How can I, a Nighthawk of the Evernight goddess, carry ingredients from the sun domain with me? Klein rubbed his temples regretfully. Seeing that there were no other movements above the gray fog, he finally felt relieved. He confirmed that the eternal blazing sun hadn't followed the clues and found him. Don't look directly at God. Don't look directly at high-level creatures. I must remember this. The eternal blazing sun's hostility towards the Lord of Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom is extremely strong. Why? What's a pure white angel? Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt an emptiness and pain in his head. Furthermore, he felt that a long time had passed. He had to return to the outside world as soon as possible to prevent anyone from discovering anything abnormal. Previously, he thought that he would only need to make 2 or 3 divinations in this mysterious space, which would take less than a minute. Furthermore, with the wall of spirituality separating them, he would immediately sense it while he was above the gray fog. Therefore, he felt very safe and didn't consider too many unexpected factors. In the end, he nearly succeeded in courting death and wasted a lot of time, as he was afraid that he would be met with a light of purification upon exiting, or that he would discover that the mutated sun's sacred emblem had been destroyed. He held his heart in his throat and allowed his spirituality to envelop him as he plummeted. The crimson moonlight shone into his eyes, and the darkness was hidden deep within. Klein once again saw the sparse forest, the weeds in front of him, and the undamaged sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm. After being on tenterhooks for a few seconds, he finally believed that he was safe. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion after frantically testing the boundaries of death. Chapter 142. The exhausted Klein removed the sealed wall of spirituality, allowing the cool night breeze to blow on his face with the smell of grass and trees. The breeze woke him up a little. He caressed the warm and classic sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm and sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that this emblem would contain a drop of God's blood? The experts of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun must have searched for it before, but to no avail. Stretching his neck, Klein didn't dare to try anything else. He wore the mutated sun sacred emblem on the inside of his windbreaker. He followed the chain and took out a silver vine-patterned pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. There was still more than an hour before Corpse Collector Fry's shift. I need 2 matches to support my eyelids. This is the side effect of courting death. Klein had no choice but to take out a small metal bottle from a small hidden pocket, remove the stopper, and bring it to his nose. The pungent smell of peppermint and disinfectant quickly entered his nose, causing goosebumps to surface. He felt energized and instantly forgot about his sleepiness. This was a formula he had learned from Corpse Collector Fry. It was called Quelaag's Oil. It could help a person resist the stench of decay, and it also had the effect of refreshing the mind. For the next hour or so, Klein was tormented. From time to time, he would stand up and stroll around. There were a few times when he was bitten by mosquitoes in the forest and sucked his blood. Finally, he saw Fry, who had a high nose, thin lips, black hair, and blue eyes, walk out of the town in a windbreaker with a cane in hand. Although Fry still looked cold and gloomy like a zombie, Klein felt like he had seen his savior. He covered his mouth and yawned until his eyes were brimming with tears. He went forward and removed sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inside of his clothes. What happened? Fry looked at his teammate's pale face and took the initiative to ask. Klein sighed. I was on duty at Cheney's Gate last night, and I didn't sleep well this morning, so I'm very sleepy now. He didn't dwell on this matter and changed the topic. I'll be on rotation after 4 hours. 7 hours. Captain doesn't need to sleep in the middle of the night. Fry took the mutated sun sacred emblem. Cultivation makes people happy. Klein silently slandered the captain. He bade farewell to Fry and walked towards the town. On the way to the hotel, he took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It's almost 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. What a warm person. Klein smiled and sped up. He returned to the hotel and pushed open the half-closed door. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the boss, he walked up to the second floor and entered his room. After locking the door, he took off his jacket and shoes. He didn't wash himself, but directly fell onto the bed. In less than 10 seconds, his breathing became heavy, then long and steady. In his dream, Klein returned to Earth. In front of him was a game that he had yet to complete. On his left was ice cola and spicy chicken wings, while on his right was bitter bamboo shoot soup and rice. He had never eaten bitter bamboo shoots, but he liked to use them as ingredients to cook soup with meat slices. The soup was refreshing and appetizing, and it had a slightly seductive aroma. It was perfect for making rice. With a good dipping sauce, he could eat an extra bowl of rice than usual. Just as Klein was about to enjoy his supper and play the game, the scene in his dream changed. It once again presented the interior of 2 Daffodil Street. Klein suddenly realized that he was in a dream. He saw himself sitting at the side of the dining table, holding a copy of the Tianjin Daily News. In front of him was tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and oatmeal bread. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the door. He suddenly saw a figure standing outside the oriel window of the living room, quietly staring at the figure inside the house. Klein jumped in fright. He immediately recognized the figure as the gray-eyed Dun. Half his face was pressed against the window as he silently looked at the person inside. Captain, can you not scare me in my dreams? Is this how you act as a nightmare? Klein thought, amused and annoyed. He took out a spoon, scooped up a piece of beef, and put it into his mouth. Yes, it's my handiwork. He sighed inwardly. He understood why he had suddenly woken up from his dream and why the scene on Earth had instantly disappeared. When someone invaded his dream, he would naturally be alerted. At that moment, Dunn left the oriel window and directly pushed open the Moretti house's door. Draped in a black trench coat, he quietly walked to the opposite side of Klein. He took off his hat, nodded slightly, and sat down. Without standing on ceremony, he picked up his knife, fork, and spoon. He quickly finished the tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and oatmeal bread. Klein watched in a daze, unsure of what his captain was trying to do. Phew! Dunn exhaled in satisfaction and gave Klein a thumbs up. He then took out his pipe and matchsticks and took a puff, intoxicated. After exhaling the smoke, he stood up, took his hat, and gave an old-fashioned but steady bow. He then strode out of the Moretti house and left the dream. Klein stared at his captain's back, unable to snap back to his senses for a long time. He lowered his head to look at the empty plate, subconsciously trying to recreate the food from before. But this time, be it the tomato oxtail soup, pan-fried lamb chops, or mashed potatoes, none of them continued to appear in his dream. It was completely devoured. Is this the power of a nightmare? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he thought helplessly. So, Captain's goal is to prevent me from having supper in my dream? This is really a nightmare. This nightmare's acting is really creative. He let out a laugh, exited the dream, and went back to sleep. At 5:30 the next morning, Klein, who had to wake up early, had his coffee, toast, and bacon. He then rushed out of town to replace Dunn. At 7 o'clock, they promptly set off for Tianjin. They arrived at 36 Zutland Street before 10 o'clock. After the energetic Dunn placed sealed artifact 3-0782 back into Cheney's Gate, Fry sat in front of the typewriter. Before the clerks arrived, he personally wrote yesterday's mission report and the corresponding reimbursement request. Klein watched from the side for a while and was satisfied to see that all the materials he had used were included in the list, including the ones he had used to repel mosquitoes and insects. He didn't go home immediately, as he had already arranged to meet Dr. Daxter of the mental asylum at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at a predetermined location. There's still the tarot gathering at 3 o'clock. Why does a boss of a secret organization like me have to live such a tiring life? Klein muttered to himself. He laid in the Nighthawk's break room for 2 hours to catch up on his sleep. He wasn't worried about forgetting the knowledge and matters he had obtained last night. He could use divination to recall them. What he was afraid of was that he would ignore the existence of the knowledge and matters, losing even the thought of divining them. Therefore, before he slept, he went through all the details in his mind to deepen his impression of them. This was also the reason why Klein insisted on writing weekly summaries to sort out the various situations. After lunch, he took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He put on his hat and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He went to the shooting club at 3 Zutland Street. He pushed open the door and entered the reception hall. Klein didn't go straight to the shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. Instead, he found a seat in the hall and sat down. He held his black cane and waited patiently. The place he had arranged to meet Daxter was at the shooting club on Zutland Street. They had agreed to meet by letter. When Klein needed to meet, he would write a letter to Dr. Daxter Guderian as the patient's family member, asking about a special illness called dissociative identity disorder. In the letter, Klein would use various methods to mention the word spectator. He would use the hidden ink dots to confirm his identity, and the time the letter mentioned would be the time of the meeting. As for the location of the meeting, it had already been decided during their first meeting. If Klein felt that it was time to change the location, he would inform him during the meeting. When Daxter Guderian wanted to meet but wasn't in a rush, he could send the letter to the Hound Tavern or the shooting club. The recipient would be Mr. Hornaces, and Klein would pick it up at a fixed time. If there was an emergency, he had to pass the letter directly to the owner of the Hound Tavern, right? He also had to mention that he was looking for mercenaries. That way, as a peripheral member of the Nighthawks, Wright would immediately send the letter to the Blackthorn Security Company. After waiting for a while, 2 minutes before 1, Klein saw the rather gentlemanly Daxter walk into the hall of the shooting club. He wore a black silk top hat and a fitted tuxedo. He held a cane inlaid with silver in his hand and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Daxter looked around inconspicuously and saw Klein, who was nodding slightly. He retracted his gaze and walked to the front desk. He skillfully applied for the shooting range and rented a gun. He had already been here once. Small shooting range 7, 3 soli per hour. Revolver rental fee is 1 soli and 6 pence per hour, including 6 rounds of bullets. The receptionist quickly settled the matter. After Daxter confirmed that the time was 1 hour and paid the 10 soli fee, he received the revolver and extra bullets. He was then led to the corresponding shooting range by the receptionist. Klein waited for another 5 minutes before slowly getting up. He held his cane, walked to the outside of small shooting range 7, and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened slightly. Daxter cautiously peeked his head out to look around before stepping aside. Klein immediately entered and locked the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Daxter." As he spoke, he took out a 10 soli note and handed it to Daxter. "We won't let a peripheral member bear the cost of the meeting. That's because I can claim it," he added silently. Daxter didn't reject it and accepted the cash. He then asked in a deep voice, "Officer Moretti, why did you want to meet me?" Chapter 143. Of course, Klein wouldn't mention the telepathist formula right from the start, but he didn't hide his thoughts. After all, he was facing a spectator, and it wasn't easy to fool him. Has Eugen been behaving strangely recently? He first asked about the patient in the asylum who had turned Daxter Guderian into a member of the psychological alchemy. Daxter scrutinized Klein's gaze, expression, and actions. He thought for a moment and said, "No, he's the same as before. Frankly speaking, I think that if he wanted to leave the asylum, he could immediately act healthy and normal, but he didn't do so. He remained in there, seemingly trying to cure every patient. Those who were chaotic, violent, or had abnormal thoughts improved a little. Perhaps Hood Eugen is using this method to train his Beyonder powers. The corresponding sequence 7 psychiatrists for a spectator? Perhaps it's even higher. Since Hood Eugen didn't become a psychiatrist in the asylum, but instead disguised himself as a patient, it means that he hasn't truly grasped the acting method. It should be, as Daxter guessed, that he's training his Beyonder powers, and this kind of training is similar to the acting method. It can, to a certain extent, alleviate the negative effects of the potion. Hence, Hood Eugen decided to make the asylum his home. Klein openly expressed his deep thoughts about Hood Eugen. This would make Daxter Guderian feel that he knew a lot, understood a lot, and was unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein also deduced something else. The psychological alchemy hadn't grasped the acting method. After all, even a powerful member, at least Sequence 7, didn't know. In this era, where Beyonders were rare, a Sequence 7 was considered mid-level in any secret organization. It was enough to know important things, especially the kind that could effectively help members resist losing control. The psychological alchemy was a secret organization established in the last 200 to 300 years, or even later. It was normal for them to not have grasped or concluded the acting method. Currently, the only organization that clearly proposed this method was the Secret Order, and this was an ancient organization with a history of more than 1,500 years, dating back to the last era. The Church of the Goddess is even older than the Secret Order. Just the revelation of Evernight's Letters of the Saints clearly recorded a history of almost 3,000 years, and this doesn't include the myths and legends from before. Why didn't such a church discover the acting method? In such a long history, in such a huge organization, there would always be members with unique ideas who would try all sorts of possibilities unconsciously or experimentally. Just like Spirit Medium Daily, they might not have been able to clearly propose the acting method, but they had already started from the name of the potion and touched upon the correct path. Through good feedback, they gradually figured out something. With the accumulation of generations of examples, unless the upper echelons were a bunch of curly-haired baboons, it was impossible for them not to come up with the acting method. Klein's thoughts scattered as he made the connection, and he was suddenly shocked. In the eyes of other Nighthawks who didn't know the acting method, people like Spirit Medium Daily were all geniuses. They were existences that ordinary members couldn't emulate, so no one would suspect why it was difficult for Daily and the others to transfer their experiences to themselves. However, in the eyes of those who had grasped the acting method, it was extremely odd. Klein believed that in the long history of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Spirit Medium Daily was definitely not the first member to use an acting method to quickly digest a low-sequence potion. She might not even be ranked in the top 10 or top 50. This doesn't make sense based on probability, unless Daly didn't figure out the acting method herself and had someone else's guidance. That means that the Church of the Evernight Goddess isn't able to come up with the acting method because of the old path. All the members follow the will of the past and believe in the experiences of their seniors. They don't dare to rebel at all. After all, rebelling often means losing control. Yes, other than this explanation, there's another possibility. The upper echelons of the church have concealed the acting method for some reason. I have to flip through the corresponding information and find examples of Beyonders from the Church of the Goddess quickly digesting the potion, as well as figure out what happened to them. Klein thought solemnly. Daxter observed his expression and waited for a minute or two. "Officer, is there a problem with Hood Eugen's performance?" "Not at the moment. I just thought of something else," Klein answered with a smile, throwing his doubts aside. He asked, "Has the psychological alchemy done anything recently?" "No, other than a small gathering in Alwa County to exchange items and experience," Daxter answered honestly. Klein nodded slightly. "Then how's your physical condition?" Daxter controlled his expression and said, "It's not good. I still hear ravings and hallucinations frequently. If I wasn't a psychiatrist, I might even think that I'm suffering from some sort of illness." As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. I followed Hood Eugen's and your instructions and ignored the hallucinations and ravings. It made me feel much better, but still affected my sleep. It made me irritable and easily angered. I didn't feel like myself anymore. It was as if a brand new me was growing inside me, or perhaps I could describe it as a new personality. I'm very worried and afraid that I might suddenly lose control one day. It's just as I expected, and I didn't even need divination to predict it. Klein was prepared for this and smiled. You don't have to worry. You're now a peripheral member of the Nighthawks, and you have your own benefits. As an ancient organization, we have many ways to prevent ourselves from losing control. It might not be 100% effective, but it can definitely help you. Also, I'm willing to share my personal experience with you. You have to know that the man standing in front of you only took a month to completely rid himself of the hallucinations and ravings. You should know from Hood Eugen and his other companions how difficult it was. For the sake of the spectators, corresponding sequence 8 telepathist, Klein boasted a little. He made it sound like he was being honest. Officer, there are lies in your words, but most of them are true, Daxter suddenly said calmly. What do you want from me? It's so hard to deceive a spectator. Klein smiled and replied, it's not just about what I want. There's also Miss Justice, of course. He knew that Daxter would definitely think that the Nighthawks wanted something. If your method is indeed effective, and the item or information you want is within my reach. Daxter said after some deliberation. I'll pay you in advance, Klein said frankly. We want the telepathist formula. He wouldn't hide the potion formula and hand it over to the captain, saying that Daxter was using it in exchange for his own experience in mastering the potion. And during this process, Klein would definitely verify the formula and accidentally memorize it. In addition, exchanging his personal experience for the formula would allow him to accumulate more merit points. When the time came, he wouldn't even need to do anything extra to apply for the clown formula and the main ingredients. Making 2 deals for 1 formula is really worth it. Klein thought in a good mood. Daxter stared into his eyes and was silent for a moment. You're very calm. I'll work hard to obtain this formula, but I'm not sure how long it will take. If it's too dangerous, I hope to use other forms of compensation instead. No problem. Klein didn't plan on pressuring Daxter too much. He then vaguely described the acting method. The key to fighting against losing control lies in the name of the potion. We have to understand it and understand its true meaning. This isn't something that can be done just by thinking. We have to experience it for real. For example, as a spectator, you have to understand that you're only a spectator, not an actor. As for what a spectator should be like, you have to explore it in life, try it, and summarize its principles of conduct. Then, you have to be strict with yourself. Daxter listened attentively and only spoke after a while. After a while, he said, what a brand new theory. I prefer to use the word theory to describe what you just said. It's like the theory of a drama and an opera actor. I'll try it. Hopefully, there will be good changes. If it really works, I'll do my best to help you obtain the telepathist formula. May the goddess bless you. Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. He didn't add the psychiatrist potion formula because he knew that it was a mission that Daxter wouldn't be able to complete with his current status. He would be exposed if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he decided to take it slow and help Daxter achieve a higher position in psychological alchemy. That way, the long-term benefits would be very, very rich. Klein didn't stay any longer. He first looked outside through the hole in the door before leaving quickly. He turned towards the small shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. He entered and locked the door. His expression sank again. While he was guessing that the Church of the Evernight Goddess hadn't come up with the acting method, he thought of something that he had overlooked. The reason he had overlooked it was because the 2 things that were supposed to be connected had been reversed. He didn't think further about it. The first thing was that the Antigonus family had been destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The second thing was that the Antigonus family had control over the seer sequence, or at least a large portion of it. As Klein knew that the 2 things were separated by a long time, he didn't analyze them together. Therefore, he had overlooked the strangeness in them. But now, the problem was rather obvious. Since the Antigonus family had control over a large portion of the seer pathway, How could the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who had completely destroyed them, only obtain Sequence 9 Seer? The spoils of war couldn't be limited to that. Just the Aurora Order members who obtained a magical notebook from the Antigonus family were able to obtain the clown formula. Then, what about the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who had destroyed the entire Antigonus family? Even if the Antigonus family had long been prepared and had hidden the most valuable item on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the Church of the Evernight Goddess should not have only obtained such a tiny harvest. They had killed quite a number of Antigonus family members, and the dead could speak. Chapter 144. Klein paced back and forth in the small shooting range, thinking about the intentions of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in regards to the Seer sequence. They don't wish for the Nighthawks to choose this pathway, or rather, they don't wish for the Nighthawks to become stronger in this pathway. That's why they only gave the Sequence 9 Seer, which is obviously supportive. Captain also mentioned that the Holy Cathedral might have subsequent formulas. No, in the confidential information I saw, they didn't even provide the corresponding Sequence 8 and 7 potion names. They only described the corresponding combat characteristics. In other words, they don't wish for their subordinates to know that the higher-ups have the corresponding information. Could it be that all the Nighthawks who choose this pathway might become the Antigonus family's vengeful evil spirit? Is that why the higher-ups of the church made such a decision? Or was there another reason? For a moment, Klein was filled with doubts about the higher-ups of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He was extremely wary of them. He reconsidered whether he should make a special application to openly become a clown. If there's some terrifying secret hidden in this, wouldn't I be jumping into a volcano? I'm not the kind of person who can accept a strict investigation. However, the Tinjin branch has submitted the clown formula. As a seer, wouldn't it be normal for them to want to advance if they knew about this? Besides, Sequence 8 is still a low sequence, so it shouldn't attract too much attention. The only problem is that I only used a month to completely grasp the potion and submit a special application. If the higher-ups knew and understood the acting method, they would immediately understand the crux of the matter. Of course, my reason is sufficient. After all, I know Spirit Medium daily, and I'm friends with Mystery Prior Old Neil, who strictly abides by the maxim. It's not too difficult to understand why I'm able to obtain inspiration from them and complete the acting method. Yes, even Daly only managed to gain the attention of the higher-ups after being a Sequence 7 Spirit Medium for 3 years and showing signs of digestion. She was then groomed as a future archbishop and high-ranking deacon. I definitely won't attract too much attention at the clown stage unless I completely digest the potion in a few months and convince them that I've truly grasped the acting method. In other words, applying for the clown potion isn't too risky. I can continue, but I'll have to be careful in the future. I can only take it one step at a time. I'll make another divination decision when I get home. Klein collected his thoughts, took out the revolver from his holster, and carried out his daily shooting practice and maintenance. The quality of this pistol from his classmate, Welch, was better than he had imagined. If everything went well, he would be able to use it for a long time. Of course, this was also thanks to the maintenance methods he had learned from Dunn and Leonard. Actually, it's fine even if it's damaged. These are all resources that can be applied for. Klein looked at the target, put away his revolver, and left the shooting club. He took the trackless carriage back to 2 Daffodil Street. Before he got close, he saw a young girl pacing back and forth at the door. This girl was wearing a blue dress inlaid with beautiful lace and a hat with fine gauze hanging down. She was Melissa's classmate, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat. Noticing that Klein was approaching, she quickly walked up to him and took off her hat with a face full of joy. She paused for 2 seconds and suddenly said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I believe you must have just returned from Lamud Town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I believe you must have just returned from Lamud Town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled. That's a very honest answer, he thought in amusement. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment before she excitedly said, "All right, I was wrong. I came to find you today and waited here because I wanted to tell you that I didn't have any more nightmares last night." I didn't dream of that knight in full black armor. This is exactly the same as your divination results. Of course, that wraith was completely purified by sealed artifact 3-0782. Even I couldn't channel its spirit on the spot, much less your dream. Klein chuckled and replied gently, I'm very happy that you're free from your troubles. I'm glad that you're free from your troubles. I'm also very satisfied with my divination yesterday. Thank you again. All right, I have to bid you farewell. I still have classes in the afternoon. Bye, Mr. Moretti. I'll find time to visit Melissa. Elizabeth left with light footsteps and boarded a rental carriage nearby. Looking at the scenery outside the carriage window that was slowly passing by, the corners of her mouth curled up as she thought smugly, Melissa definitely doesn't know that she has such a powerful brother. I feel like my explanation was completely useless. Young girls are always willing to believe in their instincts and the facts they come up with. Klein watched as Elizabeth boarded the carriage. As he shook his head, he took out his keys to open the door and return to his bedroom. He rested for a while and began to sort out and summarize the events of the previous week, including the unresolved matters of the past. After finishing this daily task, he burned the paper and took out his silver pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. 2:30? I'll wait for another 15 minutes. Seeing that there was still time, Klein put on his oldest formal coat and went to SLYN Bakery on Iron Cross Street to buy a cup of sweet iced tea for Mrs. Wendy. As he drank the beverage, he leisurely returned. At 4:45, he sealed his bedroom with his spirituality and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. In the silent, ancient palace, Klein conjured a new divination statement on a goatskin parchment. I should obtain the clown potion through the Nighthawks. Putting down the fountain pen, he untied the spirit pendulum that was wrapped around his wrist and held it firmly with his left hand. He let the topaz dangle at a spot where it would touch the goatskin parchment. After reciting it 7 times, his eyes darkened. The spirit pendulum in his hand began to spin slightly clockwise. The answer is yes, it should be. But the sequence after clown is hard to say. I still have to seriously develop my tarot. Klein carefully went through the matter again. Following that, he pressed his hand towards the crimson star that represented the sun. He wanted to summon the youth from the city of Silver ahead of time to confirm if he had divulged the matter above the gray fog to the 6-member council. If not, then he would give the youth a better way to control the timing of the gathering. City of Silver, in the Berg family's room. Derek sat quietly by the bed, waiting for the fool's summons. In order to avoid spending time with others, he didn't go out after returning and had long finished all the food in the room. Enduring his hunger and listening to his growling stomach, Derek felt like a zombie wandering in the dark wastelands. However, he still didn't speak or get up. At that moment, he saw a dark red spread in the void and engulfed him. The grayish-white, boundless, cold, and silent world appeared before his eyes again. The fool, who was shrouded in thick fog, sat at the head of the table. Klein was very satisfied that the gathering wasn't interrupted. He also confirmed that he didn't receive any signs of danger. Son, we meet again, he said in Jotun with a smile. He lowered his head and said, You are a trustworthy fool. He lowered his head and said, You are a trustworthy fool. The other members will have to wait for a while. Let me confirm something with you first. This time, Klein spoke in Ruan, but he gave the mysterious space the idea of translating it into Jotun. Therefore, in Derek's ears, the man was still speaking in Jotun. He asked in puzzlement, What is it? After I grasped the basics of Jotun, the mysterious space above the gray fog can achieve simultaneous translation of this language. This way, I don't have to worry about justice and the hanging man not understanding son's words. Sai, why do I have to be so tired as a big boss? Klein pinched his temples and shook his head with a smile. I allow you to recite my name and remember the following titles. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Derek's pupils constricted, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He kept reciting it in his heart before seeking confirmation from the fool. Every time you return to the City of Silver from here, you need to use a short ritual to recite my name, I will inform you ahead of time for future gatherings. You don't need to pay attention to it, and you don't need to avoid others. When you receive my notice, you just need to be alone for 1,000 heartbeats. Klein revealed the method he had been deliberating over for a long time. This was essentially a response to a prayer. Due to concerns about the City of Silver situation, and to save time, Klein skipped the other steps of the ritual. After all, it was a prayer to him. 1,000 heartbeats? Derek muttered to himself, as though he wasn't asking in return. Klein introduced the general situation of the tarot to him. Then he took out his silver pocket watch and snapped it open. Derek was stunned for a moment, and he instinctively stared at the strange item. Seeing that 3 o'clock was approaching, Klein pressed his hand on the crimson star that symbolized justice, and Sunday Derek's eyes didn't move at all as he watched this scene. He saw a burst of light opposite and to the side, stretching out 2 blurry figures. Audrey Hall looked around and was suddenly stunned. Then, she heard Mr. Fool's ever-calm voice. "This is a new member, known as Sunday. This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. Hangman," the woman said. A new member? Audrey was shocked at first, but she was soon filled with joy. She was very happy to see the development of the tarot. She had the spirit of a master. Alger, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He was a little displeased that the Fool had suddenly pulled in a new member. He should have at least informed us in advance. However, it's true that an important figure like Mr. Fool wouldn't consider our feelings, he thought helplessly as he briefly greeted Justice and Sunday. During this short process, Audrey entered spectator mode and carefully observed the new member, Sunday. He can't be too old. Those body movements indicate that he's a little nervous and cramped, but he's maintained a sufficient amount of silence, giving off the feeling of, a lone wolf. Yes, a lone wolf. As Audrey thought, she cast her gaze at the Fool who was seated at the end of the long bronze table. She said happily, "Mr. Fool, I've found 2 more pages of Roselle the Great's diary. Chapter 145. Actually, there are 3 pages, but the words are too complicated and difficult to memorize. My current limit is a little more than 2 pages. Any more, and it will be confusing. The rest can only wait for the next time." Audrey added silently in her heart, "A new Roselle diary?" Klein perked up and asked with a smile despite knowing the answer. "Miss Justice, what do you need in return?" Audrey's eyes lit up, but she pretended to be reserved as she replied, "As you know, I'm about to finish digesting the spectator potion. I hope to obtain the telepathist potion formula as soon as possible so that I can prepare the ingredients in advance. I know that these 2 diary pages don't contain much content and might not be able to match the value of the telepathist potion formula. I'll give you another page. Yes, I'll also pay you an additional sum of money." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Mr. Fool is an important figure that's close to the level of a god. How could he be interested in vulgar money? Therefore, Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as she hurriedly stuttered. "That's not what I meant. Mr. Fool, what I meant was that you can specify the compensation you want." "Yes, that's it. I like your suggestion just now. I'll answer like this. When you're done digesting the spectator potion, you'll be able to obtain the subsequent formulas. I have a subordinate. No, I'll have to use a more pretentious blessed. He's busy with something and happens to need some money. This is his anonymous account, an anonymous account at Bakelin Bank. Yes, I'll disguise myself and head to Bakelin Bank's Tingen branch to set up an anonymous account this week." Klein didn't answer immediately. He appeared profound, but he was seriously deliberating over his words. Bakelin Bank was one of the 7 largest banks in the Rouen Kingdom. It had the right to clear all transactions. The Kingdom of Rouen used a centralized clearing method to handle interbank transfers within the same city. However, unlike their counterparts in the Republic of Intis, not all banks could join the ranks. The 7 largest banks had a firm grip on this right, so they were also known as clearing banks, forcing other banks to rely on them. Connecting to accounts in different places could only be done in the same bank through the clearing of different branches. With the advent of steam locomotives and wired telegraphs, The efficiency in this area had increased significantly. At this moment, son, Derek Berg suddenly said, "Telepathist potion formula? At the back is the psychoanalyst telepathist?" Audrey looked at him in confusion. You know? At the same time, Miss Justice detected a problem with her spectator instincts. The other party had used the corresponding ancient name of Sequence 7, psychoanalyst, and not the more modern psychiatrist. How strange, this guy. Audrey once again scrutinized Son's every move. Derek didn't feel that he had shown an unusual side as he replied seriously, "I can help you get this formula." After saying that, he felt guilty because he couldn't produce it for the time being, so he forced an explanation. This is a sequence that originated from the dragons, and our city of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King's court. As you know, giants and dragons are sworn enemies. Therefore, the city of Silver has sequence 9, 8, and 7. I have a way to get them. This child, to think that I kept reminding him not to speak carelessly and not to reveal his origins. In the end, Klein almost wanted to cover his face with his hands. Sigh. Although the young son looks very taciturn, pained, and mature, he's really just a teenager. However, it has made me understand one thing. So the spectator's sequence originated from the dragons. It's no wonder that the symbol formed by the stars behind Miss Justice's high back chair is a dragon. The history of the City of Silver has been preserved very well. Klein maintained his posture of leaning back in his chair as he listened thoughtfully to Son's explanation. In fact, he could easily stop the son from revealing these things. As long as he didn't help with simultaneous translation, Justice and the hangman wouldn't be able to understand anything even if they heard it, because they wouldn't be able to understand. But on second thought, Klein felt that this could effectively solidify his powerful and mysterious image in the hearts of the three members. Therefore, he listened with a smile without making a sound. He didn't make any unnecessary attempts. Giant King's Court, dragons, City of Silver. Audrey was confused by what she heard. She first glanced at the hanging man, who was sitting opposite her. From his body language, she could tell that the gentleman was equally shocked and puzzled. She hurriedly turned her head to look at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. She saw the fool sitting on the high-back chair, his body shrouded in a thick grayish-white fog. His right elbow was propped on the armrest, allowing his palm to leisurely rest on his slightly tilted head. He wasn't surprised, nor was he puzzled. He didn't think or have any doubts. He only watched everything with a smile in his eyes. He knows everything. Audrey and Alger made a firm judgment almost at the same time. City of Silver. I've never heard of this place. Where is it? Audrey probed. The hanging man, Alger, listened attentively. At this moment, Sunbird's mind was also filled with questions. He could tell that other than the fool, who might be a deity, Justice and the hanging man were clearly closer to being beyonders of a certain sequence. And in a place forsaken by the gods, other than the citizens of the City of Silver, he had never seen any other living people. Therefore, he asked, "You aren't citizens of the City of Silver. You're not citizens of the City of Silver. Which city are you from?" Sigh. Klein couldn't help but sigh again. Audrey's lips quivered, momentarily at a loss for an answer. What he's implying is that if you don't wish to answer such questions, don't ask about the city of others. Miss Justice nodded slightly and elegantly shut her mouth. Clearly, the hanging man, Alger, had also misunderstood Son's intentions. He didn't know that Son was simply asking a question, so he maintained his silence and didn't say a word. Derek, who didn't receive an answer, seemed to understand something. He didn't mention the matter again. "I will try my best to obtain the telepathist potion formula. I wish to use it to exchange for the initial sequence of the Sun Pathway." The Sun Pathway? Sequence 9 Bard? The hanging man Alger immediately asked. Derek thought for a moment and said, "That's right. It should be this, but I don't know much about it." Klein, who was watching from the sidelines, decided to step in because he didn't want to take the risk of having his business taken away by someone else. He smiled and said, "I believe Miss Justice doesn't have the Bard formula, but there's a high chance that Mr. the Hanging Man can get it." Seeing Audrey nod, he chuckled and said, "I'll give Son a Bard formula." I'll give the sun a copy of the Bard formula. The sun will give the telepathist potion formula to Miss Justice as soon as possible. We'll try to get it within 2 gatherings. In return, Miss Justice will give me the newly obtained Roselle diary. That way, the deal will be complete. Yes, from the principle of equivalent exchange, Sun is at a disadvantage, but he is only promising. When he really produces the telepathist formula, Miss Justice will consider how to compensate him. Or, I will compensate him, and Miss Justice will provide money to one of my adorers. He needs to do something recently. Haha. This is because Sun might not be able to receive Miss Justice's cash or materials as compensation. Klein deliberately added that last sentence to make the hanging man and Justice focus on the fact that Sun might not be able to receive compensation. It was to highlight his unfathomable abilities and make everyone ignore the adorer who lacked money. I might not receive any compensation. Where's the Sun? Southern continent? Alger immediately frowned. The Sun's origins are also very mysterious. As expected, Mr. Fool also has subordinates in reality. Audrey finally saw the light of hope to become a Sequence 8 telepathist. How could she have any other thoughts? She suppressed her excitement and smiled faintly. I have no objections. Neither do I. Seeing that he could obtain the starting sequence of the Sun pathway on the spot, Derek nodded without hesitation. He didn't care about the subsequent compensation. The hanging man Alger, who was excluded from the 3-way deal, didn't have a say. Although he could indeed obtain the Bard formula, he would still have to wait a week or 2. At this moment, the fool Klein, who had successfully delayed the compensation until the next gathering, pressed his hand forward in a good mood and conjured the Bard formula. Main ingredients: 1 crystal sunflower or the tail feather of an adult flint bird or a pyromancer bird, 1 siren stone or 1 singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: 1 midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, 1 elf dark leaf. He sent the formula to the Sun and saw him frown at first before relaxing. The names of the ingredients in the forsaken land of the gods must still maintain their ancient characteristics. Thankfully, this formula of mine was directly obtained from the eternal blazing Sunday. There are ancient names and all sorts of substitutes. Enlightened, Klein cast his gaze towards Miss Justice. Audrey looked at Sun, who was silently reciting the formula, and hurriedly sent out the 2 pages of the diary that she had forcefully memorized to express her thoughts. The diary immediately appeared on the yellowish-brown goatskin and flashed into Klein's hands. Just like before, he immediately began to read. On the 3rd of November, Matilda is 3 months pregnant. Now, when I look at those made from the countryside, I feel that they are pretty. No, I can't lower my level and style. It just so happens that Countess Fleisch has invited me to a private party. Hee. November 8th. Archbishop Van Esten asked me for help. What can I help an archbishop with? November 9th. So there's such a secret hidden in the sequence pathways. Archbishop Esten told me that after becoming a Sequence 5 Beyonder, the subsequent parts can be substituted with the corresponding sequences of 1 or 2 other pathways. That is the beginning of the step from mid-sequence to high sequence. But this is only limited to 1 or 2 pathways. Once the potion of the wrong pathway is switched, going half crazy is the lightest outcome, and it's impossible to advance in the future. The pathways that can be substituted at Sequence 4 are the Sleepless Pathway and Corpse Collector Pathway. Yes, the Church's Savant Pathway and Mystery Prior Pathway can also be substituted at high sequences. Chapter 146. Some pathways can be interchanged after Sequence 5. This is different from what the Nighthawks say. Isn't it impossible to change a pathway after choosing one? Isn't it said that although one will obtain strange powers if they go astray, they will definitely go half-mad and never be able to advance further? There's actually an exception to this. Klein's pupils constricted as he looked at the diary. He didn't doubt that Roselle the Great would fabricate this matter. After all, the surprise in between the lines was so real. However, he didn't believe that the information Roselle received was absolutely correct. It was also possible that he had been deceived or misunderstood. This matter needs to be verified. I'll note it down first. Klein reminded himself as he pondered over the matter. If Roselle's description is correct, then the waters of the sequence pathways run deep. There are many secrets hidden. The complete pathway that the Nighthawks have is sleepless, and the relatively complete one is corpse collector, which can at least reach sequence 4. In the end, they can be interchanged after sequence 5. The potion formulas of the other pathways are extremely incomplete, and they only have the initial stages. Similarly, the complete pathway of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is Savant, and the relatively complete one is Mystery Prior. They can also be interchanged at a higher level. Interesting. I wonder which pathway can my seer sequence be interchanged with? Back then, the Apprentice and Marauder were mentioned by the Emperor. It's very likely that the first 5 sequences of the seer pathway each provide an ability. At sequence 4, they combine into one. Then, at this step, it's unlikely that other potions can replace it. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention on the diary again. At this moment, he realized that the 2 pages of the diary seemed to be connected, but the actual content wasn't connected. They were records from 2 different periods, and this was a mistake made by people who copied it later on. April 9th. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have a bad relationship with each other and view each other as enemies. As for the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Fasak Empire's Church of the God of Combat, they are like fire and water. These are things that can be used and are worth considering. April 13th. I participated in that ancient organization's gathering. I didn't expect them to be members of this organization. How alarming. So the second blasphemy slate is in the hands of this organization. This is the first time I've seen this legendary divine item. As expected, it hides an unimaginable secret. Maybe one day in the future, I'll make a blasphemy slate that belongs to me. No, a set, and every slate will contain an ultimate secret. F***CK, Great Emperor. What's the name of that ancient organization? You're making me very uncomfortable. Maybe Roselle didn't dare to write down the name of the organization, even though he was writing it in Chinese. Klein's heart itched, and he was puzzled. However, from this diary page, he finally confirmed that Roselle the Great had seen the second blasphemy slate and later imitated it to create a deck of cards. Each card corresponded to a divine pathway. Perhaps it's the ultimate secret that corresponds to the divine pathway. I wonder who has the 22 cards now. That ancient organization actually has the second blasphemy slate. Klein's thoughts raced as he thought of many things. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts and moved his gaze away from the diary. He looked at the Hanging Man, Justice, and Sunday. He smiled and said, "Actually, you didn't have to wait for me. It's our honor." The Hanging Man, Alger, who had long reigned in his displeasure, replied humbly. Audrey thought for a moment and smiled faintly. "Mr. Fool, the method you previously described for selecting officials through an open examination has been approved by the King and Prime Minister. It will soon be passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons. It's expected to be officially implemented early next year." From the looks of it, the King and Prime Minister still have brains. Alger mocked out of habit. With Banson's intellect and diligence, he should be able to pass in grammar and accounting by early next year. However, as long as it's passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons, the various newspapers will definitely publicize it. I wonder how long Banson's first mover advantage can last. The earlier the examination, the better. Sigh, there's no way Banson can beat the elites who graduated from various universities in such a short period of time. However, there's no need to beat them. They're competing for different positions. Those fellows will probably only have their eyes on positions like Cabinet Secretary or Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. The silent Klein, who only smiled and nodded, was worried sick for his brother. Seeing the fool nodding in agreement, Audrey straightened her back even more. She turned around and smiled. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I've obtained the answer to the matter you previously asked me to confirm. The king has already been convinced by the Prime Minister. He won't seek revenge on the Fasak Empire on the east coast of Balam for the time being. I think it's time for you to pay the additional remuneration you previously promised. Alger remained silent for a few seconds, as though he was in thought. Miss Justice, thank you for your answer. This allows me to stop worrying about certain matters. What additional remuneration do you wish to receive? As long as it's within reason, I'll consider it. Audrey smiled as though she was already prepared. Clues to psychological alchemy, or clues to the main ingredients of the telepathist potion formula. Of course, this can wait until Sun hands me the formula. No problem, Alger answered without beating around the bush. On the same side as the hanging man, Berg, who was 2 seats away, was completely confused. He felt that he could understand almost every word, but he had no idea what they meant when they were strung together. He didn't understand any of the public examinations to select officials, the king and prime minister, the House of Lords and the House of Commons, the East Coast of Balam, the Fasak Empire, or psychological alchemy. Fasak is a variant of giant. What does it have to do with the fallen giant king's court? Derek looked at Justice and then at the hanging man. He suddenly felt that he might not be in the same world as the two of them. Could it be that somewhere in the cursed lands, in a place far away from the city of Silver, there's more than one city, or even a country? Derek maintained his silence and listened quietly. He vaguely understood why the mysterious fool had said that he might not be able to receive the so-called cash compensation given by Justice. To be able to pull people from so far away together and ignore the terrifying monsters in the depths of the cursed lands. The fool might really be a deity, an ancient deity. That was what he thought. Audrey, who had completed everything she wanted to do, had planned on being a silent spectator, but she suddenly thought of something else. She hurriedly said, I've recently come into contact with some Beyonder circles and learned of a powerhouse named Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, Mr. Sun. Do you know his background and true identity? I don't even know what you're talking about. Derek maintained his silence. Mr. A? I only know Mr. Z. With such a similar code name, could he be from the Aurora Order? Klein made a guess in his mind, but he didn't answer. He had to maintain his image and try not to answer without confidence. If he really faced such a situation, his description would be vague and make him look like a charlatan. Alger looked at the fool and saw that he was calm and unchanging. It was hard to guess his true thoughts, so he deliberated and said, The Aurora Order has always been targeting the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Therefore, compared to other organizations, these 3 churches know more about the Aurora Order, and I learned some things from them. There's no need to explain. I know you're from the Lord of Storms. Of course, you could also be a traitor. But why do the Aurora Order's targets of hatred happen to be the 3 oldest churches? Klein smiled without a word and looked calmly at the hanging man. Alger knew that his sequence pathway couldn't be hidden from the fool, so he didn't mind and continued. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. These oracles use letters as code names, calling themselves Mr. A and Mr. X. They are at least sequence 7 Beyonders, and the strongest are sequence 5. They're all rather good at concealing themselves. A new oracle will replace a dead one. I'm not sure if the Mr. A you're talking about is the Aurora Order's Mr. A. I can only say that it's very likely. As for the Aurora Order situation, I've already told you about it. Audrey nodded slightly and became even more wary of Mr. A. Her heart ached a little. Thank you for your answer, Mr. the Hanging Man. You don't have to pay me the extra payment. No, I want to use the answer I just gave and the additional reward to ask you for a favor, Alger said in a deep voice. What kind of help? Audrey asked curiously. Alger thought for a few seconds. I've received intelligence that the great pirate Zillings, known as Rear Admiral Hurricane, has secretly gone ashore and snuck into Bakeland. I don't know what he's up to. I hope you can help me find his whereabouts. As for the subsequent matters, you don't have to take the risk. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings? One of the 7 pirate admirals? Audrey's eyes widened slightly, almost unable to maintain her spectator state. What did she want to do the most after becoming a Beyonder? Of course, it was to come into contact with figures that only existed in the legends of the nobles. Yes, he's also a Sequence 6 Beyonder of the Sailor Pathway, Wind-Blessed. He also has a mystical item, which can also be called a sealed item. He's rather cunning and cruel, so don't try to deal with him, Alger introduced solemnly. Having said that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein. Mr. Fool, can I request your adorer to provide help at critical moments? I'll pay the price you're interested in. My adorer is only me, Klein lampooned to ease his emotions and smiled. The premise is that my adorer happens to be in Bakeland. Chapter 147. What's so special about Zillings's mystical item? Audrey asked with some confidence. She had given it some serious thought and realized that she had quite the ability to search for people in Bakeland. First of all, her father was a top tycoon among the nobles. He had a pretty good reputation and connections, and she was very popular among the younger generation. Therefore, in the middle and upper echelons of society, she could use a lot of resources without realizing it. Secondly, the two Beyonder friends she knew had their own circles. Apprentice Furs was originally a clinic doctor, but she was now a newly minted author. She knew many people in the literary world, in the publishing industry, and among the middle-class doctors. Arbitrator Deity had long helped mediate matters between the middle and lower-class citizens. She was rather famous in Bakeland's East Borough, among the working class, and among many gangs. She had many secret channels, together with the other Beyonders they had come into contact with, as well as the circles that other Beyonders had expanded. Their ability to search for people was not to be underestimated. Faced with Justice's question, Alger answered without any hesitation, as though he didn't need to think before answering. That's right. He answered without thinking. The true name of that mystical item isn't known, but those who know it call it creeping hunger. Zillings has to satisfy it with the soul and flesh of a living person every other day. Otherwise, it will use its master as a replacement. This is an important clue that can be used to find Zillings, Audrey said with a slight frown. She felt a deep discomfort and disgust towards evil items that thirsted for the blood and souls of living people. Yes, but in a city with a population of at least 5 million, the disappearance of a few vagrants wouldn't be noticed. Alger reminded her before saying, ever since he obtained creeping hunger, Zillings has become very difficult to deal with. He was originally a wind-blessed. He had pretty good Beyonder powers in the domains of water, wind, and weather. But later, people discovered that he could make his target go berserk, enter the dreams of others, summon light to purify the dead, use his singing to enhance himself, and change into different people's appearances. He was nearly omnipotent. Alger described in great detail. We suspect that this was brought about by the mystical item, creeping hunger. Before he could finish his sentence, Derek Berg, who was quietly listening by the side, blurted out in surprise, "Don't worry. Shepard, Secrets Suppliant, Sequence 5 of the Listener Pathway? In the City of Silver's 6-member council, there's a newly promoted elder named Shepard. It's said that he's so powerful that he can resist a Sequence 4 Beyonder. He's an evil spirit of the same grade." Klein's facial expression changed slightly, but it was concealed by the grayish-white fog. And at this moment, the audience didn't pay any attention to him. Shepard? Justice and the hanging man spoke at the same time. One was completely puzzled, while the other was slightly surprised. It was as if they had heard of the name Shepard somewhere before. They knew something about it, but they didn't know the specific details. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Derek immediately panicked. No matter how reserved and sorrowful he was still a teenager. He hurriedly explained with a stutter, "What I mean is that the characteristics listed by the hanging man are very similar to the Beyonder powers of the Shepherd sequence. Every shepherd can devour the souls of others, including wraiths and evil spirits, and use a unique method to drive these souls and use a certain amount of their powers. It's like herding lambs for a deity. Therefore, no one knows how much power a shepherd has. It only depends on how many Beyonder souls they have devoured. This makes them appear very terrifying, almost equivalent to a high-sequence Beyonder." But some people suspect that there's a limit to the number of souls a shepherd can devour and graze, but it can be replaced. So, that's the meaning of shepherd. The sequence pathway that the Aurora Order controls is as strange as ever. It's no wonder they believe in the true creator, no, the fallen creator. Klein was enlightened, but he didn't nod, acting as though he already knew. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Son, you're still a child after all. This is very important information that can be used to exchange for valuable items. You actually said it out loud. You said it out loud. Yes, the mystical item that needs to be sealed, Creeping Hunger, shows powers that are very similar to a Sequence 5 Shepherd. Could it be that there are many sealed items that are similar to a particular Sequence class, the kind where they lose control? I wonder which Sequence class sealed artifact 2-049, the Antigonus family's puppet, is similar to. After listening to Son's explanation, the hanging man Alger nodded, as though he had solved the mystery. He fell silent. Audrey was even more curious as she asked, which sequence pathway does a shepherd belong to? What's the sequence? Secret Suppliant Pathway 5. Klein took the opportunity to point out, without a trace, to show that he knew everything. Secret's Suppliant. Aurora Order. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. A, who was suspected to be an oracle of the Aurora Order. Her heart suddenly felt heavy. She began to seriously consider what price she could pay in exchange for Mr. Fool's help to easily get rid of that disgusting fellow. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a way to move Mr. Fool. Indeed, important figures who are close to deities aren't that easily moved. There aren't many items or matters that interest them to begin with. Audrey sighed inwardly. Temporarily giving up on her impulse, she nodded gratefully at Son, thanking him for giving everyone a new guess about Creeping Hunger, allowing them to come up with a more reasonable and effective response. Mr. the Hanging Man, I'm willing to accept this request, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, Audrey said as she turned to look at him. There's no better answer than this. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, as long as you make the attempt, I'll pay you a certain amount later on, such as some secret knowledge and information. And if you succeed, perhaps I can directly provide you with the main ingredients of Telepathist. Of course, the premise is that we know what it is, Alger promised with a rare generosity. Deal. Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile. Following that, with Klein's permission and help, Alger conjured Zillings's portrait. As one of the 7 pirate admirals, he had a unique broad chin, and his brown hair was tied into an ancient warrior's bun. His dark green eyes seemed to contain a smile, but they were abnormally cold. After discussing the matters that needed to be discussed and sharing the information that needed to be shared, the fool Klein, who sat high above, smiled and announced the end of the day. Then he saw Justice and the Hanging Man quickly stand up and bow, while he saw Son slowly mimic them. He pressed his right hand forward and severed the connection, but he didn't leave immediately. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek looked at the familiar decorations around him and looked at the dark sky that flashed with lightning. For a moment, he was a little dazed, but he quickly snapped out of it and found a goatskin parchment and a quill. He scribbled down the bard formula that he had forced himself to memorize. He read it a few times and finally confirmed that there were no problems. Derek wasn't worried that the upper echelons of the City of Silver would suspect him of possessing the bard formula and becoming an unconventional beyonder. This was because in every previous expedition, the members of the elite team would more or less obtain formulas, ingredients, and strange items from monsters or from the destroyed cities. And during this process, it was quite normal for someone to hide something. As long as it didn't involve anything too important, the captains and upper echelons would tacitly not pursue the matter. Over time, some of the formulas began to circulate through the City of Silver's unofficial channels. Some of them became the foundation of the family's prosperity. The characteristics of the darkness around the City of Silver were relatively fixed. Some ingredients were easy to obtain, while others could only be found deep into the Cursed Lands. After putting away the goat skin, Derek recalled the mysterious fool's exhortations. Therefore, he bowed his head in his simple bedroom and simply prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Jotun was a very ancient language. It had the mysticism of sacrifices, prayers, and spellcasting, so Derek didn't need to switch to ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Silently, Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, heard the echoing prayers in his ears. He saw the crimson star corresponding to the sun expanding and contracting. However, he didn't attempt to make contact. He planned to respond 10 minutes before the next gathering, so that the youth from the city of Silver could be prepared to be alone. And most importantly, it allowed him to avoid the conversion of time and date, reducing the possibility of damaging the fool's powerful image. After confirming this matter, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality and suddenly plummeted. After returning to his room, Klein removed the wall of spirituality and prepared to head out again after a short rest. There was no longer a need for him to act as a seer, so there was no need for him to go to the divination club as a fixed schedule. Occasionally, he would go there to earn some extra income and fulfill his supervisory duties as a nighthawk. Originally, Klein had hoped to laze around in the afternoon, but he realized that there was something he hadn't done. He had no choice but to pull himself together. According to their agreement, he had to find Detective Henry today to obtain the final report on the Red Chimney investigation. Sigh, I heard that important figures are all quite busy. I still have to find time to go to the Tingen City Household Servant Assistants Association with Banson and Melissa to find a good maidservant. Klein struggled to change out his shirt and put on a black tailcoat. He held his half-top hat and silver-inlaid cane and walked out the door like a gentleman. Chapter 148. Inside the Private Detective Agency. Sir, your commission has been completed. The drunken private detective, Henry, looked at the gentleman in a black tuxedo, half-top hat, and dark face mask before him. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This really wasn't an easy mission. It wasn't difficult, but it took up too much of our energy. Frankly speaking, I'm very regretful. I regret that the price I offered was too low. No matter what you say, I won't pay an extra penny." Klein emphasized inwardly as he pointed at the thick stack of documents on the coffee table. "This is the investigation report." "Yes." Henry pressed down on the investigation report that was at least 60 pages long and sighed. "This is the most troublesome." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Klein hand over 4 one-pound notes. Hence, he turned his attention to identifying the authenticity. "This is the final payment." Klein reached out to hold the thick investigation report. Henry coughed and said, "You really are an honest and trustworthy gentleman. You really are an honest and trustworthy gentleman." Sigh, I didn't expect that the investigation report would use so much paper. It was completely out of my budget. At that moment, Klein picked up the extremely thick investigation report and stood up. He bowed slightly and immediately walked towards the door with his cane in hand. Just like that, Detective Henry's subsequent words were stuck in his throat. How could I possibly pay for the cost of the investigation report's paper? It's included in the overall commission fee. Klein touched the remaining £5 and ate solely of his private stash and grumbled inwardly as he walked briskly to Bisick Street. He first observed his surroundings and confirmed that no one was paying attention to him before he agilely left the area and found an opportunity to remove his mask. Klein didn't plan on returning home immediately. Instead, he planned on finding a coffee shop nearby to quickly sort out the investigation report. He wanted to find the houses that had changed tenants after his divination of the Red Chimney. Then, he would use the time before dinner to check those houses. There were quite a number of coffee shops in the neighborhood, but almost none of them met Klein's requirements. Ever since steam and machinery became the symbol of the era, more and more coffee shops lowered their standards and became cheap restaurants. They provided tea, coffee, bread, toast, and dishes like lamb stew with peas to the busy laborers. Hence, respectable gentlemen and ladies no longer went to coffee shops to chat. They no longer used such behavior as a symbol of their status. All kinds of clubs began to appear, replacing the original social functions of coffee shops. After walking for a while, Klein finally found a coffee shop with a decent environment. After sitting at a booth in a secluded corner, he took a sip of his Southville coffee, which only cost 3.5 pence, and carefully flipped open the investigation report. In Tingen City's North Borough, East Borough, West Borough, Golden Indus Borough, Dock Borough, and University Borough, a total of 1,179 houses have dark red chimneys. In Tingen City suburbs, a total of 546 houses have the red chimneys described by the employer. This doesn't include the towns and villages that belong to Tingen, but are relatively far away. The following is the address of each house and the corresponding landlord and tenant information. According to the employer's request, I have done a more detailed investigation of the situation in the past 3 months. Klein scanned through page after page, constantly making notes on the piece of paper he brought with him with a fountain pen. Finally, he discovered that after he had divined the red chimney, a total of 25 houses had experienced a change in tenants. Not too many. I'll try to finish the investigation within 2 days. Yes, I've seen that red chimney in my dream divination, and I've seen parts of that house. As long as I encounter it again in reality, I'll definitely feel a sense of familiarity from my spirituality and thus confirm the target. To put it simply, I'm a human detector. Klein nodded silently. Based on the different locations of the houses, he planned the 15 houses that he had to visit that day. As for whether such an operation would be dangerous, he didn't need a divination to know the answer. Since there was a change in tenants, it meant that the mastermind who caused his fate to be inconsistent and kept encountering coincidences had already left. I hope I can find out what the previous tenant looked like from the landlord. However, since the mastermind can influence my fate without me noticing and make the coincidences appear natural, he must have a way to erase the traces of his existence. Sigh. I can only pray to the goddess to make that guy make a mistake. Klein exhaled and forced himself to perk up. He put on his silk-top hat, picked up his cane and report, got up, and walked out of the coffee shop. Following that, he spent 2 solely to hire a 2-wheeled carriage and went to the 15 houses with red chimneys before dinner. Unfortunately, they weren't the ones he had seen in his dream. If the results of tomorrow's investigation are still the same, things will be troublesome. He's actually still living in the house with the red chimney that I previously divined. This either means that he's confident enough that he's not afraid of my investigation or even the arrest of the Tingen Nighthawks, or it means that he doesn't know that he's exposed and that the power that resisted my divination was a power that doesn't completely belong to him. Klein stood at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, analyzing one possibility after another. After a few minutes, he patted the dust off his black tuxedo, pressed down on the half-top hat on his head, took out his copper key, and opened the door to go home with a smile. He planned to prepare braised lamb and honey-roasted meat for Banson and Melissa that night. At 11 o'clock at night, the 3 siblings entered their respective bedrooms after saying good night to each other. Klein closed the door and stood in front of his desk. Under the light of the gas lamp, he looked out of the oriel window. At that moment, the nearby streets were completely dark. There were only a few street lamps guiding the way. The stars in the sky were embedded in the black curtain, and they were not very clear. I wonder what Bakeland, which is known as the land of hope and the capital of capitals, looks like. Klein muttered silently. He reached out to grab the curtain and was about to pull it open. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold wind blew without warning, and the light from the gas lamp suddenly turned dark green. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back, and very professionally, he tapped his left molar twice. At the same time, he leaned towards the headboard and tried to grab the pistol under his pillow. In his vision, a face suddenly appeared on the wall above the desk and under the gas lamp. It had no eyes, no nose, and only a translucent mouth. "Don't shoot," the face said with its mouth open and closed. "It can communicate?" Klein already had his gun in hand, and he aimed at the target. "What are you trying to do?" he asked in a deep voice. The face let out a light chuckle. "I'm Daily." "Daily? Spirit Medium Daily?" "The Spirit Medium Daily who was transferred to the Bakeland Diocese?" Klein frowned in puzzlement. "I'm Daily. I know that this kind of visit is too rude, and I should inform you in advance so that you can be fully prepared. However, it's not convenient for me to meet you directly, so I can only communicate with you through this little guy." The translucent eyeless and noseless face laughed. Although her voice isn't right and is ethereal and ear-piercing, it's indeed Madame Daily's style of speaking. The powers of a spirit medium, sure, are cool. Klein sighed inwardly. Without lowering his gun, he asked, without lowering the muzzle, he asked, "Ma'am, what do you wish to communicate with me?" Without lowering his gun, he asked, "If I were you, I would first seal the bedroom with spirituality. Otherwise, your family will think that you have a mental problem." The translucent face joked, "Haha, you don't have to be so wary. I only returned to Tingen in secret because of Dunn's letter. As you know, Nighthawks are not allowed to leave their jurisdiction as they please." Captain's letter. Klein didn't go near the desk. Instead, he took out the Holy Night powder from the inner pocket of his black trench coat on the coat rack. "Dunn and I are both Beyonders who grew up in the Tingen Nighthawks. We have always maintained a good relationship. Last Thursday, yes, Thursday, he sent me a letter and mentioned you. He said that you imitated the maxim of a mystery prior and concluded your own seer's code of conduct from divination. He also claimed that this effectively helped you grasp the potion, preventing you from hearing things you shouldn't hear or seeing things you shouldn't see. Dunn said that this is very similar to me." Are you really not going to seal the room? "I personally don't mind being misunderstood by your brother and sister." The translucent face explained unhurriedly. "So that's how it is. It's really Madame Daily." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and stuffed the Holy Night powder back into his inner pocket. He then walked to the desk and took out a silver knife used for ceremony from the drawer. After quickly constructing a wall of spirituality, he turned to look at the strange face that protruded from the wall. "Madame Daily, what else did the captain say in the letter?" He only expressed his doubts and felt that he had grasped something, but he was unable to understand it clearly. "He hoped to get my opinion," Daly said with the help of the strange face that had no eyes or nose. "And when I finished reading the letter this morning, I knew that you were definitely not as ignorant as you described yourself." Mr. Moretti, I believe you have already concluded the acting method. Is that why you came to me?" Klein asked without confirming or denying it. Daly already knows about the acting method. He calmly made a judgment in his heart. Daly made the translucent face reveal a smile. "Yes, I believe we should be honest with each other on this matter. I know that you have concluded the acting method, and you definitely know that I have grasped the acting method. Sigh, what's unpleasant is that it took me nearly 2 years to clearly understand it. As for you, you have only been a Beyonder for a month and a half." Upon hearing Daly's words, Klein deliberated for a moment before calmly smiling. "That's because I have you as my role model." He originally wanted to say, "I'm only standing on the shoulders of giants," but he ultimately decided not to give Roselle the Great another chance to appear in his ears. Chapter 149. Klein's reply made Daly chuckle. Her translucent face, which only had a mouth, said, The translucent face with only a mouth said, "Even if you obtained inspiration from the mystery prior's maxim and confirmed your thought from my experience of performance, it only took you a month or so to clearly understand acting and come up with your own seer principles. This is enough to prove that you have outstanding wisdom and open-mindedness." Klein didn't harp on the topic that made him feel guilty. Instead, he asked, "Mayam, do the upper echelons of the church know of this so-called acting method?" "Without a doubt, they know very well. I've once flipped through the historical records of the church, searching for those who rapidly advanced without regard for the rules. I discovered that there are quite a number of such nighthawks and bishops, and I'm not the most special one. As for their endings..." At this point, Daly deliberately paused, and her tones seemed heavy. What were their endings? Klein's heart tightened as he blurted out a question. Could it be that the Church of the Evernight Goddess views the acting method as a temptation to evil gods and devils? The translucent face with no eyes, nose, or ears suddenly laughed out loud. Their endings were rather good, other than those who lost control or were sacrificed in supernatural incidents. The rest at least became archbishops or high-ranking deacons. Among them, there was no lack of Beyonders who successfully advanced to high-sequence Beyonders. Well, in the Church of the Goddess, Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 are collectively known as saints, while Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 are grounded angels. Of course, every angel was once a saint. Ma, Daily, you were deliberately scaring me just now. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't hide his puzzlement as he asked, since the church has long grasped the acting method, why don't they tell it to every Nighthawk? Although it can't completely prevent the loss of control, it can definitely greatly reduce the corresponding probability and reduce unnecessary losses. The translucent face with only a mouth appeared a little confused. I don't know why either. They told me that when I became an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon, I would be able to understand this secret. I came to you today because I hope that you can clearly tell Dunn about the acting method before submitting the special application. Klein didn't foolishly ask him why he didn't do it himself. Instead, he said thoughtfully, "Once I'm noticed by the church, I have to make a promise, a vow, not to tell anyone else about the acting method. Yes, in front of the goddess's holy relic, swearing in her name is sufficiently binding. Believe me, you definitely don't want to know the consequences of violating it. All I can do now is chat with someone like you who has mastered the acting method. Your body's condition already told me the answer before you answered. That's why I dare to say that term." Daly made the strange face sigh. She paused for a moment before continuing. "At that time, I only vaguely grasped the essence of acting and quickly digested the potion. Yes, in the upper echelons of the church, using the word digesting to describe the mastery of the potion is very appropriate. In short, before I made the vow and was told about the acting method, I did not have a very clear understanding of this matter, so I could not accurately warn Dunn and the others. I had already given up, but I didn't expect to meet you, a weirdo, no, a genius, who clearly recognized the acting method before submitting the special application. So that's how you see me, Mayim." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he solemnly promised. "I originally planned to use the special application to warn Captain about the existence of the acting method. With your explanation, Mayim, I don't need to worry about anything." "Very good. You really are a kind lad." Daly's tone was clearly relaxed. "Ma, you seem to be only 2 or 3 years older than me." Klein pointed out her problem inwardly. Without waiting for him to speak, the strange translucent face continued. "If you have any questions or need any help, you can write to me. If you have any questions, or if you need any help, you can write to me. Wait for me. Wait for me to become an archbishop or a senior deacon. When I understand why the church hides the secret of the acting method, I will hint to you whether this matter is good or bad." Klein's mind jolted as he asked without hesitation, "Ma, what's your address?" To him, having one more helper was good. Furthermore, this was a relatively powerful spirit medium. Faced with Klein, who didn't reject her request at all, Daly fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. "Our communication shouldn't be done through the post office. We shouldn't use normal letters. That's very unsafe. I'll teach you a relatively simple ritualistic magic. It can summon a unique spirit that belongs to me. Pass the letter you have written to it, and it will accurately deliver it to me. It's not as fast as a telegram, but it's faster than a steam locomotive. You can finish it by noon, and I'll receive it in Backlund that night." Klein listened attentively and nodded slightly. "Very practical, ritualistic magic." Daly chuckled softly. "The characteristic of this ritualistic magic is to pray to oneself and extract power from one's spirituality. There's no need to go through a deity, so it's rather hidden. However, it's usually not very powerful. First, choose the herbs and essential oils that correspond to your domain. This is no different from normal ritualistic magic, but you only need the candle that symbolizes you. Then, there's the incantation. There are 3 paragraphs. The first is I. Use ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, or Elvish to shout I. The second paragraph is I summon in my name. You can switch to Hermes. The third paragraph is a detailed description of the summoned object. For example, what you'll be using later. A spirit that wanders the unfounded, a creature from the higher world that's being driven by humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Daily Simone. Higher world? In the field of mysticism, this often refers to the spirit world. As Klein carefully memorized it, he analyzed the process of the ritual. In this aspect, he could barely be considered an expert. The advantage of this kind of ritualistic magic is that it bypasses the deity and purely uses one's own power. This also allows one to not be restricted by the domain of the deity and obtain a variety of spell effects. The problem is that it depends on one's own strength. The weak will always be weak, and the strong will always be strong. Klein felt that he had obtained new knowledge. This was a mysticism that he was unable to dispel at his current sequence. Daly repeated the description a few times and emphasized solemnly, "Remember, don't casually change the specific description of the summoned object. Remember, don't casually change the description of the summoned creature. It's easy to attract terrifying monsters." All right, Klein nodded honestly. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. If I change the description of the summoned object to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, what will be summoned? Will it be completely ineffective, or will the gray fog suddenly descend? Or will I need to go to that mysterious space to respond? Will this help me stir up more of the power above the gray fog? Will this lead to some terrifying chain reaction? Klein, who had just successfully courted death with the mutated sun's sacred emblem, still felt a lingering fear. In the end, he followed his heart's wishes and decided to divine above the gray fog before deciding if he should attempt it. He thought for a moment and asked with interest, if we strictly use the acting method, how long does it take to go from sequence 8 to sequence 7? And how long does it take to go from sequence 7 to sequence 6? According to the information I've read, sequence 8 to sequence 7 takes anywhere from 3 months to 2 years. It depends on whether you can quickly comprehend the core spirit and the corresponding rules during the acting process. Sequence 7 to sequence 6 takes half a year to 3 years. Sequence 6 to sequence 5 is about the same. Sequence 5 to sequence 4 takes 3 to 20 years. Daly gave a general description. Klein suddenly laughed. So, you've already reached sequence 6? He had heard from Dunn that Daly took a year to go from sequence 9 corpse collector to sequence 8 gravedigger. She also took a year to go from gravedigger to sequence 7 spirit medium. And she had only been a beyonder for 5 years. In other words, Daly had been a spirit medium for about 3 years. Yes, this is also the reason why I was transferred to the Bakelin diocese. The strange, translucent face answered frankly. My current occupation is spirit guide, but I prefer the title of spirit medium. All right, this little guy is tired. I have to leave. Under such circumstances, I won't say may the goddess bless you. May you have sweet dreams. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. No, there won't be any sweet dreams tonight. I have to rush back to Bakeland. This isn't a pleasant experience. It's like having sex with someone you don't like. Daly's voice became softer and softer. The translucent face without eyes or nose slowly retracted into the wall, leaving no trace behind. The light from the gas lamp brightened, and all the gloomy green disappeared without a trace. Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, stared at the changes in a daze. It took him a long time to snap back to his senses. A spirit medium, no, a spirit guide is really impressive. He can actually create a messenger in the mysticism domain. I wonder if my sequence 7 and sequence 6 will be special, he muttered silently to himself. He quickly dispelled the wall of spirituality and extinguished the gas lamp in the bedroom. He then quietly laid down on the bed in the darkness. He didn't plan on going above the gray fog that night. He had to be wary of Daly suddenly returning and saying what Dunsmith said, "Right, I forgot something." When that happened, he wouldn't be able to silence her even if he wanted to. The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company 3 minutes early. "Good morning, Klein. The new clerk is here." Roshan greeted him with a bright smile. Klein was sincerely happy for her. "Congratulations, Roshan. The goddess has heard your prayers. My skin's condition is returning." Roshan's eyes lit up as she nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Klein walked to the partition and knocked on the captain's office door. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and saw the captain instinctively sitting up straight. His gray eyes turned deep, as though he was prepared for something to happen. Ahem. He cleared his throat and sat down with his hat and cane. Captain, I have something to report. Chapter 150. Klein looked at the serious Dunn Smith and suddenly smiled. Captain, I figured something out yesterday. What is it? Dunn repeated his question and leaned back in his chair. He loosened his clasped hands. Klein recalled the script he had prepared. I'm summarizing my previous experience. I believe that the name of the potion contains a series of rules that help us control the potion and avoid negative effects. And when we follow these rules to deal with matters, we seem to become a person of the corresponding profession. Similarly, these rules are implicit. No one can tell you directly. You can only summarize them bit by bit from the corresponding profession and then modify them according to the feedback of different effects. So, when I became a true seer in the divination club and obtained my own seer principles, the ravings and hallucinations that plagued me disappeared. That's what I figured out. After saying that, Klein secretly exhaled. Other than not directly mentioning acting, he had said everything he needed to say. Sigh, I just hope that Captain doesn't say that I already have such a clear idea when the church sends someone to inquire. That would attract more attention. Coupled with the seer pathway and the Antigonus family, there might be quite a bit of trouble when the time comes. However, Captain is also someone who has seen many things. He's experienced and intelligent. Once he figures out the acting method, he'll definitely notice that the church is hiding something from him. He'll know what to say and what not to say. Klein's mind was filled with thoughts as he felt a little confused. However, he quickly made up his mind and came up with a plan. If Captain still doesn't figure out the acting method, or doesn't notice the church is hiding something, then I'll directly remind him before submitting the special request. Yes, I'll first test him and confirm his intentions. Dunn quietly listened to Klein's description as his gray eyes turned deeper. He was silent for more than 10 seconds before he reached out to rub his temples. Then, he picked up his pipe and took a whiff. After sniffing it, he seemed to have forgotten the rules of the Nighthawks and took out a matchbox. The greenish-white smoke slowly rose. Dunn half closed his eyes, as if he was tasting the tobacco. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled at Klein. Sorry, I forgot you don't smoke. Smoking is bad for your health, Klein answered seriously. Dunn held his pipe and thought for a moment. I seem to have understood something as well. No, Captain, you don't understand anything. Anyway, don't wander into my dreams too often. Klein didn't reply with a question. He just smiled warmly. Maybe it won't be long before you come to submit a special application. Dunn took a deep breath of the mini tobacco and said half jokingly and half emotionally, How about tomorrow? Klein replied inwardly. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Captain, I have to go find old Neil. Today's mysticism class is about to begin. All right. Dunn held his pipe and watched Klein leave. After closing the door to the captain's office, Klein walked to the staircase that led underground in a good mood. When he passed by the clerk's office, he saw a man and a woman he didn't know. A new civilian employee. Klein nodded thoughtfully and added inwardly, That's not the case. I'll submit a special application to Captain within this week in another 2 days. Then, I'll pass a series of tests and become a Sequence A clown. In the dark and quiet underground tunnel, Klein turned to the armory and pushed open the door to the guardroom. What happened to you? He jumped in fright when he saw old Neil's appearance. Old Neil was dispirited and his face was pale. He kept yawning. I've been feeling constipated recently. Last night, I tried a ritualistic magic to solve this problem, but I didn't sleep well the whole night. I kept running to the bathroom, and in the end, I almost fell asleep on the toilet. The constipation problem is solved. Seeing that it wasn't a big problem, Klein suddenly felt like laughing. But he restrained himself and asked, What's the matter? Are you feeling better now? At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice in concern and used his spirit vision to observe old Neil's healthy aura. The yellow color of the digestive system and the orange color of the excretion and detoxification are a little dim and mottled, but fortunately, it's within a reasonable range. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I asked Fry for some anti-diarrhea medicine. Old Neil yawned like a heavy smoker and said, You can study on your own for today's mysticism class. It's only the last 2 or 3 days of content anyway. All right, Klein said politely. Or maybe I'll guard the armory here and study mysticism. You can go to the lounge to catch up on your sleep. Old Neil instantly straightened his back and answered with bright eyes, Little more Eddie, you are indeed a compassionate nighthawk, second only to Fry. I'll leave the armory to you. He picked up the blanket on his lap and rushed out of the guardroom like a whirlwind, leaving Klein alone in a daze. In the morning, the Blackthorn Security Company received an additional job. It was to escort a wealthy merchant to the harbor to make a deal. Leonard and Kinley completed the job easily and earned quite a bit of extra income, which made Klein rather envious. On the other hand, he continued to delve deeper into mystery and practice his spear techniques. He was tormented by Mr. Gawain, who had somehow provoked him. Huff, huff. Klein opened his mouth and gasped for air. It took him a long time to regain the ability to take a shower and change his clothes. After leaving Gawain's house, he continued to be busy. He spent 2 solely to hire a rental carriage and passed by the remaining 10 houses with red chimneys. When the last dark red chimney disappeared from his sight, Klein's expression became very solemn. The house with the red chimney that I saw in my divination isn't one of the houses that have recently changed tenants. If that's the case, things are going to be troublesome. I wonder how long it will take to finish investigating the 1,600 to 1,700 houses. Sigh, I can't get anyone else to help me with this matter. After all, only I have that spiritual sense of familiarity with the target. I can't be discouraged, and I can't give up. As long as I'm free, I'll investigate. I'll try to find a target in 3 months, no, 2 months. Who knows? The target might be among the houses I investigate tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll go back and organize the information. I'll plan my daily investigation route based on the areas near and far. Klein encouraged himself and tried to distance himself from his dejection. Having made up his mind, he was about to instruct the carriage driver to turn into Daffodil Street when he realized that it was very close to Instructor Aztec's house. Before Mr. Aztec went on his trip, he wrote to me that he would be back this week, but he didn't mention the exact date. I'll drop by on the way to take a look and leave him a note. Yes, I'll rent a carriage for 2 solely an hour. It's almost time, so I'll take Mr. Aztec's place as the final destination. After that, I'll switch to a public carriage. 4 minutes later, he alighted from the carriage and arrived outside Aztec's house. The quality of the houses here was obviously better than Daffodil Street, but not as good as Howe Street. There was a lawn in front of the house and a small garden in the back. Ding, ding, ding. Klein pulled the rope at the door and rang the bell in the house. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from inside. Then he saw the door open. Aztec with soft facial features and bronze skin appeared in front of Klein. As he was at home, he was casually dressed in a white shirt, brown vest, and brown trousers. Klein, I was just about to write to you. Aztec greeted him warmly. I just got home last night. Klein took a deep look at the tiny mole below his right ear. Mr. Aztec, I've found clues about your past. Really? Aztec's expression instantly turned excited. His eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, lost their calmness. Let's talk inside. Klein looked to his left and right. Aztec nodded quickly and made way for the guest to enter. He locked the door and led Klein to the living room on the first floor. He sat on the soft sofa. What clues did you find? He asked eagerly. Klein didn't expect to meet Mr. Aztec today. He organized his words and said, I recently received a commission to eliminate a wraith in an abandoned castle outside Lamud Town. Lamud. Aztec repeated the name in a low voice, his brows furrowing a little. Looking at his expression, Klein slowed down and said, In the process of eliminating the wraith, we discovered something. In the process of eliminating the vengeful spirits, we discovered something, so we went to the town to investigate. A townsfolk claimed to have a portrait of the first Baron Lamud and tried to sell it to me. Out of curiosity, I looked at the oil painting and realized that the person in the painting other than the hairstyle and facial features, is very similar to you, Mr. Isaac. Even a mole below the ear has the same position and size. Under my interrogation, the townsfolk confessed that the oil painting was made more than 40 years ago, but the object it was imitating did come from an abandoned castle. It was indeed an ancient portrait that was dug out from there. As you know, people with unique abilities like us have a skill to detect lies. And this skill told me that the townsfolk wasn't lying. Isaac leaned forward as he listened. He clasped his hands and didn't speak for a long time. He remained silent the entire time. After 5 minutes, he exhaled and said, "Your description didn't make me recall anything else. Your description didn't make me remember anything else. Maybe I should go see that abandoned castle for myself. Can you bring me there?" "That would be my honor." Klein was already prepared as he replied, "But I need to make a trip home, lest my brother and sister worry." Chapter 151. 2. Daffodil Street. Klein nodded at Aztec and quickly walked to the front of the house. He took out his keys and opened the door. Melissa, who had already returned home, heard the sound of the lock turning. She hurriedly moved from the kitchen to the living room. Upon seeing Klein, her eyes lit up. "I bought the ingredients. There's chicken, potatoes, onions, fish, turnips, and peas. I also bought a small jar of honey. Sister, have you also gotten used to the occasional extravagance?" Klein chuckled and said, "You'll have to prepare dinner today. You don't have to consider my share. I have matters to attend to and might only be back in the wee hours of the morning." "Oh, help instructor Aztec. He's a professor of Koei University's history department." As he spoke, he turned and pointed at the carriage waiting outside the door. Melissa's lips opened and closed twice before she pursed them. "All right." Klein bade his sister farewell and walked out the door. He boarded the rental carriage that Aztec hired and arrived at Lamud Town in 2 hours and 40 minutes. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and the sky was completely dark. Only the crimson moon and scattered stars occasionally penetrated the clouds to illuminate the areas without gas lamps. After instructing the carriage driver to wait in the town, Klein led Aztec on the road to the abandoned castle. As they walked, he realized that Aztec was getting faster and faster. He had to jog to keep up, and in the end, it was even Aztec leading the way. Klein wanted to say something, but when he saw the other party's silent face and tightly pursed lips, he wisely swallowed his words back down his throat. At this speed, it didn't take long for the two to arrive in front of the abandoned castle. It was almost in ruins, but it stretched out its body in the thick darkness, pointing towards the sky. It was desolate, gloomy, and gloomy. Aztec stared at the abandoned castle and slowed down his footsteps. He stopped there, his eyes occasionally deep and distant, as though he was constantly wandering between a dream and reality. Suddenly, he grunted in pain and raised his hand to pinch his forehead. The muscles on his face contorted into a hideous state. "Mr. Aztec, what's wrong?" Klein asked cautiously as he activated his spirit vision. Back when he was on the rental carriage back to Daffodil Street, he had secretly performed a quick divination by playing with a coin. He predicted that his return to Lamud would be safe. However, he believed that divination wasn't omnipotent. He was constantly on guard against any mistakes in his interpretation or problems with the organization of the divination statements. Furthermore, Instructor Azek was a mysterious powerhouse. No one knew what his past was like, and no one knew how he would react if he were to be provoked. Caution, wariness, and worry became a normal emotion for Klein. Azek didn't answer immediately. With a pained expression, he took 2 steps forward and released the hand that was pinching his forehead. He pointed forward and said in a dreamy tone, "I've seen this castle in my dreams." Back then, it was still complete. It had a sturdy outer wall and a tall spire. I remember that there was a stable there, a well there, and a barracks there. There was a field there to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes. I remember there was a training field there. My child, he was a boy. He was only 7 or 8 years old, but he liked to run around with a broadsword that was taller than him. He said that he wanted to become a knight in the future. My wife always complained that the castle was too dark. She liked the sunlight and the feeling of warmth. Klein, who was observing the color of Aztec's aura, felt his scalp tingle. He was slightly touched, as though he was experiencing a supernatural story himself. This ancient castle is indeed related to Mr. Aztec. Could he really be the first Baron Lamud, a beyonder creature that has lived for 1,300 years? Is he a human or an evil spirit? That's not right. How could there be an evil spirit that runs around in the sunlight and has come into contact with the Nighthawks? Klein couldn't control his thoughts. He allowed them to collide with each other and trigger more thoughts. At that moment, Aztec stopped his ravings and walked through the door. He walked all the way inside. Without Klein's guidance, he found a mechanism and opened the secret door that led to the basement. Holding his cane tightly, Klein walked 2 steps behind Aztec. He walked down the stairs and returned to the place where the coffin was placed. Unlike what he had seen before, the lid of the coffin had been closed, and the warm and pure feeling had disappeared. The coffin has been closed. It's probably done by Fry. This is the professional ethics of a corpse collector. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He used his spirit vision to watch the emotionally confused Aztec walk to the coffin. Aztec reached out and pushed the coffin's lid open a gap. He stared at the headless skeleton for a long time before he suddenly let out a sorrowful and painful wail. Thud, thud, thud. Aztec retreated with heavy footsteps. Before Klein could react, he stumbled and fell, sliding against the wall. He covered his face with his hands and sat there dejectedly. His surroundings suddenly turned even darker. Klein took 2 steps forward. He was about to reach out, but he retracted his hand, not daring to disturb him. At that moment, his spiritual perception told him that the current Mr. Aztec was extremely terrifying. He was so terrifying that the basement had turned cold and sinister. Klein silently moved his feet and approached the stairs. He believed in Mr. Aztec's character, but he was afraid that he would lose control. Amidst this unease, he waited for a few minutes. Finally, he saw Aztec lower his hands and slowly stand up. Mr. Aztec seems to have changed a little. That's the answer my spiritual perception gives me. But in his spirit vision, there's no obvious change in the color of his aura. His emotions are still as gloomy, dejected, and pained as before. Klein quickly made a judgment. He felt that Instructor Aztec had become deeper and more dignified. I remember some things, but only a very small part, Aztec said in an emotionless tone. Following that, he surveyed his surroundings. I sense the power that caused your fate to be out of sync here. Klein was stunned at first, but then he asked in surprise, can you trace its source? The mastermind living in the house with the red chimney not only created coincidences, but also came to Lamud Castle and took the head of the knight in black armor? What was he trying to do? What was his real purpose? It's been too long, but I want to give it a try. Aztec's deep voice seemed to contain a volcano that was about to erupt. How? Klein asked curiously. Aztec walked back to the front of the coffin and stared at the bones inside. He took the skull of my child. I want to use the blood connection to find him. Your child? Mr. Aztec, are you sure that the knight in black armor is your child? You're really an old antique. Do you really lose your memory every once in a while? And this is the price for a long life? Klein secretly took a deep breath. He had the illusion that he was in contact with a mythical creature. At this moment, Aztec stretched out his right hand and cut his index finger with his suddenly sharp thumbnail. A drop of red blood dripped down, accurately staining the white bones. It quickly seeped into the bones and instantly turned the entire skeleton blood red. Wah, wah, wah. Klein suddenly heard the cry of a baby and felt that someone was staring at him from behind. He suddenly pulled out his revolver and pointed it behind him. He then slowly turned around, but there was nothing in front of him. Even the stairs leading to the ground were gone. Wah, wah. The cry of the baby drilled into Klein's ears. He looked at the coffin again and was shocked to see that there were shapeless or distorted faces mixed with black fog, forming a strange door. Creak! The illusory door opened, and one pale arm after another reached out. However, they all evaporated into black fog in front of Aztec. Through the crack in the door, Klein saw a white skull. It was carelessly thrown under a dark brown tree and rotted into powder in the wind. Clang! Countless pale arms were suddenly cut off by the door and fell to the ground. At this moment, Klein heard a long sigh. It was Mr. Aztec's sigh. It was a sigh that pierced through the heavy history. Following this sigh, the black fog disappeared and the crying of the baby came to an abrupt stop. Everything returned to normal, but it was a lot colder. Klein clenched his teeth and shivered. He looked into the coffin and saw that the crimson skeleton had turned back into a translucent white. "I'm sorry, I couldn't find him," Aztec said in a low voice with his back facing Klein. At the same time, he closed the lid of the coffin. "It's normal that you didn't find him. It's a surprise that you found him," Klein comforted him. "Anyway, I've been disappointed many times in this matter," he added silently in his heart. Aztec looked at the coffin in front of him again and slowly turned around. "I'll continue to investigate, and I hope to receive your help." "No problem. That's exactly what I want to do." Klein resisted the urge to tell Aztec about the red chimney right there and then, because it would be useless even if he told him. He could only rely on himself to confirm the target. However, this also solved a big problem for him, which was how to lure the Nighthawks in after finding the house with the red chimney. He did not believe that he could kill such a mysterious and terrifying mastermind alone. But now, he could seek Mr. Aztec's help. Aztec opened his mouth, but did not say anything. He only sighed and walked towards the stairs in silence. After leaving the basement and closing the secret door, the two walked along the path filled with weeds and thorns. Neither of them spoke a word as they walked out of the abandoned castle. In the dark night, Aztec suddenly said, "When this matter is resolved, I will resign and leave Tingen to pursue my lost past." Chapter 152. The owl's cry was accompanied by the chirping of insects as it reverberated on the road leading from the abandoned castle to the town. Aztec looked ahead and was silent for a few seconds. "Although I'm not completely sure, I have some ideas. Perhaps I am a person who has lived for a very, very long time. Mr. Aztec, you really should seriously consider whether you are still in the category of human." Klein replied in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. In the wilderness in the dead of night, it always made people feel weak. I must have paid a price to have such a long life. I have lived from the end of the fourth epoch until now, like a ghost wandering all over the continent. Aztec's voice was low, as if he was suppressing his inner emotions. "I don't remember the past. I have forgotten the people and things that I swore to remember." Klein thoughtfully used his cane to poke at the weeds in front of him. "Mr. Aztec, I have a guess about your condition." "What conjecture?" Aztec tilted his head and glanced at his companion. "I believe that your forgetfulness is a cycle. Perhaps you will die once every few decades and wipe away your previous memories. Then, after a certain period of time, you will wake up from your dark slumber and begin a new life. Only by doing so can you explain the different dreams you have. They're the things you encountered in your different lives." Klein described his theory. Aztec's footsteps suddenly slowed down, as if the darkness was tugging at the corner of his clothes. He looked ahead with a gloomy gaze and said after a while, "This matches some of the memories that I've awakened from the stimulation just now." Did he awaken some of his memories due to the stimulation just now? Klein's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Mr. Aztec, perhaps you don't need to leave Tingen to search for your lost past. You will slowly recall it." "Why?" Aztec tilted his head in surprise. Klein smiled. "You haven't completely lost your memory. The fact that you've awakened part of it today is proof. Also, do you remember when you woke up in Bakeland and realized that you had forgotten the past?" Aztec nodded solemnly. "This is a nightmare that has been plaguing me." Klein tapped his silver-inlaid black cane and explained in detail. "Before today, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with this matter. But after combining your description and my own speculation, it seems a little strange. When you woke up from a dream, you had a new identity and enough money, and a way to appear without scaring others. Everything seemed to have been arranged, and you quickly integrated into society. Then who arranged it? There's only one answer: the past you. The you of the past recovered your memories and knew that you were about to usher in a new life. So you arranged everything to avoid suspicion. Aztec stopped and looked at the sparse and dim lights in the town in the distance. He once again fell into a long silence. Perhaps the parents I've been looking for are the past me. He sighed, indirectly admitting that Klein's reasoning was very convincing. Therefore, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is wait patiently, and you will slowly recover your memories. Klein gave a conclusion to console him. Aztec subconsciously waved his cane, and then his entire body seemed to transform into a marble statue. After a long while, he replied with a profound gaze. Perhaps only when my old life comes to an end will I completely recover my memories. I don't want to wait that long. I want to have ample time to figure out and escape this fate. Therefore, I have to take the initiative to search for the past and stimulate myself bit by bit to complete the awakening you guessed ahead of time. And waiting will only make me repeat the cycle from before. This is indeed the choice that I look forward to the most. Klein didn't try to persuade him any further. Instead, he said, Mr. Azek, apart from helping each other find the culprit who caused my fate to be discordant and took away your child's skull, can I implore you to help me with something trivial? Aztec nodded slightly. What do you need me to do? Klein organized his words and said, I hope that next week, or the week after that, you can go to a small town near Tingen. It's best if you take a carriage to arrive within 2 to 5 hours. Create some supernatural incidents that won't harm anyone. Yes, I saw that you were able to trace the criminal based on the bloodline connection just now. You should be proficient in certain things in the field of necromancy. No problem. Aztec agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask why Klein wanted him to do that. At the same time, he tacitly agreed with Klein's conjecture of his abilities. Thank you. This matter is very important to me. Yes, when you choose the targets for the supernatural incidents, you can only choose the believers of the Evernight Goddess. Also, don't leave any clues behind, Klein exhorted. Only then would the matter be reported to the Tingen Nighthawks. Only then would he be able to join the mission team and suggest the use of sealed artifact 3-0782. Only then would he be able to steal the sealed artifact, which was the mutated sun's sacred emblem's power of God's blood, and create the flaring sun charm during the guard rotation. This was the most powerful item he could obtain at the moment. With the mastermind living in the house with the red chimney yet to leave Tingen, and with him constantly investigating, Klein had to do everything he could to become stronger. Yes, according to the knowledge I obtained, stealing a little of its power won't cause any damage to 3-0782. At most, it will reduce the number of years its purification effects can last. I'm doing this for the peace and stability of Tingen City. Klein defended himself in his heart. Aztec didn't care about Klein's motives. He nodded and said, I'll tell you the name of the town and the approximate time in advance so that you can be prepared. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his trip to Lamud Town hadn't been in vain. Yes, even though he had only uncovered the outermost veil of Mr. Aztec's mysteries, and there were still many unknowns and unsolved mysteries, he had at least gained his friendship. He had found a reliable ally in dealing with the mastermind. At 11:30 at night, Klein returned to 2 Daffodil Street, tired, sleepy, and hungry. Mr. Aztec didn't even treat me to dinner. Sigh. How could he be in the mood to eat in his current state? Klein mumbled to himself as he took out his keys and opened the door. The house wasn't as dark as he had expected. An elegant gas lamp was quietly emitting light, making the living room warm and bright. It gave Banson, who was sitting alone on the sofa, a bright coat over him. Seeing the door open, Banson, who was holding a book, was about to speak when he suddenly yawned. He had to cover his mouth with his hand. Klein closed the door and casually mentioned with a smile, I went to Lamud Town with Instructor Aztec. I went to Lamud Town with Professor Azek. There's an abandoned castle there with a long history. Banson was suddenly enlightened. He smiled and said, a moonless night, an ancient castle that has been abandoned for 1,000 years, a cold and eerie environment, and an archaeological team of only 2 people. This is the standard beginning of a supernatural novel. Everything that happened tonight can really be considered a paranormal event. Klein thought of the strange door that Mr. Azek had created and the baby's cries. He said with some lingering fear, "I'm not sure." He said with some lingering fear. That kind of environment does have such a feeling. Banson yawned again. Then he closed the book and said, "I need to sleep. Ever since I began learning grammar and reading classical literature, the quality of my sleep has become very good." Klein chuckled inwardly. He suddenly recalled what Miss Justice had mentioned, so he suppressed his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, "Banson, as you know, our company has some connections with the Alwa County Police Department. I recently heard that there's a rumor from Bakeland that the king, prime minister, ministers, and members of parliament are sick of the slow and inefficient government. They plan on carrying out a reform. They plan on selecting talents through an open examination to become officials that handle specific matters, just like the university entrance exam." Banson was at a loss at first before his eyes lit up. "An open examination?" "Yes, as long as you pass the examination, you can also become a government employee that handles specific matters. I'm guessing that the content of the examination will be similar to the university entrance exam. Grammar, classical literature, a certain level of mathematics and logic, as well as basic legal knowledge." Klein took the opportunity to instill his thoughts. Finally, he said, "Banson, this matter has to be kept a secret. Also, don't hold too much hope. No one knows if it will be passed by the House of Lords and House of Commons. I'll keep it in mind. I understand that I just need to study hard." Banson smiled and continued, "Regardless of this matter, I'll study hard and try to escape my current situation as soon as possible to find a better job. Studying is the biggest difference between humans and curly-haired baboons. No, scientific research has shown that baboons have high intelligence and a certain level of learning ability." Klein silently lampooned as he watched Banson walk to the second floor. Then, he smiled as he rubbed his deflated stomach and walked towards the kitchen. After finding the leftovers from before and some of the chicken that Melissa had specially left behind, Klein relaxed and prepared dinner. At that moment, it was completely silent outside. The night was dark, and most people had already fallen asleep. Only he was breathing in the slightly cold air that was mixed with fragrances, creating a slight commotion. Everything was so peaceful and leisurely. After eating his fill, washing the cutlery, and soaking himself, Klein returned to his bedroom and locked the wooden door from the inside. He yawned, braced himself, took out the ritual dagger, and sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality. Chapter 153. The hazy grayish-white fog lingered eternally, and the dark red illusory stars hung in the distance. Klein sat in the magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence, quietly looking at the familiar scene in front of him. After a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and made a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin appear in front of him. Then, he wrote down the summoning ritual that he had modified. Light a candle to symbolize yourself. Use a wall of spirituality to create a holy environment. Drip full moon essential oil, chamomile extract, slumber flower powder, and other ingredients into the candle flame. Note, you don't need to be too particular about this step because you're summoning yourself. Recite the following incantation. Ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish. Must be shouted softly. I summon in my name, Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After scrutinizing it 3 times, Klein wrote a divination statement at the bottom. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. Phew. He exhaled, put down his fountain pen, removed the silver chain from his sleeve, and held it with his left hand. When the topaz pendant floated above the goatskin and was just a step away from touching the divination statement, he reined in his thoughts and entered cogitation. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. It's dangerous to carry out the ritual in the outside world. After reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his almost completely black eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning counterclockwise. This meant that there was no danger. I can give a try. Klein hurriedly made the conjured item in front of him disappear. He extended his spirituality to envelop himself and simulated the feeling of falling rapidly. After returning to his bedroom, As he had sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality, Klein immediately cleared his desk and placed a mint-scented candle in the middle. He pressed his right hand on the candle's wick and used his spirituality to rub against it, igniting it. Under the flickering yellow light, Klein dripped the corresponding essential oil, extract, and herbal powder into the flame. A tranquil and leisurely fragrance instantly filled the air as the room alternated between light and darkness. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked at the candle that symbolized him and shouted in Jotun, "That's right. I." Following that, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the flickering, dim candlelight and the tranquil fragrance around him fuse into a whirlpool, crazily absorbing his own spirituality. "Slumber flower that belongs to the crimson moon, please transmit your strength to my incantation." Klein endured the discomfort of having his spirituality extracted and finished reciting the incantation. At this moment, he saw that the candle flame had stopped swaying and was standing there quietly. It was dyed with a grayish-white luster and stretched to the size of a palm. He of gray, I and God, and I whitened, and of he, God, he God. He paused for more than 10 seconds, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog again. He saw that there were rippling ripples of light at the end of the long, ancient table. This came from the strange symbol that corresponded to the back of the high-back chair. A strange symbol formed from the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines that symbolized change. All Klein did was reach out his hand to touch it when he immediately heard me. "I summon in my name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog," and other incantations. He saw the surging spirituality and rippling ripples of light fuse, forming an illusory, unformed door. The door swayed as if it wanted to open. Klein immediately had an inspiration, and he had a strong urge to push it open. Almost instantly, the boundless gray fog and the magnificent palace were suddenly pulled by something, producing invisible ripples. The ripples came one after another, surging towards the illusory, unformed door. However, no matter how hard Klein pushed, the door couldn't be opened. All the commotion eventually returned to silence. Is it because the door of summoning isn't fully formed? Klein retracted his thoughts and frowned as he analyzed the reason for his failure. He had casually named the illusory door of summoning. Yes, it's because my spirituality isn't enough. I'm unable to construct a complete door of summoning. When I advance to sequence 8 and become a clown, I'll be able to pass the initial dangerous stage. I can then try again. Perhaps there won't be any problems then. Klein nodded gently, having a general idea of what was going on. This experiment gave him great confidence and encouragement. This was because, other than the divination of the eternal blazing sun, this was the first time he had caused the mysterious space above the gray fog to have a different reaction. One day, I'll figure out all the secrets here. Klein made an excited declaration in his heart as he descended into the boundless gray fog while being enveloped by his spirituality. Returning to his bedroom, Klein quickly extinguished the candles and ended the ritual. Then, he tidied up his desk and removed the wall of spirituality. Amidst the sudden gust of wind, he yawned and fell into bed. Just as he wrapped himself in the blanket, he fell asleep. In a hazy and fragmented dream, Klein suddenly woke up. He realized that he was sitting in the living room at home, holding a copy of the Tinjin City Honest paper in his hand. Captain isn't here again, right? He was stunned at first, but then he looked out the oriel window, amused and annoyed. With a creak, the door opened. Dressed in a black trench coat, Dunn walked in slowly with a cane and a pipe in hand. He was still wearing his half-top hat and had the same deep gray eyes. Dunn came to the living room and sat on the single-seater sofa. He leisurely crossed his right leg over his left. He put down his cane, took off his hat, and leaned back. He looked at Klein in silence, as though he was thinking. "Captain, what do I want to do today?" Klein was at a loss. In order not to expose the fact that he knew that it was a dream, he pretended not to be affected and continued reading the newspaper. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. He looked up at Dunn and realized that the captain was still looking at him in silence, as though he was thinking. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Klein flipped through the newspaper a few times. From the corner of his eye, he saw Dunn looking at him in silence, as though he was thinking. "Captain, you're making me very uncomfortable." Klein couldn't sit still. He folded the newspaper and placed it to the side. He smiled and nodded at Dunn. Then he went to the kitchen to get a rag and pretended to wipe the dining table and coffee table. "Captain, look, my dream is so simple, ordinary, and boring. There's nothing worth observing. Hurry up and leave. Why don't you turn into a ghost, and I'll pretend to be frightened so that you can complete your nightmare achievement." He prayed silently, but when he looked up, he saw Dunn's deep, gray eyes that seemed to be thinking. Under such a silent, unchanging gaze, Klein wiped the furniture and cleaned the room. He was exhausted in his dream, and what made him most tired was Dunn Smith, who had been looking at him quietly, as though he was thinking. He didn't know how long he had been busy, but he finally saw the captain put down his right leg and stand up. Then he picked up his cane, put on his hat, and walked to the door. Klein held his breath and watched Dunn leave his house. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and make a gesture of goodbye. Phew! When everything returned to normal, Klein let out a long breath. That was really a nightmare. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Vakeland, West End, Phillips Department Store. This was the most high-end department store in the Kingdom of Rouen. It was only open to nobles and rich people with membership. There were always luxury carriages parked outside, with different emblems on them. In addition to being a shopping mecca, this place had also become a well-known social venue because of the strict restrictions on personnel. Audrey, with her maid Annie and the golden retriever Susie, got off the carriage and entered the door under the attentive attentions of the attendants. Along the way, she would occasionally see viscountesses, countesses, or young girls whose parents were of prominent status. She maintained an elegant posture and used standard but not stiff etiquette to greet them one by one. She used different entry points to briefly communicate with different nobles. For example, when facing a countess, she had to praise how well-fitting her new dress was. When exchanging greetings with a baroness, she had to say how outstanding her husband's performance in the House of Lords was. In the past, Audrey never did this well enough. She was too willful and self-centered. But now, she didn't even need to spend much effort to deal with it perfectly. In the eyes of the spectator, the emotions and thoughts of most of the noble women seemed to be written on their faces. When she arrived on the second floor, Audrey turned towards a shop that sold ready-made clothes. The attendant in the shop was a young and short girl. She wore a black and white dress and had a head of stubborn blonde hair that reached her shoulders. She was none other than arbitrator Deity. Audrey gave Susie a look without any change in her expression. She instantly understood what she meant and happily ran to another counter. Annie had no choice but to quickly follow and attempt to pull Susie back. "Well done," Audrey praised inwardly as she walked to Deity's side and pretended to look at the different styles of dresses. "Why did you arrange to meet me here?" Zio asked softly as she introduced the items loudly. Her voice was very young, just like a child's. "Where's the original attendant?" Audrey asked instead of answering. Zio observed her surroundings and said, "I convinced her. She's very happy to rest for the morning." Audrey looked at the different styles of dresses and took out a folded piece of paper from her goatskin handbag. She secretly handed it to Zio. "Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has secretly infiltrated Bakeland. This is his portrait. I hope that you can help me find him." "Yes, don't alarm him." Zio took the piece of paper and quickly unfurled it to take a look. She discovered that it was a lifelike sketch of a man in his 30s with a unique, wide chin. "I'm often praised by my teacher when it comes to drawing." Audrey glanced at Zio and raised her head slightly. She added, "The kingdom's bounty on Zillings is 10,000 pounds. If he's really captured, even the person who provides clues will definitely be rewarded with a few £100. Chapter 154. A unique broad chin, the bond of an ancient knight, and eyes with a cold smile. Zio Dericha was half sitting on the sofa as she carefully studied the sketch that Audrey had given her. In her eyes, it was a living, walking gold pound sterling. After etching the appearance of the great pirate Zillings into her mind, she continued reading the additional description. Brown hair, dark green eyes. The portrait is only for reference because the target has the ability to transform into someone else. The duration is unknown. The portrait is only for reference. The target can transform into someone else. Only for reference, transforming into someone else. Then why do I have to memorize the contents of the sketch so seriously? Zio's expression froze, as though she could sense World's evil intentions. She looked up in confusion at Fur's wall, who was lazily lying on the sofa opposite her. She muttered to herself, "There's no way to find him. I don't know what he looks like. All I know is that he's a foreigner. The number of foreigners who come to Bakeland every day is uncountable." Furs exerted strength from her waist in an attempt to sit up, but she failed miserably after 3 attempts. "I'm just an apprentice, not an arbiter," she mumbled as she pressed down on the sofa's backrest, successfully moving from lying to sitting. "Perhaps that lady thinks we're prophets?" Furs joked. Zio was about to answer when she suddenly realized that there were many additional descriptions. She read them out softly. Suggested to search through the following channels. 1. Zillings has a sinister item on him. Every other day, he will devour the flesh, blood, and soul of a living person. Consider a missing tramp. 2. Gather information on Zillings in detail and summarize his unique hobbies and behavior patterns. 3. A person's facial features may change, but as long as they don't undergo special training, they will always act like themselves, such as their favorite food, walking style, habitual actions, and more details. Furs nodded slightly when she heard that. Miss Audrey isn't as simple and innocent as the rumors say. She has a meticulous heart and calm observation skills. Really? Zio asked with uncertainty. Without expecting an answer, she suggested, "I'll be in charge of gathering the information. You summarize that pile of gold pounds. No, that pirate admiral's hobbies and characteristics?" Furz's eyes widened. She shook the iron box of cigarettes in her hand and said, "How can you bear to do that? How could you have the heart to let a delicate and sensitive writer do such a thing?" Zio glanced at her friend and subconsciously revealed a convincing aura. "Your Stormwind Mountain Villa has a very interesting reasoning content." Furs shrank her shoulders, lowered her head, and looked at the coffee table. "Do you know how many hairs I lost, and how many times I lost sleep because of that reasoning?" She quickly raised her head and glanced at Zio Dericha. She then lowered her head again and mumbled, "Life is very short. There are too many things that need to be done. Why should we waste our time on such boring and tedious work?" "Very reasonable." Zio nearly nodded in agreement. It wasn't easy for her to maintain her dignity as an arbiter. "Then do you have any other way to solve this problem?" She suppressed her voice, making her young voice sound deep. Furs thought seriously for more than 10 seconds before suddenly looking up. She suddenly raised her head and said, "We can get a professional to do it. After you gather the information on Rear Admiral Hurricane, we can erase his name and take it to an excellent detective. We can get him to summarize and deduce. All we need to do is to pay a consultation fee." Why didn't I think of that? Zio's mind went blank. She and Furs looked at each other without saying a word. When the atmosphere became a little awkward, she cleared her throat and said, "We'll do as you suggested." With that said, she quickly added, "We'll do as you suggested." With that said, she quickly added, "We'll do as you suggested. The consultation fee will be paid by you." House Street, Divination Club. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." The beautiful lady in charge of entertaining them, Angelica, looked ahead in surprise. "You rarely come on Fridays." Klein, who was exhausted from investigating the houses with the red chimney, smiled and said, "Fate won't keep repeating itself. Fate will not always repeat itself. It will always bring us some surprises." He happened to be passing by, and it was time for the rental carriage to be hired. Hence, he came up to drink some black tea and rest. In addition, this was also his last preparation. With his new experience at the Divination Club, he could logically submit a special application to Dunn Smith. Your words are always filled with philosophy. Angelica praised sincerely. Klein thought for a moment and said, after some deliberation, I might not come to the club much in the future. I might not come to the club often in the future, so you don't need to recommend me to others. After digesting the potion, he had to move on to a new goal. Why? Angelica said in surprise and confusion. You're already very famous in the club. Most people know that your divination is very accurate and magical. We're even considering inviting you to be our Sunday lecturer. If I get a pound for every divination, I'll grit my teeth and persevere no matter how tiring it is. Also, I have to go to a few houses with red chimneys and try to find a mastermind as soon as possible. Klein smiled warmly. Don't hold me back. This is fate's arrangement. It's not that I won't come to the club anymore. It's just that I'll reduce the frequency. My membership fee will still be paid on time. Since it can be reimbursed, I'll still come here occasionally to monitor the place. Klein silently added, How regretful. I hope that you will come to the club when I'm lost. Angelica sighed. After the initial shock, she realized that she wasn't as surprised as she had imagined. Perhaps a club in Tingen can't have such a magical seer who respects fate for long. Angelica smiled as though she was in thought. Sigh black tea. Yes, Klein replied with a smile. He sat in the club for more than 10 minutes, rested a little, drank the black tea, and left. He took a track public carriage back to Daffodil Street. When he entered, he habitually opened his mailbox and saw a letter that had just been delivered. Opening it, Klein realized that the letter was from Mr. Aztec. I will be heading to Morristown on Sunday and will return on Wednesday. The townspeople of Morristown generally believe in the goddess. Going on a Sunday means that the Nighthawks will only receive the news on Tuesday or Wednesday, according to the usual efficiency. I'll be able to make it in time. Mr. Aztec actually remembered my request. I hope he also remembers not to appear personally. He can just summon a ghost to scare them. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He spewed out his spirituality and ignited the letter by rubbing it. With a flick of his hand, the flames turned to ash and slowly fell to the ground. On Saturday morning, Klein wore a black windbreaker and a half-top hat. He held a silver-inlaid cane as he leisurely walked into the Blackthorn Security Company. After greeting Roseanne, he looked at the partition and saw that the door to the captain's office was open, so he deliberately didn't control his volume. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, Yesterday evening at the Divination Club, I saw a girl who looked like you. Really? Roshan asked with interest. Klein nodded without sincerity and replied, Really, I even thought she was your sister. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any sisters, not even cousins. Roshan giggled. Do you remember her name? No. Why would I remember her name? Klein chuckled. Seeing you is no different from seeing her. Can I understand that you are complimenting me? Roshan never needed someone to start conversation. She took the initiative to ask, Klein, you must have earned quite a lot from the Divination Club, right? As a true seer, your standard is not something other amateurs can compare to. If we don't talk about this, we can still be good colleagues. Klein coughed and said, Seers have to fear fate. They cannot use divination to seek abnormal benefits. Are you concluding your seer maxim? Roshan asked curiously. Yes, Klein answered frankly. After chatting with her for a while, he waved goodbye, took his hat, and walked to the partition. Knock, knock, knock. He looked at Dunn Smith, who was busy making coffee, and gently knocked on the open door. Please come in. Dunn raised his head to look at him, and hurriedly adjusted his posture. Klein had been testing the captain for the past 2 days and confirmed that Dunn Smith hadn't mentioned it to anyone while trying the acting method. It was obvious that he was wary of the upper echelons of the church. Thus, he closed the door behind him and sat opposite her. His expression was solemn, but there was a hint of excitement in it. With a solemn expression, he said with some excitement, Captain, I feel that I have completely mastered the seer potion. Chapter 155. Looking into Klein's eyes, Dunn took a deep breath, leaned back, and slowly exhaled. Are you sure? His expression didn't change much, as though he was already prepared for the special application. He just didn't expect it to come so soon. Captain, Why do you feel relieved and at ease? Klein didn't hide his smile. I'm sure, Captain. When you completely grasp the potion, you will have a special and magical feeling. Without a doubt, you will be sure that you have completely grasped the potion. A special and magical feeling. Dunn ruminated over this sentence softly, and his brows slowly furrowed. Yeah, Captain's previous 2 advancements were done without completely digesting the potion. That's right, without knowing the acting method. It's difficult to completely digest it. I can only rely on a long period of polishing and subconsciously acting to reduce the risk of losing control. Poor Captain. Klein looked at Dunn quietly. He didn't say a word, nor did he add anything, allowing him to think carefully. After nearly a minute, Dunn's deep gray eyes reflected Klein's figure once again. He deliberated over his words and said, perhaps waiting another year is a better choice. Does Captain mean that I won't be too conspicuous if I wait another year? With Madame Daly as an example, the higher-ups won't pay too much attention to me. At most, I'll be placed on a list for further observation. Klein thought for a moment and answered frankly, I originally wanted to wait until next year to make this special application. After all, there are still many things I need to grasp. For example, I'm only at the beginner level of combat. But, Captain, don't you think we've encountered too many coincidences in the past 2 months? We chased after the kidnappers and ended up meeting the Antigonus family's notebook in the opposite room. The delivery of sealed artifact 2-049 was delayed. In the end, Ray Bieber didn't escape Tingen and began his attempts at digesting the power at the dock. I attended a birthday banquet and ended up attracting the attention of Han-Ass Vincent. I went to the library to investigate and met that member of the Aurora Order on the spot. I don't know what these coincidences mean, but I keep feeling uneasy, so I want to improve myself as much as possible. Seizing this opportunity, Klein pointed out the matter of the mastermind. This was also something he had planned on putting on his agenda, to remind the Nighthawks without exposing his uniqueness, so that they could find more clues from other sources. And from what he had just said, there was only one conclusion in the eyes of others. His intuition was sharp, and he was good at organizing things. After Klein said the word, but Dunn's body gradually leaned forward. In the end, he crossed his hands and covered his mouth. His eyes were solemn, and he did not speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about what he had just said. A few seconds later, Dunn raised his head and said in a mellow and deep voice, very sharp, perhaps there really is something hidden in the depths of the darkness. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he instructed, you can go and write the special application. Okay, Klein replied with a smile. He got up with a smile and walked to the door. As expected, he heard a familiar addition. Wait a minute, Dunn shouted for the person who was about to open the door and said after some deliberation, watch your words. Don't worry, Captain, I'm more concerned about this problem than you are. Klein nodded with a beaming smile. He originally thought that Dunn would propose another plan, which was to not go through the Holy Cathedral in advance to sequence 8 privately. He would then go through the normal process 3 years later. But after careful research, he realized that it was impossible. Regardless of whether it was a special application or a normal application, the person who advanced had to go through the examination of the Holy Cathedral. It was just that one was very complicated, while the other was relatively simple. When the time came, the secret of him becoming a Sequence 8 would not be kept a secret. It would implicate the entire Tingen Nighthawks team. After leaving the captain's office, Klein, who had finished all his mysticism lessons, was in no hurry to go to the basement for his shift. Instead, he slowly walked into the office next door. At that moment, a man and a woman were sitting in the office. The man was in his early 30s, and the woman was in her 20s. They were the 2 new members. When they saw Klein enter, they were first taken aback. Then, they smiled and nodded in greeting. They were curious and in awe of Beyonders. Klein didn't chat with them. He found an empty table and scribbled on the draft of the special application. As he already had a plan in mind, he only took 10 minutes to complete the preliminary work. After reading it several times and making many changes, he sat in front of the Ackerson Model 1346 typewriter and turned the draft into an official copy. Amidst the tapping sounds of the keyboard, the two new clerks looked at each other and got up at the same time. They walked out of the office and went to the reception hall to chat with Roshan, leaving the room to Klein alone. They're very reserved and have a sense of confidentiality. Klein glanced at their backs and sighed inwardly. He retracted his gaze and continued typing on the keyboard. Just as he was about to complete the special application, Leonard Mitchell came out of the lounge. As he looked around, he buttoned his shirt. His messy hair exuded an unruly beauty. "What report are you typing?" Leonard glanced at the clerk's office, leaned against the door, tiptoed, and asked with his hands in his pockets. His green eyes examined Klein with interest. After Klein finished typing the last word in punctuation, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Special application." "Special application? Special application?" Leonard asked, puzzled. Klein picked up the piece of paper, quickly scanned it, and explained in a seemingly casual manner. "That's right." He then explained in a seemingly casual manner. "A special application to advance to sequence 8. Cough. Cough. Leonard suddenly coughed violently. It took him a long time to calm down. He blurted out, "You finished digesting the potion?" "Digesting? Student, you know a lot." Klein held the special application and walked in front of Leonard. He pricked up his eyebrows and said yes. Following that, he stared into Klein's eyes, lowered his voice, and added with a chuckle, "I remember someone once told me that in this world, there will always be some people who are special. They can do things that others can't. For example, me. Or you." Leonard was rendered speechless. All he could do was change his standing posture, take his hands out of his pockets, and cross them in front of his chest. He opened his mouth and finally organized his words before asking in a deep voice, "Don't you think that this is too risky?" Since he knows how to digest it, he definitely knows that there's no risk involved in my advancement. Is he referring to the attention of the upper echelons of the church? Klein explained thoughtfully, "Leonard, do you remember the first mission we worked together on? It was just a simple pursuit of a kidnapper, but we actually discovered clues to the Antigonus family's notebook hidden in the opposite room. I was merely tracking the kidnappers, but I actually discovered clues to the Antigonus family's notebook in the opposite room." Leonard's expression turned solemn as he nodded indiscernibly in agreement. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I have to speed up my progress." Just as he finished his sentence, he suddenly looked at Klein and nodded indiscernibly. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I have to speed up my progress." Just as he said that, he suddenly looked at Klein and revealed a bright smile. "Aren't you going to share your experience with us?" The experience of quickly mastering the potion and minimizing the risk of losing control. This guy sure changes his attitude quickly. Klein smiled. He was planning on using today's opportunity to give the Nighthawks a piece of advice to reduce the risk of them losing control. Of course, for the sake of his own safety. He couldn't be as explicit as he was with Dunn Smith. At most, he would describe the first time he had laid the groundwork for the members of the upper echelons to know about it. "Then let's do it now." Leonard couldn't wait as he dragged Klein to the Nighthawks recreation room. At that moment, other than Royale, who was on duty at Cheney's Gate, Fry, Kinley, and Sikatron were all there, playing cards leisurely. Everyone. Leonard knocked on a half-closed door and recited, "Let me introduce the gentleman beside me, Mr. Klein Moretti, who only took a month and a half to fully master the potion." This guy's so exaggerated. Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. "What?" The author, Sikatron, who was neither famous nor a bestseller, tilted her head as if testing her hearing. "Leonard, stop joking. Your acting is always so exaggerated." Kinley helplessly covered the cards in his hand. Fry held his cards and looked at Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Are you sure you've fully mastered the potion?" "Yes." Klein felt his concern and nodded with certainty. "There are obvious signs." "What? Really?" Kinley shouted after realizing what was going on and stood up. Leonard chuckled and pointed at the piece of paper in Klein's hand. "This is a special application he submitted, a special application to advance to sequence 8. "How'd he do it?" Sikatron thought of many things, but after taking a deep breath, she asked the question she was most concerned about. Even the calm and elegant her couldn't control the burning passion in her eyes. Klein found a chair to sit down on and replied in a low voice. I got inspiration from the maxim of a mystery prior. Do as you please, but do no harm? Leonard said dutifully. Yes. Our internal information shows that mystery priors who abide by this maxim have a lower chance of losing control than normal. Klein recounted what he learned from old Neil. After that, I had a further idea from Madame Daly's example. Spirit medium Daly? Kinley asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, Madame Daly also submitted a special application. She only took 2 years to go from a corpse collector to a spirit medium. She once told old Neil that she wanted to become a real spirit medium. Klein explained in detail. Coupled with the feedback I received from my experiences in the Divination Club, I gradually came up with the Seer's Code of Conduct. I followed it strictly and tried to become a real seer. When I did so, I realized that my progress in mastering the potion became very fast, very fast. It can't even be considered mastery. After listening to Klein's explanation, Fry, Sika, and the rest fell in a deep thought. Leonard also pretended to think. I'm going to submit a special application. Klein waved the piece of paper in his hand. If you have any questions, you can ask me in private. All right. Fry nodded coldly in response. After leaving the recreation room, Klein knocked on the captain's office door again. He sat opposite Dunn, picked up a pen and ink, and signed his name before pressing his fingerprint. Captain, here's my special request. After he was done, he took the paper with both hands and handed it to Dunn. Dunn read it carefully and put down the application. I'll hand it over to the Holy Cathedral as soon as possible. Be prepared for the examination. It might be next week or the week after that. All right. Klein took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He stood up, walked out of the captain's office, and closed the door behind him. During this process, he looked back at his application, and a thought popped up in his mind. I wonder what kind of examination I'll receive. Chapter 156. After calming himself down, Klein walked underground and came to Cheney's gate. He knocked on the door of the guardroom that was opened. Inside, Royale Radine had already packed her personal belongings. When she saw the person on duty arrive, she immediately tidied her hair and got up to leave. After nodding at each other, Klein suddenly said, My progress in mastering the potion isn't bad. My progress in mastering the potion is not bad. I just share my experience with Fry and the others. You could talk to them. The expressionless Royale looked at him in surprise. Her lips quivered a few times. All right, I hope you can maintain this calm state later. There's a bunch of wooden people sitting in the recreation room now. Klein smiled and went behind the table. He picked up the silver-inlaid tin Kenneth Dunsmith used to store Fermo coffee. After making a cup of fragrant coffee, Klein sat down leisurely. He looked at the silent corridor outside the door and let his thoughts run wild. I hope Mr. Aztec's operation goes smoothly and doesn't leave any clues behind. No, even if there are any clues, I'll pretend that I didn't discover anything. I wonder where the mutated sun's sacred emblem is sealed behind Cheney's gate. It doesn't have any living characteristics. I just need to leave enough space. Speaking of which, I haven't entered Cheney's gate before, so I'm not sure what's inside. To be able to prevent the dozens of sealed artifacts of all sizes from causing any damage or escaping supervision, there must be something unusual about it. For example, St. Selena's ashes? Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Klein suddenly heard hurried footsteps. He quickly retracted his attention and looked towards the door. He saw old Neil, who was dressed in a black classic robe and holding a matching felt hat, appear in the corridor. He quickly entered the guardroom and stood opposite Klein. He did not say a word as he observed Klein from head to toe. Mr. Neil, did something happen? Klein laughed dryly and took a sip of the fragrant coffee. Old Neil sized him up again and sighed. You actually found inspiration from the maxim of the mystery prior in Daly's example. I must praise the goddess and thank you for your teachings, Klein replied seriously. Old Neil pulled out a chair with a creak and sat down abruptly. He said somewhat dispiritedly, If If it were 20 years earlier, it would be great. It would be great, knowing that the other party's age and physical condition did not allow him to consume any more potions, even if he completely digested the previous one. Klein maintained his silence and did not speak. He felt that in this situation, anything he said would only agitate the other party. In the beginning, I tried to find a way to quickly master potions from the Mystery Prior's maxim, but unfortunately, I couldn't find the right path. Later, although daily success gave me an inspiration, I was already over 50 years old and had already given up trying. I subconsciously thought that it was the uniqueness of a genius that normal people couldn't imitate. Old Neil rubbed his temples and described his disappointment in a low voice. After a few minutes of silence, he raised his head and looked at Klein. What a pity. It's only at this age that I realize what I've missed. Old Neil probably has a vague understanding of the acting method. After being enlightened by my experience, he immediately understood certain things. Klein consoled him. Actually, there won't be much of a difference. The church doesn't have a corresponding sequence 8 for a mystery prior. Perhaps the Holy Cathedral has one. No, if they have one, they would at least tell the branch of the name. It's not impossible for it to be an underground market. Old Neil muttered a few words. He supported himself with his hand on the table and shook his head as he stood up. He smiled. At least I didn't lose control and lived a healthy life for decades. Praise the lady. He drew a crimson moon on his chest and left the guard room with a gloomy expression. He had lost his usual craftiness. Klein watched his back disappear from his sight and suddenly let out a long sigh. He increasingly couldn't understand why the upper echelons of the church would ban the acting method. After a long while, Klein snapped out of his daze and turned his attention to the internal information of the Nighthawks in front of him. Ever since he pulled the youth from the City of Silver into the tarot and learned that there were still many ancient names for many things, he had consciously strengthened his studies in this area and tried his best to compare the names of ancient and modern objects. After an unknown period of time, he heard another set of footsteps, the sound of calm and steady footsteps. Almost at the same time, the image of Dunsmith wearing a black trench coat that went over his knees appeared in his mind. After completely digesting the seer potion, my spiritual perception has also improved. Klein nodded thoughtfully and saw the captain a few seconds later. Your letter. Dunn raised his right hand, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the letter in his palm at Klein. Klein raised his hand in a suave attempt to catch it, but be it his judgment or reaction, he was slightly lacking. Ha! The letter fell to the ground as Klein's right hand awkwardly stood upright in the wind. In the sudden silence, his right hand first froze, then he continued to raise it and tidy his hair. The light from the gas lamp isn't bright enough, Klein said perfunctorily. He bent down to pick up the letter and glanced at it. Mr. Hornacius, Daxter Guderian's letter. He nodded in enlightenment, opened a drawer, and took out a letter cutter. According to the rules of the Nighthawks, if there was a clear and correct recipient, Roshan and the other clerks would directly hand the letter to the corresponding recipient. If there was an anonymous or unknown recipient, it would be sent to Dunn for him to inquire about or make a decision on. Carefully cutting open the envelope, Klein took out the piece of paper inside and quickly unfolded it before skimming through it. He discovered that the asylum's doctor, Daxter, was requesting a meeting as soon as possible, which was 2 in the afternoon. Has he obtained the telepathist formula? Or is there something else? Klein waved the letter in his hand and looked up at Dunn. Captain, my informant, the one from Psychological Alchemy, wishes to meet at 2 in the afternoon. Did he divulge anything? Dunn asked as if he had expected it. No. Klein shook his head. Dunn thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Let Leonard temporarily guard Cheney's gate for you. I'll follow you and hide nearby. There's a high chance that such an urgent request for a meeting is a trap. I've heard of too many similar cases. Besides, if there's really something important, this will be the fastest way to act. Captain, you sure are experienced. Yes, when it comes to serious matters, you're reliable, trustworthy, and unforgettable captain. Klein immediately nodded. All right. 2 in the afternoon, Zutland Street Shooting Club, small shooting range 9. Klein glanced at the bullet-riddled target and looked at the uneasy asylum doctor, Daxter Guderian. What happened? Why did you come to the Hound Tavern in a panic to find the mercenary team? That was the only reason why the owner of the Hound Tavern, right, would immediately deliver the letter to the Blackthorn Security Company instead of waiting for Klein to pick it up himself. Daxter observed Klein's subtle expressions and body movements before replying in a deep voice. He replied in a deep voice, "I feel that Hood Eugen has been acting strangely recently." Hood Eugen was the patient from the asylum who had developed Daxter into a member of psychological alchemy. "What's wrong with him?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Daxter secretly heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had found someone to rely on. He deliberated and said, "He seems to have really gone crazy." "Really gone crazy?" Klein asked in shock. Didn't Hood Eugen pretend to be sick and sneak into the asylum to train his mental abilities? Didn't he try to influence the patients from both positive and negative aspects? Is he really sick? Has he really gone crazy? I think so. Daxter paced back and forth anxiously. I was able to communicate with him normally in the past, and I was even taught how to use Beyonder powers properly. But in the past few days, his train of thought and his condition have become very strange. I often can't communicate with him, just like when I was dealing with other patients. Even though I managed to obtain the telepathist formula, I can't be sure if it's real or fake. I'm even more afraid of any uncontrollable changes. It's all right. As a seer who possesses the mysterious space above the gray fog, there's no way he would confuse what's real or fake. Klein first heaved a sigh of relief before he furrowed his brows. Who did he come into contact with before he started acting strangely? Only those patients. I can't be sure. I don't spend every hour of every day in the asylum. I also have time to rest, Daxter replied with a serious expression. Klein nodded slightly, as though this was a small matter. Don't worry, I'll send someone to protect you in secret. Quickly find out who Hood Eugen came into contact with. Also, you have to be careful that he's testing you. It's best if you report this to the other members of the psychological alchemy and see how the higher-ups of your organization react. All right. Daxter nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and regained the calmness of a spectator. He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and passed it to Klein. This is the telepathist potion formula. I'm not sure if it's correct. We'll verify it, Klein replied with a smile. He opened it and took a look. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Supplementary ingredients: 5 grams of chestnut spore, 8 grams of dragon toothgrass powder, 3 petals of white elf flower, 100 milliliters of pure water. Excellent, Klein praised. He folded the piece of paper and placed it in the inner pocket of his tuxedo. After exchanging a few more words and confirming that Daxter's auditory hallucinations had been alleviated, he bade farewell and cautiously went to the shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. Dunsmith was waiting inside. Captain, the informant gave me the telepathist formula to thank me for helping him control the potion's backlash. However, he's not sure if this formula is real or fake. Klein passed the piece of paper to Dunn in a serious manner. Also, he mentioned something. As Dunn browsed through the formula, he listened to Klein's description of Hood Eugen. Finally, he nodded and said, I'll immediately organize people to take turns monitoring the mental asylum. You haven't received professional training on such matters, so you don't have to participate. Go back and continue guarding Cheney's gate. Having said that, he looked deeply into Klein's eyes. Including this formula, once you pass the test, you won't need to accumulate any more merit points. You'll be able to obtain the clown potion directly. Chapter 157. Furthermore, I even paid an additional contribution for the clown formula. This is all a sin I committed in order to split the credit. Forget it, I won't be able to find a chance to say that I actually have the clown potion formula. Klein took a deep breath and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. I hope the examination goes smoothly. He agreed wholeheartedly with Dunn's decision to let him continue guarding Cheney's gate. Not only did he lack the expertise in surveillance, investigation, and other aspects, but he was also not up to standard in a head-on battle. When it came to marksmanship, he was considered pretty good compared to ordinary policemen. However, his team members were all beyonders with enhanced physiques. Even if they weren't sharpshooters, they weren't too far off. As for close combat, Klein was only at the beginner level. To put it simply, even with the slumber charm, sleeping charm, and dream charm, he was still a support type beyonder. It was easy for him to deal with ordinary people, but it would be quite dangerous if he encountered someone of the same kind who was good at combat. When I advance to Sequence 8 and become a clown who is good at combat techniques and knows a few spells, I'll be able to complete ordinary Beyonder missions alone. If I can also steal the powers of sealed artifact 3-0782 and create the flaring sun charm, that would be even more perfect. It wouldn't be impossible for me to defeat someone stronger than me. Klein was filled with anticipation as he slowly walked back to the Blackthorn Security Company. When he ended his shift and left Cheney's Gate the next morning, the Nighthawk surveillance of Hood Eugen in the mental asylum still didn't obtain any useful clues. They could only place their hopes on the so-called informant's internal investigation. When he returned home, Klein quietly finished his breakfast and went back to his bedroom. He slept all the way until noon. He woke up naturally, washed up, and walked to the first floor while smelling the aroma of food. Melissa is preparing lunch. Klein looked at Banson, who was reading the newspaper in the living room. Banson lowered the newspaper and said, "Yes. Yes, she had a guest visiting today. I asked her to chat with the guest while I prepared lunch, but she didn't trust my cooking and dragged the guest into the kitchen with her. That was very rude. Benson, you actually managed to notice Melissa's disdain for your culinary skills so quickly." Klein held back his laughter as he walked to the armchair and casually asked, "Melissa's guest?" "Yes, you should know her. She's Elizabeth, whom you met at Selena's birthday party." Banson leaned back and continued reading the newspaper comfortably. Not just at the birthday banquet. She actually came to visit. Klein's expression froze as he glanced sideways at the kitchen door. Just then, Melissa walked out with a plate, followed by Elizabeth, who was also wearing an apron. "Klein, you're awake? I was going to call you." Melissa delightedly put the plate that emitted the aroma of meat on the table. "This is Elizabeth. You know her." "Hello, Klein." Elizabeth, who had a cute baby face, greeted him with a beaming smile. Klein responded politely and warmly. After the two exchanged greetings, Melissa blinked and said seriously, "Elizabeth will be following us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later." Elizabeth will follow us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later. Their family employs a few servants and has rich experience in this area. They can provide us with certain reference opinions. Actually, we've already drafted the requirements for choosing a maidservant. Listen to it and see if there's anything you need to add. Melissa wiped her hands on her apron and took out a piece of paper from the pocket of her household clothes. 1. Healthy body. 2. Hardworking and responsible. 3. Good at cooking. 4. Quiet and not noisy. 5. Simple family background. 6. Ordinary looks. The requirements were read out one after another. Klein and Banson listened with their mouths agape. Their eyes were blank. They never expected that hiring a maidservant would be so troublesome. "Melissa, weren't you against hiring a maidservant previously?" Klein subconsciously asked when his sister stopped. Melissa pursed her lips and nodded solemnly. "Yes, I was against it. But since my objection is invalid, I believe that we have to do this well. And to do something well, we have to make sufficient preparations." "Oh, is there anything you would like to add?" "No." Klein and Banson shook their heads in unison, causing Elizabeth to cover her mouth and snicker. After lunch, the group of 4 took a public carriage and arrived at the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association on Champagne Street. It was very similar to the housekeeping company that Klein knew in his previous life, but it was half charitable. On the one hand, they registered the personal information and work needs of various servants. It made it easier for employers to choose, and it also increased the chances of the recipients finding employment. On the other hand, they would organize some basic training to improve the recipient's ability to work. Part of their expenses came from charitable organizations, and part of it came from the employers. With its agglomeration, integrity, convenience, and organization, the personal agents were quickly forced to join or change professions. After entering the association, Klein and company were immediately warmly received. A young woman in a pale yellow dress with frilly frills led them to the sofa and asked with a smile, "What are you doing here?" She smiled and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with? We need to hire a maidservant." At this moment, Banson was pushed to the front by his younger siblings. "Do you have any specific requirements?" the young lady asked with familiarity. Banson seriously recalled the comparison between his culinary skills and Klein's. "I'm good at cooking." "Good at cooking?" The young lady frowned slightly. "Frankly speaking, none of the handyman maids are good at cooking. Why don't you hire a chef? If you need female chefs, there are quite a few in our association. None of the handyman maids are good at cooking." Melissa couldn't help but interrupt when she saw that her request was met with a setback at the beginning. The young lady nodded and answered with certainty. The handyman maids are either the daughters of low-level laborers or girls from the countryside. The culinary skills that they have access to are relatively poor. Even if they have received simple training from the association, the most they can do is ensure that the food they make won't make people sick. Melissa was speechless for a moment. She finally understood what it meant by plans can't keep up with changes. "What a pity," Yizichin said. Banson thought for a moment, organized his words, and said, "Perhaps we can change the requirement. Willing and able to learn cooking." "Not bad. Banson sure has a quick mind." There's no need for me to interrupt. Klein sat by the side, holding his cane in one hand and his hat in the other. He looked relaxed and at ease. "That's not a problem. During culinary training, we will record the girls with outstanding performance." The young lady smiled professionally. "Are there any other requirements?" "Yes." Sensing Melissa's gaze, Benson gulped a mouthful of saliva and took out the piece of paper from his pocket. He began reading it line by line. The young lady listened in a daze for a long time before replying. "I'll first filter the information and recommend some handyman maids who meet the requirements. You don't have to rush to make a decision. Choose 2 to 4, and I'll bring them to your house for a test run. Then you could decide who to hire. Of course, this will require you to pay a little more to the association, and you will need to prepare the ingredients yourself." "All right." Banson folded the piece of paper and nodded politely. The young lady stood up and took 2 steps into the office. Then she turned around and smiled sheepishly. "Can you give me that piece of paper? I'm afraid I might have missed out on your requirements." "No problem," Banson answered while holding back his laughter. After a while, the young lady in the pale yellow dress came out with a stack of information and handed it to Banson's shoes. The information was labeled with the handyman's real name, year of birth, family situation, facial features, physical condition, past experience, corresponding characteristics, and expected salary. While Banson and Melissa were seriously flipping through the information, Elizabeth leaned close to Klein and whispered, "Don't you have any requests?" "Yes, but it's not specific enough," Klein said perfunctorily. "Yes, but it's not specific enough," Klein said perfunctorily. "Then what will you choose?" Klein chuckled and pointed at the spirit pendulum hidden in his left sleeve. "Of course, I'll write down the corresponding sentence and eliminate them one by one. I'll divine the most suitable one to be our family's handyman." Elizabeth was stunned. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded in confusion. "The simplest and most effective method. I actually forgot that you are—" Elizabeth was stunned for a moment. 10 seconds later, she nodded in confusion. "The simplest and most effective way. I forgot that you are—" Elizabeth was taken aback. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded in confusion. "The simplest and most effective method. I actually forgot that you are—" She didn't finish her sentence because Melissa sharply sensed that the two of them were whispering and cast her gaze over. "Hey, sister, don't misunderstand. We're just having a normal conversation." Klein coughed lightly and took the initiative to read some of the information. Soon, they settled on 3 candidates. The price ranged from 4 solely 8 pence to 5 solely 2 pence per week. Banson didn't press down on the handyman's salary. Instead, he seriously discussed with the young lady about the additional money to be paid to the association. After a friendly discussion, he successfully changed the fee from 2 weeks' worth of the handyman's salary to 1 week's salary. However, He had to pay one solely for bringing the handyman to the association's carriage for the housekeeping trial. After settling the matter, Elizabeth bade farewell and left. The siblings took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Along the way, Klein felt very uncomfortable under Melissa's scrutinizing gaze. The moment he entered the house, he went straight to the second floor. "Klein," Melissa called out to him and said in a serious tone, as though she had thought it over. "If you want to get engaged to Elizabeth, you need to work harder. Her father is an import and export merchant, and her mother is a baronet, which is often referred to as the daughter of a lord." "Wait, get engaged? When did that happen?" Klein looked at his sister in confusion. "How far had you been worried?" Chapter 158. "No, we don't." Before Klein could finish his rebuttal, Banson interrupted with a smile. "Although Elizabeth is indeed a little young, and her family situation is much better than ours, I think the two of you are quite suitable. However, you might have to wait a few more years. She's studying at a public school, and her goal is to enter a university. Marriage is at least 6 or 7 years later. Of course, you can get engaged first. Can you not think so far ahead?" Klein took a deep breath and said, "I don't like Elizabeth. Well, to be precise, I don't like girls who are much younger than me. I like girls who are more mature. Actually, I can accept it as long as it's reasonable, but not now." He added helplessly in his heart, "You like girls who are more mature?" Melissa frowned slightly. "Then you have to solve your marriage problem as soon as possible." Klein found it difficult to understand his sister's jumpy train of thought. He asked blankly why. Melissa explained very seriously, "By the time you have saved enough money for your future marriage, you will be almost 25 or 26 years old. Girls who are more mature than you are at that age are either married or engaged. Are you going to pursue a widow?" "What the heck is this?" Klein replied in Mandarin inwardly with a blank expression. Banson smiled and retorted his sister, "Melissa, you don't understand. Melissa, you don't understand. In today's middle class, it's not rare to see women in their 30s who aren't married or engaged. Most of them are believers of the goddess, and most of them have the ability to live a good life for themselves. They would rather be single than accept an unsatisfactory marriage. I saw in the family magazine." "Is that so?" Melissa was only a 16-year-old girl after all. She didn't know much about such matters. Seeing that his brother and sister were getting more and more interested in the conversation, Klein coughed and said, "When I say mature, I'm referring to the state of mind. It doesn't have to be older than me. Besides, the one who should be more worried about marriage is Banson. Sorry, brother, I have no choice." He silently apologized in his heart. Melissa was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Yes, Banson had wanted to talk about the marriage problems of the middle class in detail, but he suddenly shivered and looked at his sister who was staring at him. "I'm at a turning point in my life. I need to put all my energy into my studies. Only when I have a satisfactory job and a certain amount of savings will I have the confidence to pursue the woman I like and give her a good enough life." Klein and Melissa were stunned for a moment before they blurted out at the same time, "Do you have a lady in mind?" Banson, who had only spoken perfunctorily, was instantly shocked. He quickly shook his head. "No, I'm just giving an example. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, in a dark and gloomy house. In front of an unlit fireplace, a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples held a dark-colored pipe as he sat in a rocking chair. He looked deeply at the guests on the sofa. He was the owner of the place, Eichinger Stanton, a very famous private detective in a small circle. However, he didn't set up a firm and had only hired an assistant to help him. Dressed in a white shirt and black vest, Eichinger brought the pipe to his mouth and inhaled in an intoxicated manner before slowly exhaling. The consultation fee for half an hour is £1. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't waste a single second. The two ladies on the sofa were none other than Furs Wall and Zio Dericha. They had gathered information on Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings and planned on hiring a detective who was good at deductive reasoning to help them summarize the target's behavior patterns. Of course, they hid Zillings's name and changed the description of the Beyonder content. Zio Dericha looked at Isengard, who had a thin, angular face and dark blue eyes. She passed the folder in her hand to Isengard's assistant, a brown-haired young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a capable temperament. Mr. Detective, I hope that you can find the target's behavior patterns in Bakelin from the information. Although she wasn't tall, when Zio Dericha sat up straight and spoke in a deep voice, the authority she exuded made one involuntarily want to obey her. Eichinger gave her a deep look, took the folder from her assistant, untied it, and pulled out the information inside. He put down his pipe and focused on reading, one page after another, not missing anything. More than 10 minutes later, the white-haired gentleman slowly tapped the armrest. The target has a paranoid fondness for the wind. Then, in the capital of dust, Bakelin, he definitely wouldn't choose an area with heavy pollution to live in for a long period of time. That is to say, he might live in Empressboro, Westboro, Hillstonboro, Sherwoodboro, or the outskirts of Northboro. The target is a mentally ill serial killer. Every other day, he murders a living person. A reasonable method would be to target homeless vagrants. In Bakelin, even the police don't know how many vagrants there are. The target's area of residence isn't too close to places like Eastboro or Bakelin Bridge where there are many vagrants, nor would it be too far. Frequently searching for victims in the vicinity is a sign of immaturity. This doesn't match your description, and if he spends a long period of time to find the target he wants to murder, the target might not be able to control his desires and commit a crime when it's easy to expose himself. The target is an experienced sailor with outstanding ability to move around in the water. A reasonable deduction is that he doesn't live too far from the river. If he encounters an accident, that would be the best choice for him to escape safely. In summary, we can outline the target's area of activity. Hill is not far from the Bakelin Bridge area. Considering the two banks of the Tussock River in Westboro and Sherwood Borough, the information you provided can only deduce this much. Although I don't quite understand it, it seems to make sense. Zio and Furs exchanged looks and nodded solemnly. They put away the information and got up to bid farewell. As he watched his assistant send the two ladies off, the grizzled Eichinger took out a brass accessory from his vest pocket. It was a pocket-sized, open book. In the middle of the book was a vertical eye. Eichinger rocked his rocking chair slightly as he stroked the accessory and muttered to himself, "Zillings has infiltrated Bakelin, Pritz Harbor, in a certain basement." The hanging man, Alger, sat on a chair, coldly looking at the man squirming and struggling in front of him. The man was dressed like a sailor, and his head was completely covered in a light blue film of water. His face was purplish-red from the suffocation. His hands kept clawing at his face, but all he could do was fling out drops of liquid. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and gave a signal of submission. The corners of Alger's mouth curled up as he casually clapped his hands. The light blue film of water immediately disintegrated, turning into raindrops that fell to the ground. The sailor gasped for air and coughed violently, coughing so hard that it tore his heart and shattered his lungs. When a man calmed down, Alger leaned back slightly and mimicked the fool's calm and indifferent tone. "Tell me, why did Zillings go to Bakelin? He's there to complete a commission, but I'm not sure what it is exactly." The pirate completely lost the will to resist as he answered honestly and frankly, "I only know the benefits he might receive. Zillings once proudly mentioned in front of us that if this matter goes smoothly, he will obtain an item he has been dreaming of for a long time. The 4 kings of the pirates will also become the 5 kings. An item he's been dreaming of for a long time?" Alger frowned and fell into deep thought. On Monday morning, Klein still didn't rest. He continued according to his plan and investigated the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City. Unfortunately, he still didn't find his target this time. He returned home at noon, heated up the leftovers from the previous night, ate a loaf of oatmeal bread, and then slept for an hour. At 40 minutes to 2, Klein put down the book in his hand, sealed his bedroom with his spirituality, and once again entered the mysterious space above the gray fog. He casually sat at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Ignoring the frequency of Sun's heartbeat, he reached out his right hand and gave an early response. Inside the city of Silver, Derek Berg was sweating on the training field when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the heavy gray fog and the fool sitting on a high-back chair in the depths of the fog. He froze for a moment, then immediately stopped moving and lowered his head. When the illusion disappeared, he silently counted his heartbeats, held his silver sword, and quickly walked to the resting area. After 1,000 heartbeats, he had already locked himself in a private washroom. After waiting for another 10 breaths, he saw a dark red light surge from the void and drown him in an instant. Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back in his chair and tapped his left molar twice, quietly activating his spirit vision. He saw that deep within Sun's ether body, the mottled colors had become pure like the first rays of dawn. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Bard." At the same time, he also noticed that the resplendent stars behind Derek's high-back chair were moving rapidly, reorganizing into a symbol that symbolized Sunday. It naturally changed without my will, just like a conditioned reflex. Other than the palace, the long table, and the chair, the other conjured objects can't be preserved after I leave this place. They're very special. There sure are many secrets above the gray fog. Klein looked at everything in front of him thoughtfully. He lowered his head again and replied humbly, "This is all thanks to your help. This is all thanks to your help. This is just the beginning." He wasn't surprised that the fool could tell that he had consumed the potion. At this moment, Klein took out his silver pocket watch, opened it, and chuckled. "Then, let's begin the gathering. Remember, it'll be about the same frequency after this. Or should I say interval?" As he spoke, he established a connection with the crimson stars that symbolized justice and the hanging man. He pulled the two members back into the magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence. Audrey had just gotten a clear look at the scene in front of her when she immediately greeted him in a brisk tone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. I still have a page of Emperor Roselle's diary. Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Did you get the telepathist formula?" Chapter 159. Miss Justice is always able to maintain a happy mood. How enviable. I hope I can be like that too. Upon hearing the cheerful greeting, Klein, who was sitting at the head of the long bronze table, couldn't help but sigh silently. But when he recalled how she had easily taken out 1,000 pounds in cash, he suddenly felt that it would be very difficult for him to maintain a happy mood like Miss Justice. Son Derek Berg was a young man who cared a lot about his reputation. He immediately replied, "I've already obtained the telepathist formula." During this period of time, he sorted out the inheritance left behind by his parents. Other than the house, furniture, and a few items that he missed, the rest of the valuable items were taken to the black market in the City of Silver to exchange for the telepathist formula and the ingredients for the Bard potion. At present, he was only surviving on a ration of food, but he believed that this situation wouldn't last long. Once he passed the combat assessment, he would join the team that cleared out the surrounding objects of darkness and receive a sizable reward. When I'm truly strong, I'll apply to become a member of an elite team to explore the depths of the darkness and find a way to remove the curse. Derek thought with a hint of hope as he turned his head to look at the fool in the thick gray fog. He had previously noticed that after Miss Justice sought Mr. Fool's permission, she had strangely made the unknown Roselle diary appear. Although Derek didn't understand what was going on, he felt that it was better to take a look at Mr. Fool. First, recall the formula in your mind. Then, pick up the pen by your hand and give it a strong desire to express. Klein leaned back in his chair in a seemingly leisurely manner. As the sun came from the City of Silver, which was suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods, he didn't conjure a pen in front of him, but a quill. Of course, there was still no ink. Derek didn't dare to doubt the fool's words. He immediately grabbed the quill that suddenly appeared by his hand. A few seconds later, as he was instructed, he saw the telepathist potion formula appear on the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in front of him, as expected. After examining it twice, Derek remained silent and pushed the promised item to Miss Justice. Audrey was excited, and expectant, but she took it in a reserved manner. She swept her gaze over it, and all the words that Klein translated appeared in her mind. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of phantom wyvern, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid of semi-spectral rabbit. Supplementary materials: I've never heard of the main ingredient. I don't know enough. Audrey, who had been cramming the types and names of common beyonder ingredients from furs and Zio, thought in frustration. At a time like this, she had already forgotten what a spectator was. Suddenly, Audrey heard a light knocking sound and looked towards the end of the long bronze table. She was pleasantly surprised to see Mr. Fool tapping the edge of the table with his right index finger and nodding slightly at her as a gesture. What was going on? Audrey was puzzled and her eyes were blank. Just as she was about to ask, she saw from the corner of her eye that the telepathist formula in front of her had changed. There were many additional notes. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of phantom wyvern, also known as rainbow salamander. 10 milliliters of spinal fluid of semi-spectral rabbit, also known as Farsman rabbit. Supplementary materials: I know all of these. Audrey was stunned for a moment before a strong sense of joy surged from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Mr. Fool. You really are very knowledgeable. She looked at the seat of honor again and sincerely thanked and praised him. The hanging man Alger didn't know what had happened, but he was very disdainful of Justice's words. How could a godlike figure be described as knowledgeable? Such an existence, to a certain extent, was equivalent to knowledge. Klein accepted Miss Justice's praise calmly, because this wasn't something that could only be achieved by coincidentally obtaining the psychological alchemy's telepathist formula. After pulling Sun into the tarot, he had been taking precautions against similar problems due to the uniqueness of the City of Silver. He had been constantly looking for relevant information to study. Even if Daxter Guderian hadn't obtained the formula in time, he could have easily completed the notes just now. After the previous divination and comparison, he was sure that the two telepathist formulas were correct. This is what it means to be prepared and not be in trouble. Klein thought smugly. Audrey looked at the telepathist formula a few more times before reluctantly retracting her gaze. She skillfully expressed Roselle the Great's diary. This is what you deserve. She put down her pen and looked at the fool in the gray fog. In addition, how about I give your adorer another 300,300 pounds? She sounded a little guilty because the 3 pages of Roselle's diary only cost her 20 pounds, while the sheriff formula, which was also a sequence 8, cost 450 pounds. This meant that, based on simple math, she should have paid an additional 430 pounds on top of the 3 pages of the diary. However, Audrey felt that she was lucky. The seller didn't know the value of Roselle's diary, which allowed her to buy it at a relatively low price. Roselle the Great's diary costs at least 50 pounds per page. Audrey secretly clenched her fists and encouraged herself silently. 300 pounds? To this day, I've only seen so much money at Sir Deweyville's place. Klein sighed. He pretended to be uninterested in money and nodded calmly. A reasonable deal. This is my adorer's information. He tried his best to prevent the fool from saying such degrading terms as Bakelin Bank and anonymous account. He directly presented them on the sheepskin in front of him. Last Wednesday, when he was investigating the house with the red chimney, Klein took the time to go to the Tingen branch of Bakelin Bank. He disguised himself and opened an anonymous account. One only needed to remember the account number and provide the corresponding password to withdraw the balance from any of the Bakelin Bank branches. If the account holder felt that this method wasn't secure enough, they could also add a signature and fingerprint for comparison, which would be more troublesome. To keep it a secret and to hide his identity, Klein didn't set it up like this. He only left behind a set of password. This set of password was written in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. This is because ancient Hermes can be used for sacrifices and prayers without any protection. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to copy this set of password, it's equivalent to chanting my name. That way, I can immediately receive the corresponding notification. I can then go above the gray fog to determine if it's normal or if someone's trying to steal my wealth. Klein was very satisfied with the idea he came up with. The only drawback was that it would slightly leak the existence of the fool, but it was still acceptable. As Audrey pushed Roselle's diary to Mr. Fool, she took the goat skin with the information of his adorer. On it was the Bakelin Bank and the corresponding anonymous account that was formed by a string of numbers. I wonder if Mr. Fool's adorer is male or female, and what sequence it's at. Yes, it's definitely very powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Audrey couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. But she quickly focused her attention and began to memorize the anonymous account. There's no need to go through so much trouble. At that moment, she heard the fool's deep and calm voice. When you get home, recite my name and you'll be able to write the corresponding information. This is just like me drawing the red chimney scene that I got from divination. The account number is very important. I can't make a mistake. Klein silently added, "Is that possible?" For Mr. Fool's words, he's very confident. As expected of an important figure that's close to a god. He can even do such a thing. Audrey was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. She felt that this was logical and reasonable. But why did I have to work so hard to memorize the formula just now? Audrey suddenly felt a little confused. At this moment, Klein pressed down on the page of Roselle's diary and wasn't in a rush to read it. He turned his head to look at the sun and calmly asked, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. I don't have anything that I'm in a rush to obtain recently. I should be able to digest the Bard potion soon. The compensation is there. Yes, it's in preparation for the corresponding Sequence 8 formula or the necessary ingredients. Sequence 8 is light suppliant. I have the ingredients. Even if I can obtain them, I don't know how to give them to you. Digest them. The City of Silver really has the acting method. The highest combat strength there is only Sequence 4. Is it limited by the ingredients?" Klein nodded thoughtfully, indicating that it was a deal. Audrey also acutely noticed the word digest. She deliberated and asked, "Mr. Sun, have you mastered the acting method?" Derek looked at Miss Justice in confusion and answered frankly, "It's nothing strange. The City of Silver's general knowledge classes teach the acting method." General knowledge classes teach the acting method. Perplexed, Audrey looked at the hanging man and realized that he was also looking at her. Both of them fell into silence. The origins of the sun are indeed very mysterious. I wonder how Mr. Fool managed to pull him into the tarot. The more I think about it, the more I'm awed. Audrey slowed down and looked at the fool, who didn't show any signs of surprise. The sun's origins are indeed very mysterious. I wonder how Mr. Fool managed to pull him into the tarot club. The more I think about it, the more awed I feel. Audrey calmed down and looked at the fool, who didn't show any signs of surprise, high up in the thick gray fog. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, probed, "Mr. Sun, did you explain clearly the things to take note of when it comes to the acting method?" "Yes." Derek nodded without hesitation. Our general education classes made it very clear that there's only one thing to take note of when it comes to the acting method. Remember, you're only acting. It's just as I expected. We are using an ingenious method to bypass the obstruction and completely disintegrate the remnant mental influence in the potion and not succumb to it. Son, you really are a naive youth. You were tricked into revealing important information just like that. Klein smiled and cast his gaze at Roselle's diary in front of him. Chapter 160. On the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment, the slightly distorted and threatening Chinese words were written, "To N.D. August. The waters are deeper than I imagined. History is really a young lady who can be dressed up. August 5th. Today, I witnessed the strength of high-sequence beyonders. It's terrifying. They have undergone a qualitative change in a certain aspect, becoming like gods. It's no wonder they're described as demigods. Yes, I think it's more appropriate to call them mythical creatures. August 6th. What's strange is why the 7 major churches have such a strange attitude towards potions. At the low and mid-sequence level, not only do they give the advanced the main ingredients, they also generously share the formula and demonstrate the process of concocting potions. If there's a corresponding ritual, they'll definitely explain in detail. But at the high sequence level, they only provide the finished potion. This doesn't make sense at all. At the low and mid-sequence level, where the main ingredients are relatively easy to gather and the concoction process is relatively simple. Shouldn't they keep the formula a secret and concoct the potion directly for the target? At the high sequence, since the main ingredients are difficult to obtain, shouldn't they share the formula so that the members who have a chance of advancing take the initiative to search for it? There must be a secret hidden here that I don't know of. August 9th. What happened in the past 2 days doesn't make me feel too good. The Industrial Revolution that I personally started, the age of steam and machinery that I personally created, will become the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god? What do you mean? The breeding ground for the birth of an evil god? Klein frowned slightly as he tapped the edge of the ancient table with his index finger. Has Mr. Fool encountered a problem? Something that can put him in a difficult position must involve a very high level. Audrey looked at the leader who was shrouded in a thick gray fog and read his current state from his body language. Klein, who was indeed puzzled by the high-level question, thought for a while, but he didn't get an answer. He began to consider the possibility of using divination to seek enlightenment. Yes, it's impossible to divine something substantial with just 2 simple sentences. I'm not a prophet. Directly divine, the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god. I feel like I'm courting death. An evil god might not be as terrifying as the eternal blazing sun, but his powers might be even stranger. He might be able to find me by following the clues. Besides, there's no way to divine how dangerous such an attempt would be, because once a deity is involved, whether divination is dangerous or not will bring danger. He had to remember this question first and observe and think about it more. Regarding the magic potion, the church's arrangements were indeed strange. I didn't know what secrets were hidden behind it. Perhaps when the shaman, the spirit guide, daily became an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon and entered the core of the church, I would be able to receive some hints. Roselle's words really make one yearn for the elegance of a high-sequence beyonder. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein stopped tapping the edge of the ancient table and looked at Justice, the hanging man, and the sun. You can communicate freely now. The hanging man, Alger, immediately said, Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, I've obtained a new piece of information. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland to complete a difficult mission. He might stay there for a long period of time and create a horrifying tragedy. In addition, I also know that this matter involves a very important item, an item that can help Zillings quickly become a high-sequence beyonder. Quickly become a high-sequence beyonder? Isn't he afraid of losing control? Audrey grasped the main point of the other party's description and posed as a spectator. Zillings was only a sequence 6 wind-blessed. He was still a sequence 5 away from sequence 4. Alger had already expected such a question, so he calmly replied, That's why that item is very important. Of course, this is all my speculation. The information I received is this. Zillings believes that once he completes the mission and obtains that item, he will soon be on par with the king of the 5 seas, Nast and company. He will make the 4 kings of the pirates become the 5 kings, reducing the 7 pirate admirals to 6. Ordinary people might not know, but as beyonders, we should all know that the 4 kings of the pirates are either high-sequence beyonder directly, or, with the help of beyonder ships and mystical items, they have the combat strength of a high-sequence beyonder. If Zillings wants to obtain recognition and be on par with them, he has to be at a similar level. That's why I made such a speculation. I only know that the king of the 5 seas, Nast, is a sequence 4 beyonder, but I don't know the name of his potion. Klein listened quietly and didn't easily express his opinion. Although son Derek Berg couldn't understand the events described by the hanging man and had no idea who was who, he still listened attentively. He felt that the world had opened up a new door in front of him. Pirates? The place where they live has a sea as claimed in the books. That's very different from the surrounding environment of the City of Silver. They don't seem to be worried about curses or the invasion of things of darkness. How curious. Yes, Mr. Fool has exhorted me not to casually ask about the secrets of others. That's impolite behavior. Derek thought silently as he scrutinized the hanging man in Justice. Your speculation is very reasonable. Of course, It could also be a mystical item that can match a high-sequence beyonder, Justice Audrey replied with a faint smile. The hanging man looked at the fool who was high in the thick gray fog and deliberated for a moment before looking at Justice and emphasizing, "There are two main points in my description. There are two important points in my description just now. First, Kalangos will be staying in Backlund for a long period of time. Second, it involves a very important and possibly very magical item. So, Mr. Fool, aren't you tempted? You have plenty of time to get your adorer to come to Bakeland." Alger silently added in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it directly. He could only tactfully nod. "Mr. the Hanging Man, you don't have to repeatedly emphasize it. I understand what you're trying to say. However, my strength doesn't allow me to get involved in this matter. Besides, I can't leave Tingen on my own accord." Klein leaned back in his chair as he thought helplessly. "Ignoring adorers, I can find two relatively powerful beyonders to help me. One is Daily, who has already advanced to Sequence 6. However, it's impossible for me to explain the entire situation to her. At most, I can mention that I've received a tip that Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland and is living on a certain street. If that's the case, Daily might directly mobilize the power of the Nighthawks, making things very chaotic and troublesome. In the end, if you still can't find any helpers, yes, you can give it a try to prevent a tragedy from happening. The other is Mr. Aztec, but it's impossible for me to reveal the fool's identity to him. If I want him to get involved in Zillings' matter, there's a lack of sufficient and legitimate reason." As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein calmly said, "All right, I understand." Seeing that the fool still didn't express his stance and still didn't place much importance on Zillings' matter, the hanging man Alger sighed inwardly. He hid his disappointment and began to discuss the results of his investigation with Miss Justice this week. "In short, we've roughly locked onto Zillings' general area of activity, and we're about to begin a further search." Audrey first briefly explained the specific situation, then said with a serious attitude, "We need more information, with a focus on Zillings' hobbies and habits." The hanging man Alger recalled as he said, "He likes to eat fish, especially fish from the sea. He likes to eat fish very much, especially fish from the ocean. He eats them raw. He likes to drink strong alcohol, and he looks down on champagne and red wine. Once he gets ashore, he will always find a woman to vent, and his strong body makes it impossible for a single woman to satisfy him. He's used to using cold weapons and hates firearms. It's very difficult for him to leave the water for long periods of time. What I mean is, he has to swim or dive every few days." Audrey memorized all of them, forming and enriching the character named Zillings in her mind. "I hope it works out. Happy working with you," and Jing said with a faint smile. "Happy working with you." Alger could only force himself to believe in Miss Justice, who was very influential in Bakeland. As they conversed, Klein seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact he was thinking about a problem from before. If Sun wished to obtain the ingredients, how should he pay him? Having barely passed the mysticism level, he habitually looked for ideas to solve problems in the field of ritualistic magic. This was a path dependence that he had accumulated from his previous successes. Previously, when I flipped through the internal information of the Nighthawks, I saw records of the goddess bestowing holy items to her believers. Yes, in many sacrificial rituals that involve evil gods and devils, there are also descriptions of the descent of items. Does this mean that when I respond to a prayer, I can bestow an item to complete the payment of the ingredients? In my previous attempts, I can only respond to thoughts that contain images and sounds. But this doesn't mean that I can only respond like this forever. When I advance to Sequence 8 and stabilize, there might be new changes. In addition, there's another key point. Can I bring real ingredients or items above the gray fog? Yes. Those sacrificial rituals that involve evil gods and devils often include a sacrifice segment. Can I consider sacrificing items to myself? This way, I might really be able to bring real ingredients and items above the gray fog. If the attempt succeeds, I can directly obtain items and ingredients from Justice, Sun, and the Hanging Man, and then bestow them to myself. Yes, sacrifice is a relatively high-level ritual. I'm temporarily unable to come into contact with it. The most important thing now is to improve myself as soon as possible. Klein reined in his thoughts and continued listening to the three members' conversation in a profound manner. He listened as they discussed matters regarding Zillings to the characteristics of certain monsters. After a while, he smiled. That's all for today. As you wish. Son, Justice, and the hanging man stood up at the same time. After severing his connection with the three members, Klein quickly descended into the gray fog and left the mysterious space. Returning to his bedroom, he removed the wall of spirituality and pulled open the oriel window's curtains, allowing the sunlight to shine in. There are two important things to do this week. One is to accept the examination and advance to sequence 8. The other is to create a flaring sun charm. Its power might even exceed that of a sequence 7 or 6. Klein looked out at the streets, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, I should be able to receive the report on the paranormal incident that Mr. Azik had caused. Chapter 161. On Tuesday morning, Klein, who had just finished his mysticism class, didn't find a quiet place to read the comparison of ancient and modern names and Nighthawk's casebook. Instead, he stayed in the recreation room and played cards with Leonard, Kinley, and Royale. I only asked Mr. Aztec to create a chance to bring out sealed artifact 3-0782. Whether I can grasp this opportunity or not will depend on my improvisation. Klein's mind wasn't on the card table at all, so he kept losing. He lost 5 solely in an hour, which made his heart ache. He planned to focus on recouping his losses. After buying the various ingredients for the flaring sun charm yesterday afternoon, his private stash had dropped to less than £1. Furthermore, he still had to pay 2 solely a day to rent a carriage to check for houses with dark red chimneys. While waiting for Kinley to shuffle the cards, he picked up the copper penny in front of him out of boredom and casually spun it. Suddenly, he noticed that Royale was staring at him with a serious expression. What's wrong? Klein was taken aback at first. Then he saw the crumbling copper penny. Is she wary that I'm cheating with divination? There's no need to be so serious when playing cards with teammates. He instantly understood and laughed dryly as he pressed down on the penny. At that moment, Dunsmith knocked on the door and entered. He looked around and said, "There's a situation in Morristown. Leonard, go and handle it." Morristown? Klein perked up and pretended to be curious. "Captain, what's the situation?" Dunn scanned the area with his gray eyes and casually explained, "Recently, there have been a few paranormal incidents. Over the past few days, there have been a few paranormal incidents. First, when someone passed by the cemetery, they heard someone crying inside and saw a blurry shadow flashing by. Then, a widow woke up in the middle of the night, and when she went to the bathroom, she ran into her late husband and almost fainted. Then, there was an old man who lived alone. He kept hearing heavy footsteps echoing in the house. But as soon as he lit a candle or a gas lamp, everything became quiet again. The residents of this town generally believe in the goddess, so the local priest reported the situation directly. It didn't hurt anyone, and it's closer to a prank. It's likely Mr. Azik's doing." Klein used a rehearsed expression and tone as he said, "Captain, there might be some secrets behind the sudden occurrence of a few paranormal incidents. In this regard, divination can give us certain revelations. I think I can help Leonard." Upon hearing that, Leonard's green eyes immediately stared at Klein, as if he was trying to find clues from his face. Dunn first nodded, then hesitated in silence. When Klein saw the captain's reaction, he immediately added, "Don't worry. In the end, some things may need ritualistic magic to completely purify them." "Makes sense." Dunn thought for a moment and said, "Then you and Leonard will go to Morristown together." Before anyone could say anything, he added, "Well, you probably won't be able to make it for the afternoon's combat practice. I'll get someone to inform Gawain." Phew, the first step is complete. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and quickly packed up the solely and pennies in front of him. Halfway through, he suddenly froze. He turned to look at Dunn and solemnly said, "Captain, I think we have to prevent the worst-case scenario. If there's a powerful wraith behind the paranormal incidents, it might be very dangerous for Leonard and me alone. And from Tingen City to Morristown, it will take 2, 3 hours, right? Even if we send a telegram in time to ask for help, it will take a long time. So, Dunn interrupted him. I hope to get the help of another teammate. Klein pretended to ponder and said, furthermore, according to the rules, 3 or more Nighthawks can apply to use a grade 3 sealed artifact when working together. Yes, 3-0782 is most suitable to resolve this problem. Upon hearing this, Leonard chuckled and said, this is indeed your style. Cautious, careful, and never taking risks. You seem to be saying that I'm a coward. I'm someone who has looked directly at the eternal blazing sun before. Klein pretended not to hear Leonard's words and looked sincerely at Dunsmith. Captain, what do you think? Indeed, we have to prevent any accidents. There have been too many coincidences recently. Dunn nodded as though in thought. He looked at the other 2 team members and said, Kinley, go to Morristown with Leonard and Klein. Well, quickly draft an application. After I sign it, go to Cheney's Gate and retrieve sealed artifact 3-0782. All right. The short Kinley put down the cards in his hand. All right. Klein clenched his fists and cheered in his heart. But on the surface, he looked uneasy and cautious. At that moment, Seekatron was monitoring Hood Eugen in the mental asylum, while Fry was on duty at Cheney's Gate. After leaving the recreation room, Klein put on his black tuxedo, took his hat and cane, and waited for Kinley at the staircase that led underground with Leonard. There was no one around, and it was quiet and desolate. Leonard suddenly turned to look at Klein. I think you should give up on your unrealistic fantasies. Ah, what? Klein replied in a daze. Leonard took a step forward, stood at the edge of the stairs, and looked down into the deep abyss. He looked down and said, even in a mission, you won't be able to discover my secret and understand my uniqueness. Classmate, can you not be so narcissistic? So you thought that I volunteered to participate in this mission to observe you in secret? I hadn't thought of that at all. Klein was first enlightened, then he chuckled. How are you so sure that my uniqueness won't help me discover your secret? Leonard's expression turned solemn, but he immediately broke into a smile. Is that so? Then I'll wait for your discovery. Once I gather more information and items, I'll head above the gray fog and help you do a divination. You're welcome. Klein cursed in his heart. Not long after, the short and capable Kinley appeared on the winding staircase with a mutated sun sacred emblem. Feeling the unique warmth and purity, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had finally completed the first and most difficult step in his plan to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood. Following that, the 3 of them left the Blackthorn Security Company and arrived at Zutland Street. They walked towards the carriage that belonged to the Nighthawks. The purification effect won't affect the horses, right? Kinley suddenly asked uneasily. I don't want a horse that only knows how to praise the sun to pull the carriage. He had only been a Nighthawk longer than Klein, but he wasn't very experienced. No, sealed artifact 3-0782 only purifies creatures with higher intelligence, Klein replied in a low voice. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been bitten by the mosquitoes, he added in his heart. So that's how it is. Haha, I didn't read the information carefully enough back then. Kinley pressed down on his black top hat and laughed in enlightenment. As Klein hadn't mastered the skill of driving a carriage, he sat in the carriage for the next 3 hours, caressing sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm as he watched Leonard and Kinley take turns driving. They finally arrived at Morristown around lunchtime. How beautiful! Kinley exclaimed sincerely as he got off the carriage and looked at the endless golden wheat fields around the town. The volcano constellation was coming to an end, and the harvest constellation was about to dominate everyone's lives. Leonard stood in the carriage driver's seat and looked around. He opened his mouth as though he was trying to compose a sonnet. But in the end, he only managed to say one sentence. How beautiful! Klein held back his laughter, put on his top hat, grabbed his cane, and got off the carriage. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black priest robe walked over. He drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess. Are you friends sent by St. Selena Church to help us? Yes, priest Sirius. May the goddess bless you. Leonard jumped off the carriage and replied with a smile, "We're here to deal with the recent paranormal incidents." Suspected. The gray-haired, blue-eyed Sirius emphasized when he saw many townspeople approaching. Morristown was not very big. No matter which direction one walked in, it would take at most 10 minutes to reach the plains. It was difficult for the people who lived here not to know each other. What happened before had already spread like wildfire. Therefore, many of the townsfolk who were eagerly waiting for the Church of the Evernight Goddess to send someone to resolve the problem couldn't hide their curiosity and concern when they saw the priest welcoming the three strangers. Some of them tiptoed, while others tried their best to listen. Leonard chuckled. "Priest, don't worry. We're professionals. Look, we brought holy water, silver daggers, dark holy emblems, and garlic." As he spoke, he magically took out the described item from the inside pocket of his clothes. "Garlic? Are you trying to kill the ghost with a pungent smell?" Klein looked at Leonard's performance in exasperation and amusement. Sire, on the other hand, was perplexed. He even began to suspect that St. Selena Church had hired a bunch of scammers. The onlookers, on the other hand, all showed gratified smiles, as if they had finally been rescued. Leonard approached Priest-sire and whispered into his ear, "Don't worry. That's what they believe." Without waiting for Sire to snap out his daze, he added, "That's all they believe. Let's settle our lunch at the cathedral first before we deal with those incidents." "Yes, lunch is very important. After we deal with those paranormal incidents, it will be time to take turns guarding sealed artifact 3-0782. That will be the opportunity for me to make the flaring sun charm. I hope everything goes smoothly. Of course, the flaring sun charm has to be made during the day to achieve the best results." Klein thought expectantly. Chapter 162. The buildings in Morristown were mostly built in the style of 100 years ago. The most eye-catching building was the Black Cathedral with a pointed roof. After settling the carriage, Klein and the rest quickly finished their lunch of bread, toast, bacon, butter, and coffee. Under the purification of sealed artifact 3-0782, we can still last for 2 hours and 35 minutes. Kinley stood at the entrance of the cathedral and took out his gold pocket watch from the inner pocket of his tuxedo. He opened it and said, "I suggest we deal with the suspected haunted incidents to prevent them from worsening. Then, we can return to the cathedral and take turns to guard it so that we can recover. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 9, 8, and 7 Beyonders who were close to their limits would have to stay away from the mutated sun's sacred emblem for 2 hours to fully recover. But if they weren't at their limits, or if they only wanted to recover a portion of their strength, they would need at least an hour." "All right, I have no objections." Klein and Leonard spoke at the same time. "Then, which incident should we deal with first?" Kinley asked for his partner's opinion. Leonard put away his frivolous attitude and said, "The moment the elder who lived alone heard heavy footsteps echoing in the house." "Why?" Kinley subconsciously asked for the reason. Klein also waited with interest for Klein's explanation. "Is this the so-called intuition of a poet?" He secretly mocked him. Leonard's gaze moved from the short Kinley's face to Klein's face, then back again. He chuckled and said, "Because it's closest to the cathedral." "How did you know?" "It wasn't written in the information," Klein blurted out. Leonard chuckled and said, "Didn't I go to the washroom during the meal? On the way back, I met a pastor in training and had a casual chat. He told me that Noah's house is near the cathedral." "Yes, Noah is the name of the old man who lives alone. As expected of a nighthawk with more than 3 years of service. He's very familiar with missions." Klein laughed dryly and said to Kinley, "Then, let's go to Noah's house first." "All right." Kinley didn't have any objections. A minute later, they arrived at Noah's house. Noah was an old man with white and sparse hair. When he was young, he lost his left hand forever in a war. He had no choice but to leave the army and return to his hometown with compensation. At this moment, he opened the door and looked at the 3 strangers in front of him. He then looked at Sire, who had rushed over from the cathedral, and said in a hoarse voice, "Come in. I hope you can solve my problem. I heard that you brought holy water, holy emblem, silver dagger, and garlic. That's great. I'm relieved. Please forgive me for being long-winded. You have to understand the state of an elderly person who couldn't sleep peacefully for 2 consecutive nights. Oh, goddess, I've been bearing the burden of fear, and my spirit has become absent-minded. As soon as he entered the door, Leonard suddenly straightened his back and scanned his surroundings. Following that, Klein sensed a cold and gloomy aura lingering in the room. It was the remnant of the ghost's activities. Unclean creatures have indeed been here, Kinley, who was the last to notice the situation, said in a low voice. Very weak, Leonard said leisurely as he retracted his gaze. The Midnight Poet was considered a job with high spiritual perception among all the sequence aides in the church's records. Yes, Klein felt that the warmth and purity emitted by sealed artifact 3-0782 was rapidly dissolving the cold aura, and the other party was completely defenseless. At this moment, the townsfolk who had been waiting for quite some time gathered at Noah's house. They looked at Klein, Leonard, and Kinley with curious and expectant gazes. Ahem! Leonard cleared his throat and said loudly, "We have the goddess's blessings. Those unclean creatures will soon disappear. They won't cause any trouble." With that, he gestured to Klein to perform the purification ritual. "Why me?" Klein asked with his eyes. Of course, he didn't know if Leonard could understand his gaze. Clearly, Leonard understood what he meant as he suppressed his voice. He lowered his voice and said, "You're a professional when it comes to rituals. All right, it's my fault for volunteering to help." Klein straightened his clothes and took the holy water, sacred emblem, silver dagger, and garlic from Leonard. He first wore the dark sacred emblem on his chest, then peeled the garlic and threw it clove by clove to the corners of the room. Is this how garlic is used to exorcise ghosts? It's different from the description in the newspapers. Will this be useful? The surrounding townsfolk broke into a flurry of discussion. They were curious and excited, as if they were in a circus. It's useless. I'm just doing it for show. Klein suddenly felt like he had become a clown. He hurriedly half-closed his eyes and used his silver dagger to scoop out the holy water and sprinkled it on the ground. As he sprinkled it, he walked around the house and muttered, "Evernight goddess, mother of concealment, lady of crimson, empress of misfortune and horror, mistress of repose and silence." This standard charlatan immediately shocked everyone. The townsfolk fell silent, and once people entered a state of silence, it was easy to notice things that they had previously overlooked. It's a very warm feeling. It's like I'm basking in the sun. No, it's like I'm looking at a pure sky. How magical. Is this the effect of the holy water? As expected of a priest from St. Selena Cathedral. Praise the lady. The townsfolk discussed softly as they looked at Klein, Leonard, and Kinley in awe. The owner of the house, Noah, visibly relaxed. He no longer had any doubts that the matter could be resolved. This is the effect of sealed artifact 3-0782. We don't actually have to do anything to exorcise the ghosts. We just need to stay where we are for a minute. It's not tiring or troublesome. After Klein purified the cold aura in the house, he opened his eyes and put away his silver dagger. He solemnly and seriously drew the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady! Praise the lady!" The townsfolk replied piously. "We still have some matters to settle, but we need absolute silence," Leonard said with a smile as he surveyed the area. The townsfolk who had seen what a professional was didn't dare to stay any longer. Under Priest Sire's instructions, they retreated out of Noah's house like a receding tide. Even the owner of the house had to leave temporarily. "Actually, I really want to sleep right now," Noah mumbled as he walked towards the cathedral. Leonard extended his hand and closed the door. He turned to Klein and said, "Divine the cause of the incident." "No problem." Klein also wanted to try to divine something. "No problem." Klein also wanted to give it a try to divine something. "I know it was done by Mr. Aztec, but his level doesn't seem low." A person who can live for 1,300 to 1,400 years definitely doesn't have a low level. So, my divination will definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, without the help of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I don't even know what revelation I'll receive. Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The cause of the haunting in Noah's house. He took the piece of paper and walked to the round table. He sat down, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. In the blurry and hazy world, Klein suddenly saw a black mausoleum. It was similar to a pyramid, but it was upside down and embedded into the ground, almost buried. And inside the ancient mausoleum, a thick black fog concealed everything. Klein suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. "What did you discover?" he asked with concern. Klein thought for a moment, and without hiding anything, he described the revelation he had received in his dream in detail. Finally, he said, "This is definitely not the style of a mausoleum in the northern continent. I mean, I'm barely considered an expert in this aspect." Leonard nodded as though he was thinking. "That's the southern continent's inverted pyramid. It means entering the underworld from the human world. And be it the former Balam Empire or its branch, the Highlands Kingdom, only the so-called descendants of death can build such a mausoleum for themselves. In a sense, this is the symbol of the Grim Reaper. Yes, ghosts are definitely related to death. This divination is undoubtedly correct." Ignoring Leonard's mockery, Klein fell into a daze and came up with an interesting idea. Could it be that Mr. Aztec is a descendant of death? Or rather, the reason why he has such a long life is because he made a deal with death? According to the corresponding chapter in the Revelation of Evernight and the Nighthawk's internal records, Death was an evil god. He had once caused a catastrophe in the northern continent at the end of the Fourth Epoch. That period was known as the Pale Age. Yes, it was said that he perished from the combined forces of the seven gods. The age of Lamud Castle can no longer be determined, but it can't be earlier than the Pale Age. If there's really a connection, then the mastermind living in the house with the red chimney has taken the skull of Mr. Aztec's child, of course. This could also be an excuse for the northern continent's countries to colonize the southern continent. After all, they mainly believe in death. As they didn't discover anything else, the three Nighthawks didn't stay for long. They quickly left Noah's house and began to deal with the other two suspected haunting incidents. The same process and the same result. They quickly freed the town from the influence of the aura of death, but they didn't find the source of it. Along the way, Leonard asked the townspeople if any strangers had come over the past few days, but he received a negative answer. Mr. Aztec didn't come over. He must have arrived secretly and left quietly without anyone noticing. He's indeed cautious. He said that he'll return to Tingen on Wednesday. Does that mean that even if we don't deal with it, the ghosts will disappear on their own on that day? Klein thought about this as he followed Leonard and Kinley back to the entrance of Morse Cathedral. Furthermore, they could still last an hour and 45 minutes under the mutated sun sacred emblem. We'll take turns keeping watch. We'll change every hour. Klein suppressed his excitement and looked at the sky. Let's try to rush back to Tingen for dinner. No problem. Leonard glanced at Klein and chuckled. But to ensure safety, I suggest that two people keep watch while one rests. We'll take turns. Klein was stunned for a moment. His thoughts raced as he replied with a smile. All right. But this way, we'll have to figure out the most reasonable way of taking turns. Who rests first? Who's next? Who's last? How much time they need to recover? And how much they need to recover? I think we have to establish an equation with unknown variables to find the optimal solution and compare it with keeping watch alone. It would be best if there's an efficiency function. Let's first assume that the unknown variable is... Stop. Leonard's green eyes were filled with confusion and fear. If that's the case, let's keep watch alone. The person whose turn it is will stay inside the cathedral. It's large enough. Of course, we'll have to let Priest Sire and the rest be guests somewhere else. The remaining two will stand guard outside the cathedral to prevent anyone from approaching. That's my opinion as well. Kinley realized that he had a headache whenever he heard about problems related to mathematics. All right, Klein reluctantly nodded his head. If he hadn't been able to convince his two teammates, he could only try to make a deal with Leonard using the excuse that everyone had their own secrets. He would have to pay a certain amount of information in exchange for his departure. Chapter 163. Faint light shone in from the narrow, stained windows high above, making the darkness in the Morse Cathedral a little more visible. Klein placed his top hat on his knees and leaned his cane on his leg. He sat quietly on the first row of chairs on the left side of the aisle and looked at the altar in front of him. There was no statue of a consecration there, only a huge dark sacred emblem. It had a black base and was embellished with resplendence. It surrounded half of the crimson moon. On the wall behind the sacred emblem, there were holes. The sunlight from the outside world shone in, condensing into pure, miniature spots of light. They connected with the dark surroundings and transformed into a majestic starry sky. Be it the evernight goddess, the eternal blazing sun, or the Lord of storms, none of the orthodox deities left behind a concrete image. They could only be consecrated and worshipped as their symbols. This seems to be another expression of not looking directly at God. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. He wasn't in a hurry to create the flaring sun charm while he was guarding sealed artifact 3-0782 alone. He believed that he had to be cautious, patient, and wait. In the first 10 minutes or so, Leonard and Kinley could come in at any time to remind him of certain matters. Time passed quickly in the extremely quiet atmosphere. Klein suddenly snapped out of his daze and took out his silver, vine-patterned pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. "It's been 20 minutes," he muttered silently. He put his half-top hat and black silver-inlaid cane to the side, got up, and walked to a relatively secluded corner near the altar. He first faced the side of the altar, but when he saw the huge, dark, sacred emblem and the holy scene that looked like a night sky projection, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and unease. Hence, he turned his back to the altar. Right on the heels of that, Klein took off sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inside of his black tuxedo and bent down to place the ancient, dark gold badge on the ground. Looking at the abstract symbol of the sun, Klein took out a small candle mixed with sandalwood and placed it right below sealed artifact 3-0782. This was a dualistic ritual that he had learned from the eternal blazing Sunday. He used objects that were closely related to the deity to directly symbolize him, and used candles to represent himself. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Klein took out the items needed for the ritual one by one, including a carving knife, 2 thin gold plates, the essential oil extracted from a mixture of black-edged sunflower, golden-edged sunflower, and white-edged sunflower, fingered citron powder, and rosemary powder. After doing all of this, Klein skillfully used the silver ritualistic dagger to guide the flow of spirituality around the simple altar, creating an invisible, sealed wall. He squatted down, put away the silver dagger, stretched out his right hand, and lit the candle that symbolized himself by rubbing it spiritually. In the flickering, dim light, Klein picked up the sun essential oil and dripped a drop onto the candle flame. With a splash, an illusory fog spread out, bringing with it the scent of sunlight. After burning the fingered citron and rosemary powder, Klein stood up with the carving knife and the gold plates. He took a step back and chanted an ancient Hermes, "Blood of the eternal, blazing Sunday, you are the inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce." The inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, and the guardian of commerce were all part of the eternal blazing sun's honorific name. Without the prefix of blood of the eternal blazing sun, the ritual needed a response from the deity before it could continue. If that happened, Klein suspected that the eternal blazing sun would recognize him as the disrespectful person who looked straight at him. When that happened, Leonard and Kinley would only see a pile of black ashes when they entered. Furthermore, the ritual had to be done in ancient Hermes, a sacrificial language that came directly from nature. Only an unprotected but effective language would allow the incantation to bypass the eternal blazing sun and point to the mutated sun sacred emblem. At the same time, as he was stealing the power of a deity, Klein couldn't divine if things would go smoothly. He believed that it would make him face the deity again. Therefore, he could only keep his heart in suspense as he cautiously chanted the follow-up incantation. "I pray to you. I pray to you to bestow me with power. Bestow me with the power to complete the flaring sun charm. Blood of the eternal blazing sun, please transmit your power to my charm. Fingered citron, a herb that belongs to the domain of the sun, please transmit your power to my charm. As the incantation came to an end, Klein suddenly felt something light up in front of him. The dark gold emblem emitted a blazing light, like the sun that had descended upon the earth. Klein was instantly immersed in extreme heat. His hair quickly heated up as though it was about to combust. His feet seemed to be stepping on the yellow sand that had been illuminated by the midday sun. His face and body were being buffeted by the strong winds that blew in from all directions. At that moment, he felt that he had to do something to guide and release the burning power. Otherwise, he would become a human candle. Without needing to think, Klein raised his hands. With his thoughts boiling like porridge, he relied on the combination of his spirituality and the strong winds. Following his instincts and the guidance of the ritual, he used a carving knife to carve symbols, corresponding spirit numbers, magical labels, and ancient incantations on both sides of the gold piece. Outside the cathedral, Leonard was standing in the shadows, avoiding the afternoon sun. Suddenly, he realized that the sun had become stronger, just like the hottest days in early July. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. He saw that the blue curtain didn't have a single cloud or speck of dust. It was so clear that it left him in awe. Strange weather. On the other side, Kinley had also noticed a change in the sunlight. Leonard was about to respond with a chuckle when he suddenly tilted his head. He frowned slightly and looked at the cathedral as though he was scrutinizing it. Thankfully, Roshan isn't here. Otherwise, she would be complaining that the sun has tanned her skin, Leonard said with a smile as he retracted his gaze. The blazing sunlight only lasted for a few minutes before it gradually dimmed. Everything returned to its original state. Inside the cathedral, Klein's carving knife was making the final stroke. As the magical label that symbolized the light was completed, the spirituality on both sides of the gold piece suddenly merged into one and retracted into the innermost part of the metal piece. No, this is closer to godhood. Klein finally broke away from the burning heat and examined the two flaring sun charms in his hands with a clear mind. The golden luster on their surface had already dimmed, and the patterns were simple and complicated. A warm and moist feeling seeped out bit by bit, seeping into Klein's skin. Not bad. I finally have a powerful trump card. Klein sighed silently. The activation incantation he had set for the flaring sun charms was the ancient Hermes word for light. If I want light, there will be light. He mocked himself as he put the flaring sun charms into another pocket. He didn't put them together with the slumber, requiem, and dream charms, as that would affect the latter and reduce the duration of their effects. Yes, the flaring sun charms' powers can be maintained for at least a year, maybe even longer. Klein reined in his thoughts and looked at the mutated sun sacred emblem on the ground. Seeing that there were no changes on the surface, and that the warm and pure feeling was still assimilating the surroundings, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly completed the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. Only then did he have the mood to check himself. He discovered that his shirt was almost completely drenched, his face was covered in sweat, and the edges of his hair were slightly curled. Thankfully, Klein sighed in relief, put away the items, and returned to his original seat. He was so tired that he fell asleep sitting down until he was awakened by footsteps. He opened his eyes abruptly and subconsciously touched the flaring sun charms to confirm if it was still there. "You don't seem to be in a good state?" Leonard asked as he entered the cathedral. Klein rubbed his temples and got up with a smile. "Because I'm almost at my limit." He took out his silver pocket watch, opened it, and said, "Just in time, it's your turn to guard sealed artifact 3-0782. Before he finished his sentence, Klein took off the mutated sun's sacred emblem and handed it to Leonard calmly. After watching him walk out of the cathedral, Leonard put away his frivolous attitude and carefully examined sealed artifact 3-0782. His expression gradually became confused, revealing obvious confusion. After taking turns to guard it, the three Nighthawks embarked on their return journey. Before that, they got Pre-Smile to keep an eye on the town situation. If there were any suspicious incidents, they were to immediately send a telegram to St. Selena Cathedral. At 7:20 in the evening, they finally arrived at Zutland Street and handed over sealed artifact 3-0782. After confirming that the captain didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, Klein happily left the Blackthorn Security Company and rushed home before 8 o'clock. He took out his keys and opened the door. Suddenly, he saw an unfamiliar figure. It was a girl who was obviously not even 20 years old. She was wearing an old, grayish-white dress and was diligently wiping the dining room. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her eyes were small, and her nose wasn't sharp enough. Her facial features were very ordinary. "Who is it?" Klein was taken aback at first, but he immediately understood that she was a maidservant who was here to try out doing housework. At that moment, Banson lowered the newspaper and looked at his brother. He smiled and said, "Companies that don't let their employees leave work on time are always disgusting. But the salary it gives can heal such wounds," Klein replied with a smile. "When Miss Justice's £300 arrives, I'll tell Banson and Melissa about the salary increase to £6 a week so that they don't have to worry too much about the family's finances." As Klein thought about it, he leaned on his cane, took off his top hat, and walked to the living room. He lowered his voice and said, "Have you made your choice?" He had used the information on the 3 maidservants to divine yesterday and came to the conclusion that they were suitable. Hence, he handed the decision to his brother and sister. "Yes, Bella. Her weekly salary is 5 soldi. She is very willing and has the ability to learn how to cook. She hopes to become a family chef in the future. That way, her weekly salary will double. Her father is a worker at the Tingen Iron and Steel Union factory, and her mother is a laundress." Banson replied with a chuckle. "Of course, the other reason why Melissa and I made the decision is that the other 2 maidservants believe in the Lord of Storms. She's the only believer of the goddess. I personally don't mind believers of the Lord of Storms, but Melissa doesn't like it. It wasn't that Melissa didn't dislike it. A more accurate description was that she lamented their misfortune and was angry that they didn't strive." Yes, Lu's son said it. Klein recalled his sister's behavior all this while, and a smile appeared on his face. Benson didn't speak further. He put down a newspaper and stood up. "Since you're back, let's enjoy dinner." The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood. "Good morning." Roshan looked around and said, "Old Neil is sick. Why don't we visit him at noon?" "Old Neil is sick?" Klein asked in surprise. Could it be that the anti-diarrhea ritual caused severe constipation? From his reaction after he vaguely learned of the acting method, it's possible for him to suddenly fall sick. As he gets older, his mind becomes weaker. His body will most likely suffer from problems. Roshan nodded vigorously. Yes, he got someone to apply for leave from the captain. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Then we'll visit him at noon." Sigh. Speaking of which, old Neil is quite pitiful. His wife passed away early, and his child is busy in some city. He can only lie at home alone and helpless after he falls sick. He recalled the first time he went to old Neil's house. Upon hearing Klein's sigh, Roseanne widened her eyes and asked in surprise. Chapter 164. What? Klein was stunned by Roseanne's question as he recalled in a daze. That's right. He recalled in a daze. When I went to old Neil's place last month, I found a piano in the living room. He told me that his deceased wife loved music. As he spoke, Klein was alarmed. For some baffling reason, he had an ominous thought. Roshan frowned and said with uncertainty, "Perhaps I remembered wrongly. That's not right. Perhaps I remembered wrongly. That's not right. Mrs. Oriana and I often visited old Neil's place in the first half of the year. Back then, there wasn't a piano in the living room. I clearly remember asking him why he remained single. His answer was that he had never met the lady he wanted to marry. No piano in the first half of the year. And he's still answering the question of why he remained single." Klein tensed up and asked in a deep voice, "Roshan, how long has it been since you visited old Neil's place?" "Ever since Kinley became a Nighthawk and Viola chose to leave this place, I've been either staying up late or catching up on sleep. How could I have the time to visit someone else's place?" "Yes, since the beginning of June." Roshan was a little confused by the question. so she could only answer honestly. Klein's heart sank when he heard that, as if he had a premonition of something. He hastily took a halfpenny piece out of his pocket and held it between his thumb and middle finger. Taking a deep breath, Klein deliberated for a moment before quickly deciding on a divination statement. Old Neil's current condition isn't right. Old Neil's current condition isn't right. As he silently recited the statement, his eyes quickly turned black as he entered a cogitation state. Ding! He flicked his thumb, causing the brass penny to fly into the air as it tumbled and spun. Ha! The coin fell and landed right in Klein's open palm. This time, George III's head was facing up, and the head represented correctness and affirmation. This meant that old Neil's current condition was indeed not right. As Klein held the coin, he suddenly recalled the time when he had just advanced. He quickly grasped spirit vision and saw a pair of nearly transparent, abnormally cold, eyelashless, and strange illusory eyes behind old Neil. His explanation back then was that it was a remnant of ritualistic magic. Right? I also saw a nearly formless figure in the shadows by the door. The color of his aura is completely the same as the surrounding yellow and gloomy environment. Also, after I completely digested the seer potion, I secretly switched the spirit vision switch to a light clasp of my teeth. After that, I tried it and casually looked at old Neil, but he suddenly coughed violently as though his lungs were being torn apart. Scenes flashed through Klein's mind, making his expression turn increasingly solemn. Roseanne glanced at him and asked with fear and trepidation, "Did old Neil lose control?" "No, although he's petty, stingy, and wants to reimburse for everything. He's actually a good person. He rarely gets angry, so he won't lose control. I can't be sure, but I believe that old Neil is only close to losing control." Klein consoled Roshan, quickly passed through the partition, and pushed open the door to the captain's office. Dunsmith was drinking his coffee when he was shocked by the sudden intruder. He nearly choked on his coffee. What happened? He didn't blame Klein, and his expression turned very serious. Klein answered rather succinctly, but without hiding anything. "Captain, I divine that old Neil's condition isn't right. Last month, old Neil told me that his deceased wife liked music, but today, Roshan said that he's remained single. Furthermore, on the day I became a Beyonder, I saw a pair of illusory and strange eyes watching everything behind old Neil. There was also a nearly transparent figure spying on us at the door. He told me that it was a remnant of ritualistic magic. I felt that something wasn't right, so I attempted a divination." Dunn listened with a solemn expression and stood up. As he walked to the coat rack, he asked in puzzlement, "Why didn't you directly divine if old Neil had lost control? Over the past month, old Neil has behaved no different from a normal Beyonder. He even worked with me to help Swain eliminate a mandated Punisher who had lost control. I've also used my spirit vision to observe the color of his aura several times and found that he's relatively healthy, just a little old. Therefore, I believe that he's only close to losing control and is showing signs of it. There's still room for redemption." Klein expressed his opinion in one breath. Dunn wore his blacktop hat and knee-length trench coat. He nodded slightly and said, "A very reasonable deduction. Let's go visit old Neil now. Yes, try not to agitate him. Then, try to control him and use ritualistic magic to stabilize his state and prevent his deterioration." Control. When Klein heard this word, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Captain, can we use sealed artifact 3-0611? He had been thinking about how to resolve old Neil's situation and try to save him, but because he was too flustered, uneasy, and worried, he couldn't come up with a solution. Only when he was reminded by Dunsmith's words did he remember that there was a sealed artifact that could be of use. Number 0611. Name, Quiet Hair. Danger level 3. There's a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Only operations involving 3 or more people can be applied. Security clearance level, official Nighthawk member and above. Sealing method, does not come into direct contact with living creatures. Description, This is a simple accessory made up of many strands of dark black hair. As long as they come into contact with it without protection, all living creatures will lose all their desires and emotions, including but not limited to hunger, anger, sadness, pain, jealousy, envy, hatred, happiness, satisfaction, and greed. It has been confirmed that the affected creatures will even lose their desire to come into contact with 0611. They will quietly stay in place until the end of their lives. If there is an external force that causes the affected person to come into contact with 0611, the former will gradually return to normal. However, the experimental data shows that the condition for all of this to work is that the contact time does not exceed 2 hours. Once the contact time exceeds 2 hours, the affected person will remain silent forever. The highest level of the experimental subject is sequence 5. You can avoid direct contact by wearing gloves or other means. These strands of hair do not possess any living characteristics. They do not have any tendency to attempt to escape the seal. Appendix. These strands of hair appeared in a failed advancement incident. They are the remains of a Nighthawk captain who failed to advance to sequence 6. Upon hearing Klein's words, Dunn nodded with his deep gray eyes. Excellent suggestion. I almost forgot about 3-0611. Go to the recreation room and look for Royale. I'll go to Cheney's Gate to retrieve the sealed artifact and apply for it when I return. That's how it should be. There's no time to waste. Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately went to the Nighthawk's recreation room and called out Sleepless Royale, who rarely had any expressions. What mission is it? Royale asked calmly with her silky black hair. Klein exhaled and answered with a heavy tone, Visit Old Neil. Visit Old Neil? He? Royale's eyes widened as she had a bad guess. Visit Old Neil. He? Royale's eyes widened as she had a bad guess. I'm not sure yet, Klein said with a slight nod. Royale didn't say another word. The two of them fell into silence. The surrounding air seemed to condense and become heavy. After a few minutes, Dunn finally returned from underground. He wore a black glove and grabbed a clump of messy, intertwined pitch-black hair. Compared to the mutated sun sacred emblem, the tranquil hair didn't have any obvious external abnormalities. If it were to fall on the road, it would be easily overlooked. After calling the carriage driver, Caesar, the four of them embarked on their journey to Old Neil's house. The wheels rolled over the muddy road that had just rained. The carriage was even quieter than the middle of the night. After an unknown period of time, Dunn sighed and said, when Old Neil was young, he actually had a couple who was about to get engaged. When Old Neil was young, he actually had a couple who was about to get engaged. However, she suddenly fell seriously ill and was difficult to treat. Old Neil risked leaking the secrets of Beyonders and attempted to use ritualistic magic to save her, but he failed. Back then, Old Neil was only a beginner in mysticism. According to the records, the Nighthawks were wary that Old Neil would lose control because of this. Fortunately, he eventually regained his rationality and didn't show any abnormalities. I hope this is also a false alarm. Klein couldn't help but draw a crimson moon on his chest and pray softly. May the goddess bless him. Dunn and Royale did the same. May the goddess bless him. The sky gradually brightened, and the dark clouds completely dissipated. The Nighthawk's carriage stopped in front of Old Neil's house. After getting Caesar to drive the carriage far away, Dunn restrained his emotions. With his cane in one hand and sealed artifact 3-0611 in the other, he walked toward the main door with his gray eyes. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and, together with Royale, followed the captain through the garden that was planted with roses and golden mint. After arriving at the door, Klein took a step forward and pulled the rope that was connected to the bell in the house. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The clear and melodious sound of the bell echoed in the room, breaking the heavy silence. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Klein pulled it a few times before retreating politely and didn't try again. The three Nighthawks waited patiently for a few minutes, but they didn't hear any footsteps coming to open the door. Maybe Old Neil went to see a doctor and isn't at home, Klein said with a forced smile. Before he finished his sentence, A melodious melody came from inside the house. It was a beautiful piece played by a piano. It was like a peaceful lake covered by a thin layer of mist under the moonlight. Dunn's expression immediately turned abnormally solemn and grave. Klein's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was about to do a divination when he suddenly saw water gushing out from the gap below the main door. Chapter 165. The color of the blood reflected Klein's eyes, as well as his nearly frozen gaze. At that moment, there was a sudden cough from inside the house. Old Neil said in a hoarse voice, "Dunn, what are you doing here?" Dunn's gray eyes were extremely deep as he replied unhurriedly with his mellow voice, "We heard that you were sick. We heard you were sick, so we came to visit you." The house fell silent. After a few seconds, Old Neil shouted angrily and fearfully, "No, you're lying." Without waiting for Klein and the others to speak, his tone suddenly turned weak. "Yes, I know I'm not in the right state of mind." "Old Neil." Klein suddenly closed his eyes, but the blood that seeped out from the crack of the door didn't stop. Following that, Old Neil raised his voice. "But all this while, I've never hurt anyone, nor have I ever thought of hurting anyone. I didn't betray the important secrets of the Nighthawks. At most, I've claimed some expenses that I shouldn't have. I really haven't done anything bad." "Klein," he suddenly shouted like he usually did, "I told you that the maxim of a mystery prior is do whatever you want, but do no harm. I've always adhered to this saying. I'd rather endure and wait than do anything that would harm others." Having said that, he pleaded in fear. "Done, Royale Klein, go back. Go back. Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll be back to normal. I swear to the goddess, I won't hurt anyone." "Really?" Dunn closed his eyes and asked in a very gentle tone, "What exactly do you want to do? What have you been trying to do?" "Me?" Old Neil was at a loss at first. Then, filled with hope, he said, "I'm trying to resurrect Celeste. Dunn, I found a way. I'm on the right path. You should have heard that I made a mistake when I was performing ritualistic magic. I didn't cure her illness or save her. I know that it was because I didn't have a good grasp of mysticism. But now, I have enough knowledge and experience to complete everything. What a pity. I didn't get any inspiration from the mystery prior's maxim and Daly's example. I missed the best opportunity. If I were a high sequence beyonder, things would be much easier." As he spoke, Old Neil sounded like he was about to cry. "No, I can't give up anymore. Dunn, go back, I beg you." Klein clenched his teeth and heard the captain's voice fluctuate slightly. "How do you plan to resurrect Celeste?" Old Neil instantly became excited. "I'll use alchemy of life to prepare a body that won't age for her. Dunn, perhaps you don't know this, but a sequence 4 of the Church of Earth Mother is good at alchemy of life. The corresponding sequences of the Savant pathway can barely do it. Yes, I'll use the grace of a deity to complete it. Then, I'll summon her soul from the spirit world and pray for the help of a deity to reunite her soul and body. Isn't that a great idea?" Dunn forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. "Yes, it's a great idea. Old Neil, let us in. Perhaps we can help you." "Dunn, are you still unwilling to let me go?" Old Neil pleaded. Go back. I'll be back to normal tomorrow." "Really? Dunn, I swear I won't steal your coffee beans again." "Klein, Royale, I swear I won't make you cooperate with me to claim expenses that you shouldn't have." "Really?" Under Klein's and Royale's blurry vision, Dunn lowered his head before looking up and saying, "Old Neil, you misunderstand. We're here to visit you. You're our companion. You're sick and in a bad state, so we'll definitely visit you. Open the door and let us take a look. Let us rest assured. As long as you're really fine, we'll immediately return. As you know, there have been a lot of missions recently. We have to monitor the mental asylum while dealing with all kinds of sudden incidents." Old Neil hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm really fine. I really don't have any big problems, really. I'll recover tomorrow." The blood-red liquid that seeped out from the cracks in the door flowed down the steps and onto the stone path, flowing into the soil of the garden. "Old Neil, we've known each other for 15 years, right? We've been on countless missions together. I'm very concerned and worried about you. I have to see you with my own eyes before I can be at ease. Dunn said in a mellow voice. All right then. Old Neil mumbled, I'm really fine. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Klein quickly raised his hand to wipe his eyes, restoring his vision to normal. Then, he saw that the carpet in the foyer was covered in a blood-colored, sticky, and hairy liquid. He looked forward and gradually moved up. He realized that the floor, ceiling, round table, piano, and chairs were also covered in a disgusting, sticky, blood-colored liquid that was covered in short black hairs. Old Neil's white head hung in midair, connected to the ceiling through a thick layer of sticky liquid. A pair of eyes grew out of his forehead and cheeks. They were cold and eyelashless eyes. The keys of the piano danced on their own, playing a beautiful and melodious melody. Dunn, look, I'm really fine, Old Neil said with a radiant smile. Royale Klein, you think so too, right? The moment he opened his mouth, Klein saw a sticky, blood-colored liquid with short black hairs flowing inside. Dunn's gray eyes flickered as he casually chatted. Old Neil, where did you learn alchemy of life and the resurrection ritual? Old Neil replied excitedly, I heard it. I've tried the first part. It's real. This is a gift from God. He kept telling and describing in my ears. He is. Old Neil's voice froze. More than 10 seconds later, he said in a daze and fear. 10 seconds later, he said in confusion and fear. He is the hidden sage. Hidden sage? Isn't that the non-personified deity that the Moses ascetic order believes in? And this deity later came to life, bringing with him evil and corruption. The Moses ascetic order holds the complete mystery prior sequence. Klein's heart stirred as he thought of many things. At the mention of the hidden sage, Old Neil seemed to finally snap to his senses. He looked around in a daze and sized up everything. In the indescribable silence, his 6 eyes looked at Dunn at the same time. He said with a bitter smile, So, I've already become a monster. Without waiting for Dunn and company to reply, Old Neil suddenly revealed a panicked, fawning, fearful, and timid smile. Let me leave. I'll enter the mountains and never appear again. I won't hurt anyone. I'll only quietly attempt my ritual. Really, let me go. Please, I beg you. And at that moment, Klein felt something illusory shatter in front of him. Right on the heels of that, Old Neil's 4 cold, lashless eyes flashed with a dark glow as they locked onto Dunn. His expression turned indifferent. You're pulling me into a dream. No, it's useless. My eyes can see through all of this. The blood-colored viscous liquid that covered the ceiling, floor, and walls began to squirm like a giant opening its mouth in an attempt to swallow Klein and company. As for Old Neil's head, it turned blurry like layers of illusions. Klein didn't pull out his revolver in a panic. Instead, he reached into his pocket, intending to use the slumber charm. Suddenly, he saw everything calm down again. The blood-colored, viscous liquid that was covered in dense black hair was as calm as a windless lake. Old Neil lost his cold, hateful, and longing expressions. He became calm and peaceful. At some point in time, Dunn had already thrown sealed artifact 3-0611 into the blood-colored viscous liquid. The 4 lashless eyes on Old Neil's forehead and cheeks slowly closed, as though he lacked the desire to open them. Any creature that came into contact with the tranquil hair would become silent and lose all motivation until the end of their lives. Dunn, Klein, and Royale drew their guns and aimed at each other's heads. At that moment, Old Neil's face revealed an expression of extreme fear as he struggled with all his might. His strong desire to live was able to slightly overcome the influence of sealed artifact 3-0611. The 4 additional eyes had disappeared. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were deep. His hair was white, and his dark red eyes were slightly turbid. He looked just like the first time Klein saw him. Dunn, do you remember that I once saved you? Royale, do you remember that I helped you save your family's lives? Klein, do you remember that I taught you mysticism every day? Do you remember that we discussed how to claim expenses? Do you remember that I made you hand-ground coffee? Do you remember that we dealt with the out-of-control, mandated punishers together? An illusory plea drilled into Klein's ears, causing his right hand, which was holding the revolver, to tremble. It made him feel that it was extremely difficult to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 silver demon hunting bullets flew out, stabbing into old Neil's head one after the other. Klein saw the unusually familiar face reveal a look of despair. He saw his skull split open, and he saw blood and milky white splatter in all directions. The surrounding viscous blood-colored liquid began to shrink, quietly flowing back to the area around old Neil's head that had fallen to the ground. Dunn and Royale lowered their guns at the same time and fell into silence. Klein watched all of this in silence. He watched as old Neil's corpse finally turned into a pile of rotting flesh and blood. He saw a pair of dark red, crystalline eyes in the flesh and blood that were in pain. He felt that all of this was more like a dream. He couldn't believe that it had happened and ended just like that. He watched in a daze and speechless as Dunn took 2 steps forward and saw his captains slightly hunched back. Dressed in a black trench coat, Dunn looked at old Neil's corpse in front of him.